Yesterday, a lot of things changed in the NFL landscape. Today will not be any different. Dreams were shattered, and fantasy rookie drafts have been thrown into complete and utter chaos. Will Levis won't show up for day two. Gibbs taken so early, even he was surprised. Richardson, a future star, we don't know. What we do know is that money is made on day two of the NFL draft. Sit back, lock in, and join fantasypoints.com for day two of the NFL rookie draft. I wasn't totally sure what kind of shape everyone was going to be in. Brett actually looks exactly how I envisioned him after the rise and fall of the Detroit Lions, all in one day and two single picks. Joe is looking fresh as can be, as expected with such a stellar Eagles draft. And Scott looks like Scott. Guys, lots of stuff going on today. I am hoping that Scott is elated today as Mims goes to the Giants here in round two. I have some hopes and dreams that I'm hoping don't get crushed. What can we expect from day two? I'm going to throw it to the other side of the room, to Scott.
Yeah, if the Giants take my guy Marvin Mims round two, and I think they're the betting favorites, could be round three, I will do the most embarrassing happy dance live on stream. You can clip it for social. I won't interact with it. I don't want to draw attention to it, but that's what's going to happen.
I don't know if we'd gain viewers or lose, but you know what? I mean, darts off, right? Darts off. Brett, have you recovered fully? Has it sunk in yet? And what do you expect today?
Just look at the hat here, guys. Grit. We got a football player in Jack Campbell at 18. He is the definition of grit. This is our identity. Do you know what grit is? I've been spending all morning injecting my Lions copium, mainlining it right into my veins. Best picks I've ever seen in my life. Jameer Gibbs at 12, Jack Campbell at 18.
What'd you have for breakfast? Was it a bowl of kneecaps?
Yeah, I had a bowl of kneecaps. And we took our enemy out into deep water and we drowned them out there with Jack Campbell holding them down. We're back. We're ready to go.
It sounds like the Detroit Lions depression that was kicking in yesterday is now no factor. Joe, no factor. Joe, the Eagles kind of have the first round discussion that the Ravens had last year is quite possibly and easily the best draft of the first round. This was a master class. What do you expect from day two from the GM of the year already?
So, all right, they pick at 62 and 66. They moved up in the third round like 30 picks because the Cardinals tampered with their shithead defensive coordinator. And by the way, Jonathan Gannon completely lost me with that little whiny spiel that he went on. Dude, Patrick Mahomes would still be having a clean jersey if they played for 3 straight months after that game. Yes, the field was a fact. Anyway, there. He better learn how to coach on that field, by the way, because that's where his home games are. All right. So for the Eagles, I would be very surprised if Howie Roseman doesn't trade back a little bit with one of these picks, if not both of them. They pick 62 and 66. They don't pick again until the 7th round. But I mean, everything's gravy here. Just give me an offensive lineman and let's roll. Like that, if that's just the one position, I will never be upset if they draft edge rusher or offensive lineman. Everything's gravy at this point for the Eagles. I think this is a day they could maybe take a running back as well. I guess I was told the Bijan Robinson interest was real. I just don't know if they would have taken him over Jalen Carter. And so I think everything else is gravy for the Eagles right now. I think Howie Roseman has 2 early picks, 2 day 2 picks that he's going to use to maneuver around, maybe pick something up. They're always up to something. Howie Roseman does not like to sit on his hands. So I would anticipate there's going to be some moving and shaking from him.
That defense is so exciting. They had the 3rd most sacks of any team in NFL history last year, 15 more than the next closest team. They get Brett's number one player in the entire draft, and they get the biggest freak athlete in the entire draft. Unreal.
I mean, the funny part is like Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis is probably a little more hyped as a prospect just because of how he blew up the combine. But Jalen Carter is a much better player in my mind. Like,
yeah.
And now they have them. Well, they have them both. Nolan Smith, Hassan Reddick basically had close to 20 sacks last year. Nolan Smith looks like a Hassan Reddick clone. Just really, really exciting times. And then like the Eagles said, like I said it on the stream, my friend Bill DeFilippo tweeted, he's like, oh, the Eagles it's like almost like watching like a college football fan who just doesn't know anything about the NFL draft. And like, oh, Georgia's defense is really good. Let me just draft all those guys, except it's actually a viable strategy. And hey, we'll see what happens here on day 2. I know Brawley's excited. We're Penn State guys. The Steelers have the first pick of the second round. And
oh, what a bad trade that was.
It was a horrible trade. And Peasy is on the board, as we affectionately know him as. And I believe he was heavy minus money to be the pick here. If
Who's
they don't,
Peasy?
Joey Porter Jr.
Why is he Peasy?
I don't know. Peasy, like why does Snoop say faux shizzle? I don't know.
I had a friend in college who was Peasy. My buddy just handed out nicknames and all of them stuck. So there was a Shark, there was an Old Bones, a Peasy, a bunch of others.
What were you?
Oh, I didn't get one.
Oh, you did. So this is an amazing.
Oh,
one.
I was Scotty Business. That's actually what it was.
Okay. That you should probably put that on your in your Twitter
change
bio.
my name down here. I want to be
Scotty Business. So this is funny. Our janitor in high school was named Mr. Schleppy. That was his name, Steve Schleppy. And one of my buddy's older brother, they were playing GoldenEye in college. And Mr. Schleppy's office was right next to the boiler room at Notre Dame High School. And they were playing GoldenEye with their roommates in college. And one of the guys who didn't even go to our high school was hanging out like on like the bottom level of, I think it was the facility or one of those places in GoldenEye. And he was just sniping people and ambushing them when they went down there, and they got mad at him and they go like, dude, what the hell? You're just hanging out in the boiler room like Schleppy. And it stuck. So his nickname was Schleppy for the rest of, named after my high school janitor, even though he didn't even go to our high school, simply because of how he played GoldenEye, which is probably the wildest nickname story I can remember.
Isn't that how Leonard Skinner got their name? Something like that.
It was so Leonard Skinner. It was the guy. It was the gym teacher who basically harassed them for being like, bums and smoking cigarettes all the time. I think eventually that teacher came to grips with the fact that the band was named after him. But yes, so that I love a good nickname story is always great.
Who is the best nickname in this draft? Brett Whitefield.
Oh God.
There's a player in next year's draft named Storm Duck.
Yeah, Storm Duck.
He literally just transferred to Penn State and then transferred out of Penn State after playing in the spring game because he didn't get enough playing time.
Oh, wow.
About Storm Duck, yeah.
I was given an NFL team's draft grades from 10 months ago for this year's class. He ranked really highly, but a lot of guys who ranked really highly who are not going to hear their name called today.
I'm not a nickname guy. I don't know many of the nicknames in this class.
No.
There's a guy named Cavassier Smoke, I think.
Okay.
Which is pretty wild.
Sounds like a dangerous cocktail.
So all right. So let's talk about who your best player available is, and then maybe the next 5 or so names, and where realistically they can land.
Yes, sir. Okay, best. Hold on. Pulling it up.
One of the smartest decisions I ever made to make myself look smarter than I am is to just never give out quarterback takes before the NFL draft. Never. So don't have any Will Levis L's.
My only quarterback take was I thought whoever passed on Bryce Young was going to regret it, and then turns out nobody passed on him. So
So
I did
my-
give that a. Go ahead, Brett.
sorry, my top player available is Joey Porter Jr., Penn
Mhm.
State corner, Brian Branch, Alabama safety, Will Levis, quarterback Kentucky, Hendon Hooker, quarterback Tennessee,
All 20 to 23. That's kind of funny, Brett.
and Luke Musgrave, Oregon State tight end.
You're a big Musgrave guy. What did you think was the worst pick of the first round, Brett? Non-lines edition.
Non-lines edition.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
That is a good question. In my
You didn't love Anton Harrison.
No, I did not like that pick at all. I thought if you read my article, I said it felt like a forced pick.
Yeah.
Okay, we have this need.
This Jake comment.
Yeah.
Literally the world's biggest XFL fan.
He literally is. While offensive coordinator of the Houston Roughnecks, AJ Smith is the world's biggest fantasy points fan. So
Love that.
yeah.
Joe, how many human beings alive know more about the XFL than Jake? There might be zero.
None. Like, I mean, like, does anybody, like, maybe the coaches in the league?
Even then, I don't know.
Yeah, like he really, that's a really good point. He might
There's definitely
literally-
guys on the team where the coach is like, "Oh, he plays for us," and Jake knows, everything about him, where he went to.
What, he
middle
only
school.
played 2 snaps last week? I could have sworn I played him more than that. Yeah, Joe, Jake literally knows the most about the XFL.
Wait,
yeah,
Have there
go
been
ahead.
picks made tonight? No, it's 7:00. Weird.
Is Costco tipping picks again?
No.
I was gonna say we could do like a Costco pick tipping tracker or something.
Who was your lowest ranked player drafted?
I think it was Van
Was it
Ness.
Jack Campbell?
No, it was oh yeah, it was Campbell by a lot.
But Van Ness was probably two.
No, Felix Inaduke Uzoma was next.
He was he's 41st on your board, but that's not like that ridiculous. I mean, the Chiefs picked 31.
Yeah.
That's in the same range.
Harrison was 46 overall. So that group of players I did not like.
I mean, you had Gibbs high on your board. I mean, you just
27.
you had 27. Yeah, I mean, you
All
had
right, so I want to talk about this Gibbs pick. I was listening to Lance, so I am getting death threats for being as critical as I am about the Houston Texans. Some racial slurs thrown at me, some threats to get my ass kicked. But I was listening to Lance Zierlein's radio show. He's on ESPN Houston this morning, and he basically had the same take as me. He views this as an organization in flux where the ownership wanted one thing, but they already promised the head coach another thing. So they tried to get the best of both worlds, and in the process, give up what could be a top 3 pick next year. So, horrible move. But when I was listening to that, he was talking about the Gibbs pick, and he said the other guy was like, "Oh, this backfield's going to be insane. You got David Montgomery and you've got Jahmyr Gibbs." And he's like, no. You got a wide receiver in Gibbs. And imagine trying to cover him and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't know how literal he was when he said that.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that, Brett? Like, maybe they view him as the next Percy Harvin, but you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of when Urban Meyer drafted Travis Etienne and said, ideally he's Percy Harvin for us. And the guy had 12 catches last year. And then in that press conference, Brad Holmes said, yeah, it was crazy. We got so many congratulations texts after. That reminds me of the Rashad Penny pick, where John Schneider said we actually had teams offering to trade for Penny after we took him. So there's definitely some saving face going on. But how do you envision Jahmyr Gibbs' usage? Because we talked about this, right? We talked about him lining up out wide and in the slot and not really having any production there.
Yeah, so my big bold take of the draft process was that Bijan put more on tape as a route runner, slot guy, outside guy, someone you're going to use that way than Gibbs did. Gibbs had he was used that way more frequently, but
I tried to call you on that because I cited the usage numbers.
Yeah, so Gibbs was used in those roles, I think total 77 snaps.
Way more than any other running back.
Way more than any running back, but basically did nothing with it. Some of that isn't necessarily his fault. Like, they're just calling smoke screens to him. They're calling, some of it's just decoy as well. Like, he's just running off guys. where Bijan would line him up in the slot. They'd get him one-on-one with a safety or a linebacker, and he would just crush them.
Right. With Gibbs, it was a lot of short dump offs, quarterback under pressure, screens. With Bijan, he had only one fewer deep target than Michael Wilson over the past 2 years. He had the exact same ADOT as Will Mallory and Sam Laporta last year. That's rare. And to me, like, that usage matters more, but also the production. The production was also better. So I like that take. But yeah, so what do we see with Gibbs? Like, calling him a wide receiver, that's a bit much, right?
Yeah, well, so you have to scout like the traits and the way he moves, right? So like when you watch him run and the way he moves like a wide receiver. I've thrown out the Jalen Waddle comp a bunch of times. He reminds me of a running back version of Jalen Waddle, a little bit thicker in the lower half, but they move very similarly. Incredibly elusive, insane open field speed. The way Gibbs runs routes, the way he can break down those flexible ankles. Yeah, he looks like he could play wide receiver if they taught him the position. But sticking a running back at wide receiver is not necessarily practical. I feel like GMs say this all the time, right? Oh, he's more than a running back. And then do they actually deploy him that way? McCaffrey is really the only, like McCaffrey and Kamara. Kamara had a couple years where he legitimately was lining up in the slot in running routes. Yeah. David Johnson did too with Arizona. So
that 1 or 2 years, yeah.
Yeah, 1 or 2 years.
By the way, Proctor was not happy with your Harvin comparison. He was like mad. Did you see that?
Yeah, we were in DMs. So he came after the other guy, and I saw
Ben Fennell knows his stuff.
And I was like, this is a great opportunity to piss off Johnny and also get engagement, because everything I'm tweeting about that's pro Gibbs is getting 150 retweets, because Detroit Lions fans are so desperate for any slight positivity about their draft. But no, he's dead right. Like, I was messing with him in DMs, and he was like, he pulled up my own tweet where I made the Harvin comparison to Etienne because Urban Meyer had made it. And he's like, Harvin's 1-on-1. It's stupid. I mean, you know what? He's right.
So I have a tweet here from Jacob Sanderson, very smart person. I just want to read out real quick. I want to give him the credit. He said Lions RBs had 28.7 expected points per game in 2022. This is the second most in the NFL. Among RBs with 50-plus targets, DeAndre Swift had one of the most diverse route trees in the NFL, was second in targets per route run and third in yards per route run. Swift has never had a PFF receiving grade above 70. He now says enter Jahmyr Gibbs. I think regardless of the thought process of, well, they have a couple of running backs already, the Lions and Ben Johnson use running backs that way. If Jahmyr Gibbs is actually a receiver at the position, if he can run this same kind of route tree, I think it's kind of just replacing what they thought they had in Swift, maybe. So for fantasy purposes, I want to ask, because this is a huge pick. Is he above JSN? We saw where JSN went. Is it Bijan, Gibbs, JSN, or?
I think Gibbs should be the 1-2.
What was that?
I think Gibbs should be the 1-2 in one.
Yeah, so I don't think so. I think JSN to me is a Bijan level wide receiver prospect, and I'm going to view him as such. I know the landing spot wasn't ideal, but this is just such a high level talent that I have to give the edge to him. We want to talk about this landing spot. I mean, the draft capital is amazing. The draft capital is so important. The landing spot at first glance doesn't look great with David Montgomery there. But I mean, DeAndre Swift, Brett and I have been shitting all over DeAndre Swift for months. The guy,
years, bro.
Well, yeah, I know, but especially lately. But like last year, Swift finished as the RB17 in fantasy points per game. By XFP, he was like RB10, RB9, despite only getting, 56% of the backfield XFP. So if Gibbs is better than Swift, we know that to be the case. Brett's the GOAT of NFL comps. And he said basically Gibbs is Swift if he wasn't a wussy, also had more juice and was stronger and more powerful. So I think this landing spot isn't bad at all. And Joe read my running back article, which hasn't been published yet. But to me, he's basically Austin Eckler. And I said, owners need to be patient with him. And I think that's exactly the case. This is like Austin Eckler early in his career with Melvin Gordon there. Except probably back then, Melvin Gordon was a little bit above David Montgomery. Yeah. And so just be patient. But then in 2 years, who is he? I think he's a literal Austin Eckler clone, and this is a great offense to be invested in. For me, it just comes down to just how high I was on JSN, which was extremely high.
Yeah. I think you can. I don't know. See, I'm somebody who views Dynasty differently. I always look in like 2-year windows because I think it's hard to project the NFL beyond that. Superflex is a little different, where you can definitely place a premium on quarterbacks, but beyond that, I maybe JSN versus Gibbs is a need thing. You could. If you're picking, I mean, I guess if you're picking 1-2, you probably need everything. But I think you can make a good argument for either. And I think you are right about JSN, though. Tyler Lockett turns 31 in September. So
he's had a lot of injuries
a lot of injuries. Like, is it outrageous to think that he outproduces Lockett this year? I don't think that's ridiculous. I really don't.
No, I don't think so either.
Just last night, I think, right?
Yeah, just for me, it's a disappointment because I was promising everyone 100 PPRs in year one, and Geno Smith, not a great quarterback, Lockett, Metcalf, great wide receivers with a proven track record. And so it's not ideal. It's not what we were hoping for, but like you said, Lockett's getting up there in age. They do have a potential out after this year. And I just think he's one of those studs where you can't overthink it too much.
We also have this one. Is Swift gone by Monday? I have
Probably.
one potential spot that I think could really do it. I think it's Houston. Watch Houston trade like what do they have? 160. What is it, 161 they have? Just watch. I think it'd be the most Houston Texans thing to do.
There's Tori Holt on stage. Hello, Tori.
Is there a spot where you could see that by Monday, Swift is not only traded, but gets a little bit of dynasty value, like even just a hair of dynasty value, where he could reasonably go? A lot of people say, well, just send him to the Chiefs, or like we do every year, just send X running back to X team that we all want him to go to. We do it every year. Is there a reasonable spot, or is he just toast?
There's a couple. I mean, Joe made a great call earlier with the Eagles. Like, this is exactly the kind of guy Howie Roseman will target in a trade.
He's from Philly.
From Philly, too.
Love that.
From Georgia, Joe.
Yeah.
He's Gainwell-esque.
This eyebrow thing, I never the only time I've ever heard that before is when I was on the Fantasy Pros podcast. And if you go on the Fantasy Pros podcast, man, people are going to be mean to you in the YouTube comments. Like, it's outrageous.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have rosacea, and I had just gotten out of the shower before I did one of their podcasts. And so it was really the fuckers call me rash guy in the like, Jesus Christ.
Damn.
Oh, that's a
Oh,
good
that's
old
awesome.
fashioned table roasting. Oh my gosh.
What the fuck? Like, I'm just sitting here. I'm just trying to do my. Yeah, I never heard about my eyebrows before, by the way.
I can see it.
Yeah, but I can't do the people's eyebrow. I can't do just one. So it's the most useless expressive eyebrows. Anyway,
So I'm seeing the Steelers on the clock right now.
Steelers are on the clock.
Apparently they're being inundated with trade offers, but I was told they really like Joey Porter, and I mean that just makes a ton of sense. This team drafted his dad.
Keep it in the family.
They wanted
Baltimore again. Thanks, appreciate it, love it. Thanks.
The Steelers fans in my life, and there are way too many of them.
Brawley.
Brawley is one of the more reasonable Yinzers there is. But they all want Joey Porter Jr. Like, Penn State, his dad played for him. Like, I mean, you can't even it's a position of need as well. Like, I mean, kind of a perfect. And I wonder if they foresaw this, because I think you can make an argument. I know someone, not Brett, you didn't, but I was talking to my guy Fran Duffy from the Eagles today. He thought Broderick Jones should have gone back to school, but they maneuvered the draft where guys like Broderick Jones don't fall in the draft.
Right.
They just don't. And so they might have realized they could get a really good player here at 32 as well. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. I would be stunned if they took somebody fantasy relevant, but we'll see.
I have a potential Swift landing spot to throw out.
Let's do it.
What about the New York Jets? I know fantasy people will hate that.
God,
Brugler reported the Jets were set to take Jahmyr Gibbs at 15 overall.
That would have made me viscerally angry.
I mean,
that
doesn't make much sense. But like the Lions hating Swift, the Jets seem to not love Michael Carter like equally as much. They've brought in other backs. They play other backs routinely, even after Carter was like pretty good for a good stretch in his rookie year. They seem to hate him.
It's not that I care about Carter.
Yeah,
I know.
Exactly.
I'm just saying why I think it could actually happen is the Jets seem to hate Carter. So adding another back again, even after they tried with James Robinson last year, it wouldn't surprise me.
Why are we spending mid-round one capital on a committee back? That makes no sense to me. Unless again you do view him as a wide receiver or something.
Pick is in.
So no trade. I wonder what they could have got with a trade. I wonder if he could have gotten like a
do you know who it is?
Pick. It is cornerback Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Pasty.
What a shock.
Are my texts rolling in?
By the way.
Just got an LFG from
nice.
I have some of my including Brawley, some of my best buds from college, and most of them it's a group chat of 6 of us. I'm the only Eagles fan. There's 3 Steelers fans, a Ravens fan, and a Giants fan in there. So it's an interesting mix. But yes, Joey Porter is a Steeler.
Potential trade-up spot here for Will Levis, at least so we're told.
I don't know the Will Levis thing. I think it's Detroit. If I think Will Levis is going to go this early, it could be Rams, Lions, and outside of that, I think he's dust until maybe Tennessee. All the same teams we kept talking about yesterday, but until we see any move, like he didn't show up to the second day, he took his ball and went home. Interesting. Like the Colin Cowherd thing today, I think it was today. He was talking about how it was about his sleeveless shirt. Apparently that set people off. Like in Indianapolis, apparently the difference between he and Richardson is that Richard seemed less cocky and more coachable, and a lot of that was because Will Levis wore sleeveless shirts and he's too jacked to be a quarterback. So I mean,
he eats bananas, puts mayonnaise in his coffee.
Yeah. Those alone are red flags for me, but I just thought it was interesting that he's just too jacked was something I've never heard about a quarterback before.
What were you going to say, Brett? No?
Nothing. I was just going to say the most alpha thing Arizona could do with the next pick is take a quarterback.
Oh,
dude, they're going to have the option to take Caleb Wilson and Drake May next year.
Caleb Williams?
Why do I keep doing that?
I have no idea.
Like UCLA tight ends that are athletic.
Oh, that's what it is. He follows me on Twitter.
Does he really?
Mm-hmm.
So Arizona's on the clock. I actually think the Rams is my favorite Levis.
Whoa. Is it true that Will Levis left the draft?
Yeah.
He's not showing up. Yeah, he's not showing
Jake Tribby asked, beta or alpha move for Levis to leave? Absolute beta move. Absolutely. It's the most moment of your career is getting your name called and walking across that stage. Every player that has preceded you has stayed and walked across that stage.
He should have come and just like worn like a t-shirt or something, got hammered drunk and just been like, do you ever see when the Bears drafted Jim McMahon?
Oh gosh.
No.
And that's way before my time.
I mean, it was before my time too, but I watched the 85 Bears 30 for 30, and then they sent a limo to pick him up from the airport, and the limo, of course, has a mini bar. And he comes out of the limo. Could you imagine this happening today? He's a Bears first round pick. He's a quarterback. He's going to be the face of the franchise. He comes out of the limo to the press conference holding a beer. And he tells him up there, he's like, I was thirsty. If you didn't want me to drink the beer, why'd you put it in there? Could you imagine somebody doing that today?
That's awesome.
I have a bit of analysis on Joey Porter Jr. I want to throw out.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite lines in the entire prospect guide. One of his strengths I listed as plays press like a Dagestanian wrestler. It's true though.
Oh, I sent that to my my Steelers fans buddies because they love wrestling. But I love the tweets that Joey Porter Jr. is the son of Joey Porter Sr. Well, no shit.
Speaking of, check this out. We're gonna be back in a second. Check this out. You guys will like this one.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds. I love this. This
Oh,
is
no,
from
that's
from Ari.
That's
Yeah.
Joey Porter Jr.
Joey Porter Jr. is now a Steeler.
That is cool.
That is cool. Oh. And now we are like a
There we go.
Picasso painting. There we go.
Joey Porter Jr. now a Steeler. Look at that.
The Titans have traded up to 33.
Did
Is
they
that
really-
Will Levis?
game.
No. It's got to be Hooker. Please let it be Hooker. Please let it be Hooker.
Oh man,
Please let it be Hooker.
why would it be Hooker over Levis?
He might be better than Levis.
Do you think so?
I have them literally next to each other on my board. I think Levis has a more arm talent, more. I would say more. Yeah, just more arm talent. He's got a better arm. I think Hooker's put more accuracy on tape, more good pocket decision making on tape.
Where do you think Levis would have went if he came out last year? Because I know there's a lot of buzz about him. And then for Hooker, before that ACL, he was like the Heisman favorite.
The other thing with Levis, though, too, is him and Hooker are basically the same age. So, like, when it's just these two left, like the age discount on Hooker doesn't matter quite as much because Levis is also ancient. He's 24. Hooker's 25. So
The Tennessee Titans have selected Kentucky quarterback Will Levis.
there we go.
And I have to throw this out. Just picked up an orphan dynasty team with Brian Drake, FFPC. It's a super flex team. The only two quarterbacks on our roster are Jared Goff and Ryan Tannehill. We have the 1-5. Now, presuming the first 4 picks, this is a Scott Thomas, anybody could chime in. Presuming the first 4 picks are Bijan plus the 3 first-round quarterbacks,
Mm-hmm.
would you take Will Levis at 1-5?
No,
No.
I wouldn't touch Will Levis the second round. Like possibly
Wow.
the mid.
He's going to
second
go in
round.
the first round of a super flex rookie draft.
For
I would
sure.
think.
And that's unfortunate.
I mean, it's not really anti Levis. It's just pro JSN and Gibbs for me.
Yeah, it's just
But after that, things get rough.
Yeah, I would think.
Also, by the way, Malik Willis, RIP.
Oh yeah,
He was RIP on draft day. On like
I mean, honestly,
realistically, he was bad.
the Titans end up with Skoronski and Levis, and I guess if Levis wasn't getting the first round hype, that's a reasonable haul for them, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't think it like
Let's
your value chart, Brett. You with Chris will be on, but they're probably going to rate this your chart's probably going to rate this a pretty good pick.
it's the highest score you can get in the model for sure. Real quick, some analysis on Levis. Monster arm that can beat safeties, underrated and underutilized runner. I do think that's a big component of his game that wasn't really tapped into much at Kentucky. He is a beast. He's a pretty athletic dude. He is very strong, good at breaking tackles. I think a NFL team should get more out of him in that regard. He shows high level playmaking ability out of structure at times, and then he ran a pro style offense. That's one thing he had that a lot of quarterbacks in this class didn't. Is he legitimately ran a pro style offense. In fact, his offense resembled a lot of what Tennessee actually does. Throw for throw accuracy is really lacking, though. He's inconsistent throwing mechanics in both his upper and lower half. Sounds like there could be some toe issues there on his plant foot, which would make sense. I don't know if you guys have actually watched Will Levis throw the ball, but he falls off of his spot. Like he's almost like he's hitting a fadeaway jumper. He falls off of his spot when he's throwing. That would make sense if he's got chronic toe issues.
I'm seeing it right now on his highlights. Maybe not so much on the deep balls, Brett, but ones that he has to like cork into a tight window. He does kind of fade away. I mean, they're showing the highlights right now.
Yeah,
I mean, he went to Penn State. Could not beat out Sean Clifford, and like, believe me, as Sean Clifford was one of those guys who beat me into submission. Like I hated Sean Clifford. And then last year I was just like, I'm just going to enjoy the guy because he's competitive as hell. And the big question I had about Levis, just as a guy who watched a lot of Penn State football, is when he got his opportunities at Penn State, I never thought this guy's better than Clifford. And and I know that can't be your only point of analysis because look, Joe Flacco, Troy Aikman transferred back in the day, but like,
Joe Burrow.
Joe
Yeah,
Burrow,
Urban Meyer
obviously,
said
that's
Dwayne
the most.
Haskins was better than Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
He said
So, but like it is a question that I think probably showed up in a lot of these teams' evaluations.
So we have the compensation too. Cardinals trade
Yeah,
pick
not a lot at
33 and
all.
81. The Titans trade 41, 72, and a 2024 third round pick.
Here's what I'll
as
say
free
about Will
agents.
Levis. 2 years ago, he definitely, had some accuracy issues, some bad interceptions, but he made some rare throws, some really wow throws. Granted, you could say the same thing about Zach Wilson back in the day. And then last year, according to Jim Nagy, he played through a number of injuries that he really shouldn't have, injuries that a lot of these other quarterbacks wouldn't have. And you kind of just need to throw out last year's tape, according to him. And if you do, I mean, again, you really see that upside 2 years ago. Outside of that, not a lot of serious targets or receivers, really bad offensive line. Statistically, the big concern with him was just his pressure to sack ratio. Really not good, but again, he was under pressure more often than just about any of these other quarterbacks.
Horrendous decision maker too.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, y'all are familiar with Jurassic Park, right?
Of course.
Quiet, all of you. They're approaching the Tyrannosaur paddock.
Mm-hmm.
Quiet, all of us. The Lions are on the clock.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous.
I know who the pick is.
What's
do?
worst case
I
scenario?
do.
The pick is in?
The pick is in.
Oh my god, tell me.
Oh no.
It's another Iowa player.
Oh, Laporta.
Sam Laporta.
It is Sam Laporta.
That's awesome. That's great. I would have
Joe.
taken
30.
Joe. So
Yeah.
I've been telling Scott for a couple of weeks that Laporta was the tight end they like,
Uh-huh.
but I can't. They're really doing this to me.
Oh, I'm so
Freaking
sorry.
running back, linebacker, and tight end. They literally don't care about positional value. It's just not a thing.
Not at all.
They've never read an analytical model. They are unfamiliar with the work of PFF and Kev Cole and Moo and Scott Barrett and all the great analytical juggernauts who make sense of things. They're just completely unaware of all of it.
Remember on this very program, like less than 24 hours ago, we had a discussion. All right, Howie Roseman's 1, who's 2? And
Oh
like,
my god!
we were like, Brad Holmes is getting to be up there. I mean, in isolation, let's just say they had a normal day 1. How do you feel about this pick?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. You just can't. It's really hard for me to swallow 3 non-premium positions. Now, is Sam Laporta a phenomenal receiver? Yes.
So I resent that you included me with some of those names. I disagree on it being a premium position. I think if you have an elite pass catching tight end, it's one of the most valuable advantages for a franchise. Like Travis Kelce is a top 5 wide receiver making wide receiver 30 money.
Is Sam Laporta Travis Kelce?
That's the question. I think at this pick, I think it's a great move.
Like I said, in a vacuum, I like this pick a lot. I really do like Sam Laporta. I've kind of known that he was going to be one of their targets for a couple of weeks now.
It looks like Vegas traded up.
Hendon
Oh
Hooker.
wow.
Give me Hendon Hooker. Come on.
The
Traded with
Raiders
the
are on the
Colts.
clock. Wow. Well, they just replaced Darren Waller.
Who'd they
Do you
get?
think this is
Michael
do you think-
Mayer.
Wow. That's fun.
Oh, picks are coming in quick then. Holy.
I like this.
Yeah, they are.
Day 2,
So-
baby.
Let's quickly knock out some analysis on Laporta then really quick.
Yeah.
And then we'll get to Mayer. Laporta, from a skill set standpoint, he's an elite athlete with incredible quickness and change of direction ability, best in class run after catch ability. He is so like TJ Hawkinson was billed as this run after catch guy. Hawkinson has this horrific concussion during his first season in the NFL. Never looked the same with the ball in his hands again. Goes down if somebody breathes on him. Laporta is every bit as good after the catch as Hawkinson was. He's an absolute monster. Reminds me of George Kittle. Now I'll take the 30-year jail sentence on that comp, but because there's not many George Kittles walking around planet Earth. But he's an
Helmet
excellent
scouting
route
too.
runner. Yeah, helmet scouting too. Excellent route runner with diverse route tree. That's one thing that's really nice about these Iowa tight ends is they come in ready for the NFL. They're not running these vanilla flat routes and seam balls. Like there's a legitimate route tree they have to run, a lot of double moves, a lot of Yankee concepts that feature the tight end. Really like what they bring to the table out of the gate. Alignment versatility as well. He's a guy you can split out wide. You can put him in the slot. You can put him at H-back. Really like that part of his game. He's not a great blocker yet, though. He's pretty good in space, but he's not a guy you're going to line up in line and expect him to carry your run game. That is for sure.
Oh, I had hope
Iowa
for
quarterback
James
play
Mitchell.
is, I don't even know how you evaluate Iowa tight ends. Like I mean, their quarterback play is so horrendous.
Yep. I mean, he was their entire pass offense this year, Laporta.
Yeah,
So
Malik Willis, by the way. Ugh.
Yeah, terrible. It was terrible on draft day.
What did your model say about Laporta, Scott? I know you have published your tight end article. Remind us.
Yeah, I said analytically speaking, he was really similar to Greg Dulcich. They both had elite yardage share numbers. Like they both had 2 of the top, 15 seasons ever by a college tight end by yardage share. And like, that's the one stat you would dominate if you are a Sam Laporta, given how atrocious your quarterback play was. I also said, I had Michael Mayer as my tight end 1, analytically speaking, although it was very close with Dalton Kincaid. But you look at his career yards per route run versus Mayer's. Mayer's beats him out, but just slightly. But against Power 5 opponents, Laporta was better. Laporta was also disadvantaged by the fact that he far and away led all tight ends in his class by percentage of routes as an isolation receiver, percentage of routes against man coverage, percentage of routes lined up as an outside wide receiver. And so when you factor all of that in, the higher level of difficulty routes and opponents, in my opinion, his yards per route run average was better. And so, yeah, I definitely see high upside there. Really good receiver after the catch. Only concern would be low ADOT. He's a little short. And so analytically speaking and athletically speaking, he kind of profiles as an Aaron Hernandez, Jordan Reed, but also Jonnu Smith, Gerald Everett, the Texans tight end, Brevin Jordan.
Can I interject really quick?
Yeah.
All of these tight ends are roughly the same size as Laporta.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you said all? I thought you just said.
Yeah, I'm just. Maybe Delaney Walker too. Yeah, so that's a common criticism you hear. I barely mentioned it in my article because it wasn't a big deal for me. But
I'm saying all the tight ends in this draft are the same size as Laporta. Michael Mayer's like 5 pounds heavier.
They're taller.
Dalton Kincaid's not.
I'm sure he is.
I think he's 6'3".
Yeah, there's just like an arbitrary threshold of 6'2" or shorter.
I just think we're seeing this trend in the NFL where skill players are getting smaller and faster, I guess is what I was getting at.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mayer's build is this big giant tight end. He's 250 pounds. That's not big at all for a tight end.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you this. Sam Laporta has an elite spoonerism. Lamb Saporta.
Oh, nice.
I like it.
That's a big time one, but I'll let you guys continue your analytical breakdown, which I think is fascinating. And I think Laporta, Brett, he's going to start day 1, right? I mean,
yeah. I mean, so the interesting thing about the Lions tight end room, they got a lot of production out of those guys once they traded TJ Hawkinson, and in fact, they led the NFL in touchdowns from the tight end position after the Hawkinson trade, and run after catch after the Hawkinson trade. So, and Laporta steps in, red zone threat, you run after catch threat, like kind of makes sense. He fits what they want to do. But yeah, I think he does start day 1. I mean, the pedigree he has compared to the other, like Brock Wright was a UDFA, James Mitchell is a 4th rounder coming off a torn ACL, Shane Zylstra is a UDFA. Like he steps in right away. He has legit pedigree. So,
well, Scott, let's talk Mayer to the Raiders. I mean, we know Jimmy Garoppolo likes to throw the ball middle of the field. I mean, George Kittle obviously has put up numbers. I don't believe Michael Mayer is the same level of athlete as George Kittle, but this is a spot where they need, a pass catcher at that position. I think it's a really good fit for them.
Yeah, you hear some of these NFL heads talk about Michael Mayer, and you think he ran like a 4.9 40-yard dash.
Yeah,
it was 66th percentile speed score. That's well above average. I guess if they're right, he's what you're hoping he's Zach Ertz or Mark Andrews. But I mean, those are Jason Witten. Those are great fantasy tight ends. It's not a freak athlete. Yeah.
Pick is in, by the way.
Yeah.
Who is it?
Steve Avila, guard TCU to the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with Mayer, though, Scott, is when you watch the tape, you also see a poor athlete. I never felt that way about Andrews. Andrews is an elite separator in college.
Mm-hmm.
Mayer's not. Flat out not a separator. So many of his throws against single coverage are, I won't say contested, but definitely tight. It's pretty remarkable. He does play, though, with like an anger. Like he plays super angry. I think he can still, carry that on to the NFL level, but I think he's more of a zone beater kind of guy than a man beater kind of guy. The comp I had for him is, do you know what the Urukai is, Scott and Joe?
Yeah, of course.
So he reminds me of a Urukai orc in the way that he plays, because he's just ferociously mean, and he acts like the ball is the ring of power, and he's trying to kill hobbits to get it.
You with your nerdy ass references.
I'm surprised.
But that's I have a pretty good Smeagol.
I'm surprised you went with Urukai there, because they're bred to be more. They're faster and they're stronger. So lack of athleticism.
Yeah,
Urukai.
big and dumb though,
Damn.
So here's the question. I saw this postulated on Twitter once, Brett. And when the Urukai in Mordor say, I believe this is in Return of the King, they say meat's back on the menu. You know what scene I'm talking about?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Is that, how does an Urukai know what a menu is? Is that supposed to imply that there are restaurants in Mordor?
There are.
There
There's
definitely
pubs.
are.
Well, no, in Mordor.
True.
Yeah, but they know about the Shire.
Yeah,
or
I
the
guess.
human realm.
Do you know how many
I think
villages they've?
Here, guys. Like, are the Urukai really cultured enough to know what a menu is? Like, for God's sake.
Yeah, I think absolutely.
So
How do you know they don't have classes over there, Brett? My God.
Smeagol, by the way, is very similar. Scott, you look like somebody who knows what
The
Aqua
Green
Teen
Dragon
Hunger Force
Inn. Come on.
is. You look like somebody who knows what Aqua Teen Hunger Force is.
Yeah.
Smeagol's very similar to Meatwad vocally.
Okay. Can you do
Meatwad's a
me?
little more like this. Well, Smeagol's a little more like this. You know, like
Damn, that's pretty
Meatwad's
good.
a little bit more down in the gullet.
Well, you blessed us with a Brawley impression yesterday. That was great. How do you do your Brawley?
Well, my Brawley is a little, you got to get a little like that. And you have to drop the verb to be. So if you'll ever notice with Tom, it's like, well, like if he's in our Discord, it'll never be, John, this guy needs a projection. It'll be, John, this guy needs projected. You got to drop the verb to be.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Look
That
at
is
Mr. Editor coming out over
Pittsburghese. That is definitely Pittsburghese. My wife's academic advisor was from Pittsburgh, and this woman's like supremely educated, and she's like, this needs washed. You know, it's just the way people talk.
Phenomenal.
Raiders.
Anyways,
Derek Hall is now a Seahawk.
Ooh. That makes a lot of sense. Derek Hall is a traits guy. John Schneider is a traits drafter.
so what's funny is the Seahawks like got rid of Russell Wilson, and like it seems like their brains cleared up. They started drafting like an NFL team. Yeah, like for 10 years, the Seahawks they would take Dick Smack Magoo, who was like the 5th round projected guy, and they'd take him at 12 overall, and they just didn't care. And now all of a sudden, like 2 straight drafts, they just like, what was last year? Oh, Charles Cross. Oh, that makes sense. This year they took Witherspoon. Oh, that makes sense. They took Smith and Jigba. That makes sense. Like, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, LJ Collier, Jordan Brooks, the days of those picks are over, it seems, in Seattle.
Although I do recall Bruce Irvin was a criticized pick at the time, and that ended up working out pretty well for them, obviously.
Yeah.
Do you think the Colts now are a spot for a fantasy relevant player, or do you think they're going to stack a little bit on that offensive line? If they do bolster the offensive line, Brett, who do you have
So we got
as the target?
with Steve Avila now off the board, we got gutted pretty good. If they wanted to go interior, there's a lot of good players there.
Okay.
Cyrus Torrance, John Michael Schmidt, Joe Tittman. if they need a tackle, they're gonna have to reach for a guy like Bergeron, and I just don't feel great about that at this spot. So I would love for them to go with a receiver to play in the slot here, a guy with a little more juice than Pierce and Pittman, maybe a Marvin Mims would be phenomenal here. I'm not even really a Josh Downs guy, but Josh Downs would fit between those two towers really, really well.
I'm glad you know, like you recognize him now. So that's, I mean, Downs has moved up on your board there. Yeah,
I did get off the stream last night and study Josh Downs. So
fantastic. That's commitment at fantasy points right there. Scott, what say you on the Indianapolis Colts front?
What about them? Landing spot for Anthony Richardson.
Hi, we're talking.
Yeah, my girlfriend just walked through the door.
Hi.
Brett says hi. She says goodbye.
Hello, everybody.
All of the internet says hello.
Do you want to come say hi?
Okay. Oh, Atlanta's traded up. Atlanta traded up to 38 ahead of Carolina.
Interesting.
Hopefully.
Oh my gosh. Buongiorno.
Hi.
Hopefully, this. I mean, Hendon Hooker for a trade up would be kind of.
Hey, Brett. What was that you were talking about?
To what?
Reaching on a tackle.
Bergeron? Did they do Bergeron?
Falcons just took Matthew Bergeron. He was a guy who started to get some serious late buzz.
Can we just say you called it? Like, that was crazy.
Yeah.
But he was saying for the Colts, but this is where I almost, is this like I don't want to say a panic trade, but that is like, oh crap, like Avila went off the board. We've got to go get a tackle.
Holy crap. Atlanta gave up 44 and 110 to get that pick. Yep. That's a lot for this stage of the draft. And to reach on a tackle like Bergeron. The one thing I will say though, Joe, is Bergeron might work out because he can sit for a year. His functional strength is poor at best. He's not an NFL player right now as far as functional strength goes. So him being able to sit and get in an NFL weight room, I think would be huge for his development. They do have 2 tackles under contract right now. Obviously, left tackle has 1 year left on his deal. So
why Avila over Osiris Torrance?
Because Avila's a badass. He is a badass.
Did you have him above Torrance?
No, I have Torrance higher, but it's all about scheme fit, right? Who took Avila again? The Rams, right?
The Rams.
Yeah. So
Rams.
That heavy run scheme that they like. I mean, Avila, I knew the second I watched the TCU Georgia game, he was going to go insanely high because they were down by 50 points at the end of that game, and Avila was out there pancaking fools still. Like, he cared that much. His team was losing by 50, and he was out there body bagging Georgia players. You just don't see that. I knew right away. NFL offensive line coaches and offensive line scouts would just be like, okay, that's my freaking dude. Let's go get that guy, because he just gets the culture. He understands football. He loves the game. All those cliches you hear from coaches, it's true for Avila. So I thought the Lions would go after him, actually.
I was wondering when Drake was going to comment on the Bergeron pick.
Syracuse has entered the draft.
Heck yeah.
Jack Collinsworth, Chris Collinsworth's son, tweeted out 10 minutes ago, Mayer was driving to Detroit. Now he's on a jet to Vegas. What does that mean?
It means they obviously juggled the pick.
Oh, interesting.
I don't. That could be purely speculation too, right? And the Jack is Jack, but he's not like.
This is Brett. This is from Todd Archer, who covers the Cowboys for ESPN. He said Bergeron was very much in the discussions for the Cowboys at 26.
Yeah, we heard that leading up to the first round.
If so, there was a lot of love for this guy late.
Yeah. Yep. A couple people, bet long shots that he'd be a first round pick. So
I know there was some Eagle fans who were hoping he'd make it to the end of the second round, which obviously was a pipe dream, because you want to talk about a team that could get you in an NFL weight room and coach you up. It's the Eagles on the offensive line, but obviously was not going to be the case here for this young fella.
So,
by the way, if Drake wants to come on at any point, he's more than welcome to hop on the show here.
He might have been too drunk last night.
We now have the official Russell Wilson trade finished.
Now
that the 37th pick in round 2 is.
Don't they still have a first next year?
Schefter's tweeting that the full roundup of the Russell Wilson trade is complete.
Oh,
so the Broncos got Russell Wilson, somebody whose name I cannot pronounce correctly, Ioma Uazurike.
Wazarike.
Oh,
That's the one. And the Seahawks got Drew Lock, Noah Fant, Shelby Harris, Charles Cross, Mafe, Tyreek Smith, Devin Witherspoon, and Derek Hall is the total finish of that trade.
wow.
Does it look even worse now? Like, does it look just that much worse, or
What if Woolen was one of those picks?
Who?
Tyreek Woolen, if they
Oh.
took him with that 5th round pick instead of Tyreek Smith.
oh my goodness, yeah. Oof. It's crazy when you actually see them all side by side, what it actually turned out to be.
I have oh boy, here we go. Brett and Scott.
I see it. I think. Talking about the Saints pick.
The Panthers pick.
Panthers
Oh.
pick.
The Panthers. Scott
No.
Barrett, hold on to yourself.
No.
Man,
Oh no, it's not. The Panthers took Jonathan Mingo.
Oh my!
Okay.
Let's go.
Costco was telling us last night this is, maybe his favorite wide receiver in the class. Easy top 5.
It's
I
a
bet- I bet
flawed
you know what?
class, so take somebody who's got a little freakishness to him. Like
Mhm.
Scott, don't come on here and invoke the name of John Costco when I've been talking up John Mingo to you for 6 weeks. Are you since the Senior Bowl? Are you kidding?
really good fantasy
Yeah, I
landing
don't know
spot for
about
him.
that.
What do you mean you don't know about that? Your exact quote with him was, "He stinks. He stinks. Model hates him. He stinks."
Model actually didn't hate him as much as I thought it would. I had him wide receiver 14, which is, definitely low, but
So Mingo's probably the best size athleticism
right.
combination player in this draft.
It doesn't matter a lot at the position.
No, it doesn't. But like if you're looking trying to recreate an AJ Brown clone or a Debo Samuel clone, like this is the dude. So
Yeah. So again, my model is based on an analytics profile that was derailed by injury. He fractured his left foot. That required surgery. He came back a little too early. He required a second surgery. But before that happened, he was averaging over 100 yards per game through 3 games.
Yeah.
And then he came back. He was really dominant early on. And then according to Jim Nagy, teams really keyed in on him, lots of double teams, things of that nature. So he went more in Malik Heath's direction. But yeah, my model's never going to like a guy who is as old as he is, didn't really ever have a breakout year. And then Malik Heath, he's not even going to get drafted, led the team in receiving yards.
I get that. That's where we got to blend the two worlds, right? So like he's a guy I pick up on that you're not going to catch.
No. Watching tape is worthless. There's no point to blend both worlds. I have everything I need to know with the numbers. No, I'm just kidding. This is not a film versus analytics debate. I value Brett's opinion so much, and I'm just good at analytics, so I stick to that. I'm bad at film, but yeah, blending both together is ideal.
Before you guys kick me off for my bad impressions and bring on somebody who provides value to this program.
Oh my goodness.
Brett, when you talked about if you're trying to go for an AJ Brown, Debo Samuel clone, what is the danger that guy turns into Laviska Shenault?
Shenault lacked juice big time. Like Laviska was not a good prospect to me. Like I have Mingo graded significantly higher just based on tape. And when you put the whole thing together, Mingo's a much better prospect to me. So
both on the Panthers now, by the way.
That is true. That is true.
Good.
Oh, I didn't realize the
Joe.
Panthers made this pick. That makes it even better.
Yeah, it's the Panthers. I think you were
spot.
confused. You saw the Saints, but no, I love this spot for Mingo. I think it's great for fantasy.
Yeah.
Right.
If you guys checked out the My Guys article that dropped last week, Mingo was featured in that article. I think he has all the makings to be a legit wide receiver 1 in the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, he might step into Carolina and be wide receiver 1 now.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of like if they had to trade DJ Moore, which they did to get Bryce Young. I kind of like what they did. They signed Chark. They signed Thielen. Get veterans in that room.
Cheap guys. Yeah.
Cheap
Pair
guys.
with
And
Mingo.
then they get Mingo in there who, I don't think there's going to be like a hierarchy where he's definitely got to play behind DJ Chark. Like, I think he's going to be able to come in there and actually earn his way.
And they can play different things too. Like I wrote in my Guys piece that Mingo has like power slot written all over him. This Cooper Kupp, AJ Brown, Debo Samuel, where, man, like I think he could really thrive in that role if he needs to play there. He can also be great on the outside. I know Thielen's going to take a lot of snaps in the slot there, But they all of a sudden they've got a decently put together wide receiver room and tight end room for a new rookie quarterback. This is something I hammer home on my podcast all the time. Is like teams have to do a better job of supporting these guys. So I like that the Panthers are going that route.
I'm gonna
Sorry?
go with one take right away. This is completely out of my ass, but look at that division. I think the Panthers can win that division, and I think if Bryce Young comes in and plays Bryce Young the way I know Bryce Young, I mean, how many teams in that division have more talent than they do?
Right.
I mean,
There's some truth to that.
It'll be interesting to see for sure. Joe, once again, the 2-point stance is on.
well, we're Drake and I are going to record it Sunday. We're probably going to record it Sunday morning. Then I'm doing the Sirius XM draft. Like we're doing a post draft, like the first draft, and then we'll end up breaking that down next week. So that'll be a lot of fun.
Fantastic. I cannot wait for that. Sit tight. We'll be back in a second. Once again, joined by Chris Wecht. Sit tight. We'll be right back. Thanks again, Joe.
Thanks, boy.
No.
Just right out the gate. Absolutely not, he says. Phenomenal. What's up, Chris? How you feeling? I know you're feeling good after yesterday's round 1. How are you feeling so far early into round 2?
I'm doing good. Yeah, my Eagles hit the home run out of the park yesterday. Round 2 is starting off pretty interesting so far. Good news, Brett. The Lions no longer hold the lowest percentile pick in the draft anymore. Bergeron, yep.
Nice. Can I make one other point on Mingo really quick, Scott?
Mm-hmm.
So one thing that hindered his development, and you're going to say this is a bad thing, I look at it as a decent thing, but he played with 5 other receivers who are currently on NFL rosters before he had his breakout.
Right. No, that is another good point.
A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf, Elijah Moore, Braylon Sanders, and Dontario Drummond. You mentioned the other guy, Heath, too. I think he's not going to get drafted, but he'll get a camp invite or whatever. They also had a tight end in there in that one of those classes that was pretty good. Who was there? Do you remember who was the Ole Miss tight end recently that was decent?
He went to the Jets.
Totally blanking right now.
You didn't like him. We talked about him. His numbers were nice.
Yarber?
Yeah. Kenny Yeboah?
Yeboah.
Yeah.
I still think of the old Tampa Bay's left-hander with Yarborough, but Yeboah, that's the one.
Yeah, so I just retweeted something from ZWK football. The lowest college yards per route run among round 1 through 3 wide receivers: Josh Palmer 1, Jonathan Mingo 2, Jalen Hurd, Terry McLaurin, Van Jefferson, DK Metcalf, Chase Claypool, Tyquan Thornton, Dante Pettis, Miles Boykin, Devin Duvernay, Terrace Marshall, Amari Rogers. Not a great list, but I mean there is Terry McLaurin and there is DK Metcalf, which, you know, athletically speaking, they're pretty damn close to each other.
Nice.
I mean, he's not going to be a guy I have a lot of exposure to in rookie drafts, but
I'm sorry.
just because I don't believe in the draft capital, but hearing what Brett and Costco said about him, yeah, there's definitely upside here.
It is scary that only 2 of those players are really, really fantasy relevant. Like Chase Claypool was good his rookie year, very touchdown, obviously dependent, but it's a little scary for me.
Isaiah Foskey just went off the board. Like, what?
There's a new low.
There's a new low. Phenomenal.
Isaiah Foskey is the 103rd player on my board. Did not like his tape.
Brett, why can't you just pretend that the Lions had 3 round 2 picks and he crushed those picks?
Well, they do have 3 round 2 picks. They also made 2 picks in the first round yesterday. So.
They just happen to be round 2 players.
Gibbs was not a round 2 player.
Oh, that's right. You
Campbell for sure was, but
Chris, I expected more obnoxious gloating from you. What are we doing?
I didn't want to come on too strong today. I felt like I got a lot of it out yesterday.
Because the Eagles thing. Yeah, whatever.
And I actually, I think my NFC East rival teams all did relatively well given what they had to work with too. So, yeah, like I liked what the Giants did. I liked what the I thought Deontay Banks had actually had a shot at going pretty early. I was very surprised he was the fourth corner off the board.
These
Sounds
picks are
right.
going fast.
Yeah,
So
but-
Isaiah Foskey was the Saints pick. The Cardinals pick is already in.
Who is it?
That I cannot find.
I'm watching it too.
I'm scouring the internet, but it has not come up yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of better edge players than Foskey left.
Oh yeah, a lot.
What happens if the Jets take a running back here?
Is Keon White still there? Did he go home?
No, he's. Oh, I don't know. I hope not. That's a total beta move. So, actually, that wouldn't surprise me when we were at the Senior Bowl when we were doing the players' breakfast. Instead of walking around and talking to people, Keon White was laying on the floor reading a book. So I don't know.
That's right.
Interesting. There's definitely some scout out there who hates that. Nerd, he should be reading the playbook.
One of them told me that they hated it. So
Is his name Brett Whitefield? Is that the?
No,
is
no,
that
like an
the?
actual team personnel guy? I was in a semicircle with Kyle Krabs and Joe Marino, and a said scout, and Jim Nagy, and then and said scout said something to Nagy about it, and Nagy was a little, I think, flustered that one of his boys was getting ripped. But
BJ Ojolari is
Ooh.
now an Arizona Cardinal.
a much better pick than
Nice.
Isaiah Foskey.
Yeah, that's a
Where
very
does that
solid-
range in the Van Ness edge rushing draft scale for you? In terms of, would you rather have waited for Ojolari or taken that shot?
Still think. Where did Van Ness go again?
That would be the Packers.
13? Yeah, Packers.
Yeah, that's tough. If
I'm
Van Ness
just-
went where I scored him, I would rather have Van Ness.
Right. I was just trying to
But yeah,
trying to gauge, 'cause we're
13
at-
is a little nuts for him. So
Yeah, I'd probably still rather have Van Ness. I don't think it's at 13 versus Ojulari at 41, but it's not like super big difference. Where's this? When are the wide receivers going to start going? What other than
Well,
Mingo?
Mingo's-
I know Mingo's gone, but
Team Laporta just went, Chris.
yeah, Mayer. Oh, and Mayer's gone too.
Oh, you didn't get the joke. Sam Laporta, big slot, lava. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha.
You know what though? Think about the Lions' offense in space right now. Like missed tackle machines. Gibbs, Laporta, Jamison Williams.
So I'm saying they're trying to draft as many starters from day one that they can this year. Guys that will just immediately be better at everyone else at their position.
Yeah, let's see if it works.
Do the Jets have back-to-back picks here? No, Packers are on the clock.
Packers almost have back-to-back picks.
Yeah, interesting to see what the Packers are going to do here.
This feels like
Again,
it could be a wide receiver. There was all the JSN
Yeah.
hype. The Packers love to draft second round receivers.
I can't believe two guys I can't believe are on the board still. Keanu Benton and Brian Branch.
Yeah, that
Okay.
is crazy. What if we could get Jalen Hyatt lined up across from Christian Watson?
Is this Musgrave?
To the Packers. Wow.
Musgrave to the Packers?
Yes.
That's disgusting. Oh my god, I love that. I hate it because they're the Packers, but
So we're getting a good run on tight ends early in the second round, which I think a lot of us expected. Again, this is the type of rookie draft where the tight end premium folks are going to fall in love with tight ends at the very early of that round 2 in rookie drafts. Is there any one of these tight ends ready to move up into that 112 spot with questionable receivers and running backs for you guys in your rookie drafts?
I don't know anything about fantasy, but it seems like Musgrave for sure and tight end premium.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Right, Scott?
Nah, it's a low volume. We don't expect it to be a high volume pass offense. Watson and Dubs, Aaron Jones are there. I mean,
They don't have any target hogs though. None.
it depends if neither of those receivers take a step forward.
I don't see Watson as a high volume guy in general. Whether he takes a step forward or not, I just don't ever see that. Like, I don't think he'll be a complete target hog. There might be games, but
Fantastic. I do love this. The Jets, then Colts, then Packers. So tight end is kind of. We only got Darnell left, and after that, it's like Tucker Kraft and Zach Kuntz. So we'll see. Like the fantasy community loved them some Zach Kuntz. So we'll see. We'll see where that one ends up.
Darnell Washington's going to be a Patriot in a few picks.
ooh.
You think?
Nah, he's gonna be a Lion. They're
They
gonna
already
double tight end.
they're going to double down tight end.
They're gonna go.
Can we give that an artificial extra boost down if they double tight end?
They're gonna go Washington with their next pick, and then Trenton Simpson with the pick after that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, how many more starters can they fill out? They could probably fill out like a
D
Brian. Yeah, maybe.
tackle.
You think
Keanu
they?
would start.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Phenomenal.
Oh, I would like the Lions to take my guy Adebawore.
He's-
Aditamawa Adebawore.
No, he's not gone.
So
I mean,
how do you
that's a-
envision the Packers use Musgrave? He's not much of a blocker, right?
He's a great blocker.
He is. Okay.
People that say he's not are lying to you, right to your chief. No, I mean his blocking on tape isn't consistent. It's not like he's got some pancakes. Whoa, hold on. I got to address something. Renfro saying Will Mallory disrespect Strong. There's no Will Mallory disrespect in this chat. I'm the biggest Will Mallory stan on the face of the earth, man. What are you talking about? Is this because Thomas didn't mention Mallory?
Yeah.
I fell in love with him at the Senior Bowl. I couldn't.
He's
stop
not
talking about
he's
him.
not rated very high. So I have to
Well, it depends.
he's not on a lot of rookie draft boards, okay?
Gotcha. I have a round 3 grade on him, but anyways, Musgrave and the Packers like down at the Senior Bowl. Scott Musgrave was destroying fools in the blocking game, so really impressed me there. But he's the biggest tight end in this draft by like a mile.
Yeah, I mean, freak athlete. I said he was more athletic than Darnell Washington, according to the metrics that matter most for tight ends.
And he tested like his 40 time did not match his actual speed.
Yeah, he was like the fastest player at the Senior Bowl, and he had like 50 pounds.
Yeah,
50 pounds on everyone else.
Joe Tippmann.
He could
Okay.
definitely have the highest upside.
Tippmann to the Jets.
Tippmann to the Jets. Yeah,
That's a
43.
good pick for them. Center,
something
lockdown
like right
center,
now.
can play guard in a pinch if they need him to. Like that pick. I like that has fantasy implications, low key. I know it's not sexy, it's not a skill guy, but
Right.
that helps Brees Hall, that helps the whole operation there. We
Well,
know
I think
Aaron likes the centers, so
I think more people need to realize how important offensive line is for fantasy football, right? Like it's not easy to have a top 5, top 10 offense in fantasy if your offensive line it's like 28th, 29th. It's not easy. You need Superman. You need Justin Fields doing Justin Fields things last year. You need Lamar Jackson doing Lamar Jackson things, a couple of years ago when that entire offensive line was down. Without a good offensive line, your favorite fantasy players are going to struggle. It's just how it is. So I think you're completely right with that, Brett.
Do you think this means they're not going to play Connor McGovern at center?
That's at a certain point, yeah. I think McGovern probably plays there for right now.
They don't start Tippmann right away.
Probably not.
When I see Luke Musgrave, I just worry he's Daniel Bellinger. Another hyper athletic tight end who didn't see the production. I will say Musgrave definitely checked out better analytically.
When I see Musgrave, I worry he's the next Rob Gronkowski.
Oh, awful. That's terrible.
We need to clip that and play it 4 years from now and see what happens. He ranks either worst or second worst in the class by career drop rate, career missed tackles forced per reception, career yards after the catch per reception. I'm definitely not a traits guy though, but all the traits guys just absolutely love him.
He reminds me, like I made the Gronk joke. The situation is very similar. Gronk had like his best season in college was like 32 catches,
It's
and
great by like market share though. Like the offense sucked, I think.
Yeah, and anyways, he had he played like 1,100 snaps in college, where Luke Musgrave played like 1,200. Honestly, very similar stories.
Hmm.
The fact that Gronk got drafted by the Patriots too, his draft story is incredible. When they brought him in for their visit, he fell asleep. Like they gave him a playbook, and said, "Hey, study this. We'll be back to talk about it in like 30 minutes." And he actually laid on the floor and fell asleep.
And then it's crazy that Belichick overlooked that.
I know, right? That is crazy.
He definitely just watched the tape and was like, "This guy's a freak." Yeah, but he fell asleep and he's weird. I don't care. He's a bad back. Don't care. And then greatest tight end of all time, arguably.
So let's see.
I would love to see what Brady would look like without Gronk and what Mahomes would look like without Kelsey. I think we really underrate the importance of elite tight end.
We saw Brady without Gronk for a few years, right?
Yeah, and he was terrible. I mean, but like with Randy Moss, he was awesome.
I don't think it's
That was
elite.
good, but
I don't think it's elite tight end as much as it is just elite pass catcher, like whatever it is. Because I mean, Randy Moss did it for Brady.
right.
T.O. did it for McNabb.
I mean, Brady's splits with and without Gronkowski were worse than Ryan with Julio Jones. They were worse than Randy Moss was like the one guy who comes close with his quarterbacks. But I think he like his sack percentage goes way up. His interception percentage goes way up. And that's one of the hidden aspects of Gronk is like he's also one of the best blocking tight ends in football, on top of being like the most efficient per target tight end.
Yeah,
So
imagine
we
how good that team would have been if Aaron Hernandez never killed a guy.
Louise. So we have Julius Brents has gone 44 overall.
Go to the Colts.
The Colts
Sneaky.
44 overall. Like that pick.
I do too.
Like that pick.
Brent is a long, super long, tall, zone heavy corner. His instincts are kind of poor at the moment, but he's a quintessential zone guy. You know, they're probably going to try to run some variation of that Philadelphia Eagles defense. So I think Brent is a good fit in that system.
But I just meant earlier, like, I don't think many people are putting Gronk or Kelsey in that Randy Moss tier of elite receiver. And I think you should. I think I love what the Giants are doing when they made that trade for Darren Waller. Like, you just view him as a wide receiver, and then he's, a severely underpaid wide receiver one. That Kelsey contract just really helps the Chiefs. And so, maybe that's what these teams are doing here. They're, hey, what if Kincaid is our Kelsey? What if Musgrave can be a highest end receiving tight end?
I believe you mentioned Brady splits being close to, say, Alex Smith without Gronk, I think, if I remember that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I mean, we were just
correctly.
trying to test out TikTok and get some engagement. But yeah, that's true.
Alex Smithian.
But I mean, like, his
was
best
the-
season also came without Gronk and with Randy Moss.
Right, but again, it's Randy freaking Moss.
But it's also, this is a weak wide receiver class, I think, and it is a strong tight end class. I think we could see Dallas take Darnell Washington here. That wouldn't surprise me. Seems like a Jerry guy.
He would fit well with Ferguson and Peyton Hendershot. They're definitely not the best blockers among tight ends.
Who would Washington?
Dallas is Ferguson and Hendershot right now.
Yeah, who are you saying would fit good with them?
Washington.
Yeah.
So
He got some great tight ends.
tackler.
He had Jason Witten, and then Martellus Bennett was there for a number of those years. Dalton Schultz came out of nowhere last 2 years.
The
Let's
Packers, the Lions just traded up for this pick.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
We're getting
Double tapping
in trouble
tight end
This is-
Darnell.
This has become the
Brian
highlight.
Brian
This is-
Brandt.
This is the highlight of my draft experience when the Lions pick right now.
Who's the best punter in the class, Brett?
That's kicker's Jake Moody, local boy too. So
Oh, there you go. How can you pass on Jake Moody?
We get a fullback here from Detroit.
well, I'm just who would they need to pass New England for? It would have to be Keanu Benton or Brian Branch would be my guess. Those
Well,
are
you're
both
probably
New
right.
What did they trade up from? 55?
Wait.
Right now,
This be
yeah,
from Malik Hooker
yeah.
or Hendon
55.
Hooker? Malik Hooker.
Oh no,
Could this be for Hendon Hooker?
it could be. I mean, from the Patriots.
They don't like Mac Jones apparently. So
I think that was a little overblown. There was a lot of players that came out and said that they stood behind Mac
Oh, yeah.
Jones and and everything. That would be pretty rare if that.
I have personal rooting interest on Mac Jones not being the starting quarterback in New England for this year. So
I don't think
we
this
need
is
to-
Hooker. Why would a division rival let you
No,
pick?
it's not Hooker. I don't think it's Hooker anyways. So the Lions had to have given up what, a 5th round pick because they
Brian Branch,
It was pick 159.
Wow.
Is it Brian Branch?
Brian Branch.
I bet
Let's
the Patriots wanted him too.
Go. Let's freaking
Packers
Finally.
traded the pick to the
Finally.
Lions. The Lions gave up 48. 48
159.
and 159 for
Okay.
yeah.
And they got that
48.
159 pick in the Arizona deal. So
Right.
let's freaking go. Finally, a pick I can
Finally.
actually celebrate.
Oh,
Holy shit.
just shake it out, enjoy it, loosen up. I mean, maybe they're turning the corner here. Shake it out.
Oh
baby.
my
Let's go.
gosh.
Fired up in the right way.
Thank the Lord. So, hey, Chris and Scott, my theory about New England being in on Branch was actually real. It just was a whole round later. So, you know,
We were just way off on what the league thought of Brian Branch.
yeah.
I'd love to see Belichick's reaction right now.
They've gotten sniped twice now, right? They got jumped over by, well, I guess the Packers.
All right, I got to pee, guys. I'll be back.
Belichick's telling everybody we're on to the 3rd round.
That'll be
That's-
10 minutes.
That'll be his that's his reply.
So that what was that, a 5th round pick they gave up?
Yeah.
Right. Here
no,
comes
no skin off my back.
this is gonna be like an Eric Gray, like Sean Tucker for no reason esque pick. I can feel it.
I can't believe Brian Branch that lasted that long. So he's a
He's a freaking.
hey. We said what else can be a day one starter on the he. They're
Hey.
still doing it.
We're still doing it.
You think they play him in the slot or?
I think. I don't know. I'm interested to hear what they say. I don't know. Well, judging by the way they value positions, he's for sure a safety to them.
Then who's not playing? Chauncey or like Kirby Joseph or?
No, Chauncey's a slot corner for them. They've already said that.
Yeah, but you've also said Brian Branch can play slot corner.
Yeah, he can. That's,
for a lot of teams.
I'm just saying. Well, yeah, but Chauncey's only a 1-year deal.
No, yeah, I for sure get that. But if
Walker's coming back from an Achilles, so I think he probably plays Walker's spot for now.
Yeah.
Keon White is the pick.
To who?
New
The
England.
Patriots.
So I wasn't the biggest Keon White guy, but this is a good range for him.
Okay. Georgia Tech.
Yep.
Okay.
John Hanson loves Keon White.
Love that. The Commanders are up next.
Oh man.
And we
Interesting.
are.
We
Oh, that
love
Lions
that.
secondary, guys. Holy crap. Worst secondary in the league last year, and then you just add insane amount of talent.
I mean, this is again, we're getting into kind of a spot where all these running backs that people were super excited about, these late, right? The 2nd round running backs, we got to be thinking they got to be coming soon, right? Because otherwise, it's real bad.
I don't think this is a
Kirby-
good running back class. I wouldn't be surprised if they all fall.
I'm just saying,
think there's gonna be a bunch
But not good. What were you
just
saying?
for.
Matt?
Oh, go ahead.
I think there's gonna be a bunch in the 3rd round, but I don't think I didn't really have 2nd round grades in any of these guys, except for Charbonnet had like a late 2nd for me. Everyone else is third round.
Right. Third round though is not great for fantasy purposes, right? Like that's I think we kind of know that, but there was a lot of hope for guys like Charbonnet and Spears, Kendry Miller and A-Chain and Abanikanda and even Roshan, Zach Evans. All these guys look like they're just going to be completely passable in all rookie drafts.
Kendra to Dallas in round 3. I could see that.
Ooh, I actually don't mind that at all.
There's
Do
just
not
not a lot
mind
of
that at
landing
all.
spots, really. Oh, like clearly
Right.
open landing spots.
Right. And so, like, yeah, they get round 3 capital, and then they're also, it's a trash landing spot.
Yeah. A few years from now, I think it could look a lot better. But in terms of a year one thing, it does seem a little tough.
That was
Problem
Brad's
you run
take.
into. Yeah, that was my take. But then Scott also convinced me that that could be true. But like, what happens to these guys 3rd and 4th round is like they don't play a lot their first year. they get forgotten about, and then a new regime comes in and they take a guy in the first or second round and completely.
Well, there'll be a handful that get a decent amount of playing time this year from injury or being better than whatever presumed starter that it looks like they're behind.
Right. I think the biggest shift in running back for fantasy is probably going to come with if Dalvin Cook gets traded or DeAndre Swift gets traded. That's probably going to be it. I don't see a running back moving forward here really breaking the bank in fantasy. Maybe someone's spot gets messed up a little bit, say a Rashad Penny. Maybe he gets a little murkier for him than it is already. Maybe some of these other backs we've already seen Algier get absolutely destroyed in fantasy. Jonathan Taylor gets a little bit cucked for his RB1 overall potential with Richardson around. So we'll see. We'll see. But I know there's a lot of running back hopeful in the dynasty community, and right now, just searching through the dynasty discords and the dynasty Twitter, not looking great for running back hopefuls. It's not looking great. People are tilting.
Apparently, Brian Branch came back for day 2. I like that.
I just was seeing he's there.
That's right. Alpha move. That's what did it right there. Lions saw that and were like, dog.
Dog.
Is he the last one there?
Right.
He might be. And Keon White was picked too. So if he was still there, that's it, right?
Jartavius Martin, now a Commander.
Wait, really?
Yeah, they took Jartavius Martin. Talk to us about Jartavius.
I don't want to.
Well, then I'll give you this tweet. Brian Branch and Jack Campbell sound like picks from the 1978 NFL draft. A-plus draft. This is a tweet that I just scrolled past. Loved that. Swift needs a robotic shoulder. Yeah, it's not great. As someone who's had their shoulder separated multiple times in game before, it's not fun to play with that. Not great at all. We have the Packers are on the clock. Unreal so far. Again, the tight ends were a nice run. It was a nice run for tight ends, but other fantasy relevant players right now struggling.
Yeah, again, I don't think it's a great rookie class.
Right, and which I think is weird overall, because how long were people saying this 23 class was deemed goated, when really I think they thought like 4 guys were really goated, and everyone was super hyped for this class, especially in the Devi community. We heard the 23 class. Sure, the 22 is great, 21 whatever, but the 23 class, that's what it's going to be.
I mean, they're usually really only talking about the top of that draft, just like we are with 2024. You know, Marvin Harrison Jr., Brock Bowers, the quarterbacks, and the quarterbacks were lived up to the hype.
Wasn't a volatile position. Quinn Ewers was supposed to be him. He was Timothy McGee for sure for a while. It was all about the mullet, on mullet 2024, all that stuff, and now he's kind of universally being dunked on. I know this because he was my first ever Devi pick, and I can't move him for a lump of coal because Arch Manning decided to come in and blow the doors off. So quarterback is a fickle position to judge year to year. So
Arch Manning looks like trash, right, Brett? Didn't you text me that?
Just in the spring game, he looked awful, yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's 17 years old. I have Danny Kelly in my DMs right now. We're celebrating. Apparently, we have a lot of Jonathan Mingo and Luke Musgrave, because the majority of our drafts, and we co-own a number of teams, are pre-draft rookie drafts, and it's just like, well, all these guys are saying Luke Musgrave's going round 1, Mingo's going way early. So that's nice for us. Very nice for us.
Love that.
This is like Tyquan Thornton for me last year. I just didn't sell enough shares right after he went round 2.
I
And
love
Wandale.
Chris, I'm having trouble finding Quay or
the Patriots now.
Yeah, I can't
is
find
in.
him either for some reason. Is he not in the original sheet?
So, Brett, if you get Brian Branch in round 1 with the second pick,
yeah, I saw
Jack Campbell with this pick.
I don't like to play it that way, but
And that's
It makes
on the line.
them look like geniuses, right? Like, oh, we read the board correctly. That will be the spin tomorrow too, I'm
Oh,
sure.
you're right. You're right.
Chris, it's because I have his name wrong. I have it listed as Quay Martin. Sorry, we're discussing
Fix that.
analytics over here.
I got it.
Okay, this
Thought I was going
a
crazy.
delay for me for some reason.
Is that
I
the
will
new worst
refresh.
pick? The Jartavis Martin?
1 sec. Make sure I spell his name right.
I will refresh this.
Who'd the Patriots take?
Give me 1 second. It looks like something
The
is...
guy that PFF Sam comped to a bull. That was his comp for him. He's a bull that like a bullfighter would go up against.
Packers traded back again. What the heck?
Yeah, there's definitely something happening here. I will get back to you in a second.
Yeah, my stream died, so I'm trying to get back to that.
Oh man, just a sad day so far.
Okay, we got it.
Crazy. Patriots fans are not having a good time.
When did he ever on draft day?
Who did they take? I can't find who they took. Was this the Jartavis?
The Buccaneers have traded for the 48th pick from the Packers to select Cody Mock.
The Patriots got Keon
Nice.
White.
Okay.
Yeah.
Washington got Jartavius Martin.
And then there was a trade that was taking a while to pop up. So now we're updated. Buccaneers have traded for the number 48 pick from the Packers to select offensive lineman Cody Mock.
That's a great pick for them.
Wow, that's fun.
Washington's taking 2 corners now. That's interesting, right?
Well, Martin's a safety, no?
Mm,
It's
I
debatable.
don't think so.
I think he was listed as a safety when they called
Was
his name.
Okay.
Martin is now the worst pick so far.
Okay.
Nice.
In the
Wait.
entire draft?
So far, yep.
Oh my gosh.
And
Look at that. This dude looks so Canadian. Cody Mock. No front teeth.
He looks like a Viking to me.
So wait, Patriots traded up here.
No.
Wait, who did the Packers take? At 48?
Packers traded back.
Right. The
To
Bucks
give him
traded up to get Cody Mock.
Well,
Okay.
Mock is a North Dakota guy, so that's
Yeah.
pretty damn close to Canada. Yeah, he's
I
missing
know.
his 2 front teeth, long
Yeah.
orange mane.
He played hockey for sure.
Well, he went to like a school with like 15 students, so he was under recruited. He was a tight end, and then he just gained 95 pounds over the span of 9 months, and now is an elite guard. I could tackle. Brad, what are your thoughts there? Is he another small armed guy?
No.
He's
no,
long
not
arms.
too bad.
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most, how much dog would you say is in him?
And Cody Mock?
Yeah.
He's a 9.5.
A 9.5 in the dog scale. I love that.
Yeah, Mock is on the small side for arm length. Scott, you're right. Yeah. He played all 5 positions at the Senior Bowl and did it really well.
This is the guy that like everyone is rooting for their team to draft. He just seems awesome. So much fun. He learned how to play the fiddle last year.
I feel like there was a guy last year that was like that. I just can't remember his name.
Quinn Miners, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. This
Yeah, it's
is
the same thing.
that
And he
pick.
was a baller. He's awesome.
I changed Martin's position to safety, Chris. Martin
Okay.
going before Sidney Brown is wild.
We have the Steelers. They are now on the clock. Lots of movement. I think this is more movement than maybe I would expected.
Yeah, it's not fun inputting these trades into our.
Into the, I know I can hear the
Sorry,
going hard, but
Yeah,
I mean there's lots of updating to do.
turn my mic down a little.
Absolutely phenomenal.
We need to start. You need to start
Steelers-
coming up with a different word than phenomenal,
No,
because that's
Steelers-
in our drinking game, and so our listeners are wasted right now.
No, Steelers took Keanu Benton at 49.
Steelers took Keanu
Next
Benton.
guy I wanted the Lions to take.
Magical. magical pick.
That comes out as a very solid pick.
Benton.
Yeah.
There we go. So yeah, the dynasty community is not happy right now. This has just not been.
I mean, I did a show with Sean Siegel recently, and like I felt bad. I'm like, hey, listen, I haven't done any other dynasty episodes just because like it's depressing. All I do is shit all over all of these guys, and yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're seeing. I also said I'm team 0 RB now. Sean Siegel, the inventor of 0 RB, but like, has there ever been a more 0 RB year, Chris Wecht? Like, there's no good landing spots, tons of jobs. I mean, no jobs, tons of running backs.
Yeah, you just take whatever ones fall to you and hope they fall into playing time.
JG Zachary's going to be pants off, dance off. Pick is in. The Packers are selecting Jaden Reed.
Wow.
Oh,
I like that.
I do really, really like that, man.
So back-to-back years, he gets Sky Moore and now Jaden Reed.
Yeah, big hits
around.
with Sky Moore in there.
Hey! Let him have this. Reeling from last year.
Man, what is going on with Jalen Hyatt though?
True. I think people realize that he's a bad
Gimmicky stuff,
prospect.
Yeah, he is a bad prospect.
Terrible.
Scott, your mom was a bad prospect.
Oh, how dare you?
Hey. Ooh. Getting personal here.
So the Packers so I'd rather have this haul for the Packers. I know they went Van Ness, who we're not super high on, but getting a premier D lineman and then getting Reed over JSN plus whatever in the second round.
Yeah. Reed's a great fit for them because, Watson and Dubs aren't really guys that are going to move into the slot a whole lot. So I do like getting a guy who can be a dedicated slot weapon, give him a vertical element from the slot as well.
He'll probably return punts and stuff from them, Tim, right?
Yeah.
Green Bay has a nice track record with wide receivers as well. Minus Aaron Rodgers.
I think that's what makes it such a great spot. Like, not only is the draft capital going to be there, but you're right, the history with wide receivers.
I love how Aaron Rodgers leaves and they finally start giving their team receivers.
Yeah, and as he's on his way out.
They gave him 2 last year.
Christian Watson. Oh, right. That's a good point. Watson and Dubs.
This is Miami's first pick of the draft, right?
Yep.
So they're going to go Chase Brown, running back Illinois.
What about a quarterback here? What if Hooker goes here?
A-Chain.
Give us a running back. Just give us a running back to talk about.
I guess A-Chain's off the table then.
Oh, ouch. Savage. Here's something interesting. I scrolled across.
Anaconda, if everything breaks his way, he could be a poor man's Tevin Coleman.
So here's something interesting that I've come across. North Dakota State's offensive tackle Cody Mock, selected second round by Tampa Bay, was the first non-Power 5 player selected in the 2023 draft, ending a streak of 47 players selected from Power 5 schools. The longest stretch of players selected from Power 5 schools to open the draft apparently in the draft's 87-year history. Kind of insane.
Yeah.
There you go. It wasn't New England. It was Tampa Bay.
I'm really anxious about this pick. I wish we had a pick tipper.
Well, we do. It's just I gotta keep refreshing. Albert Breer now, not John Costco.
Oh, okay.
Costco was a little quicker.
Oh, see, here you go. JJ Zachary's even said 2 hours ago, the only thing I want tonight is for Jaden Reed to get drafted.
He went early.
Yeah, he's selling right now. There is a major selling happening. You love to see it.
Is that a Canadian thing, Sally?
Selly? It's a hockey
No.
thing.
And Epi?
Yeah, hockey. I guess that would make it Canadian.
Yeah, you like wheel snipe sellies, boys. Darts off. Top cheese.
What's darts off?
I'm sorry. Come again?
Whoa,
Off.
easy now.
Shirts off, right? Ready
Relax.
for a Donnybrook? You want a Tilly, buddy? Let's have a Donnybrook.
Oh,
Is this
boy.
Canadian speak or like
It
or
is,
wrestling
yes.
speak?
It's well, I mean, mostly
Oh, no.
Canadian, but wrestling is possible.
Wait, Osiris Torrance is still on the board? What in the F?
Is that
Right.
who that just went?
Give me Adabarari to the Lions with their next pick. Sorry, that's all I can think about.
I will say Jaden Reed mentioning Sky Moore alongside Jaden Reed is interesting because on your episode last year, I said a reason why I wasn't so high on Sky Moore was because of Jaden Reed. His freshman season was significantly more impressive to me than Sky Moore's breakout year or first breakout age year. Brett, why don't you tell the folks at home why they should be optimistic on Jaden Reed, even though my model wasn't super high on him?
Yeah, give me 1 sec. Pull up my written notes. Yeah,
Dude,
he has elite level quickness. It shows up in his route running. Like he leaves guys in the dust in the short parts of the field. One thing that really impressed me with him is he wasn't asked to play in the slot at all at Michigan State hardly. Then he goes out to the Senior Bowl and plays primarily in the slot. Didn't take a single rep on the outside and was wrecking kids down there. Some of the best senior corners in the class. Put on an absolute show. Looked every bit as good as Tank Dell as far as route running goes, except he doesn't waste movements like Tank Dell does. He's not going to sit there and try to juke a guy for 15 minutes and then break. Like his breaks are really crisp. They're explosive. Love his route running ability. His production in contested catch situations for a smaller guy was incredible. I got big time Stephon Diggs vibes in that regard. Like Stephon Diggs is not a big guy, but he owns the contested areas of the field. I love that about Jaden Reed. I think he, can be a legit red zone threat because of that, with his quickness and his physicality at the catch point. And then, dude, he's after the catch. He's phenomenal. Best return guy in the class. That's where you really see his moves in the open field. Michigan State didn't do him a lot of favors getting him the ball in space, but I think the Packers will. It's kind of what the Packers do. So,
yeah, he had that 2021 season, which was great. My model really liked that. Last year was rough, but basically the entire season, you got to throw that out. He was seriously hurt. Didn't do much in 2020. Didn't do anything in 2019. I think he was in the transfer portal and had to sit out a year. And then there was that Western Michigan year. But really, he's an older prospect, not a ton of production, not a ton of efficiency by the metrics that matter most to me. Cam Smith, cornerback, South Carolina, was taken by the Miami Dolphins. Pour one out for Josh Downs. Brett Whitefield hated him. I had Ryan Heath read my article, and he was like, why do you have Flowers below Downs? Like, when I read this, it seems like you like Flowers, but you really hate Downs. I was just like, I just kind of hate all these guys. But yeah, so he's definitely going to be a big time faller for me. Slot only guy. I think he gets taken off the field in 12 personnel.
well,
Oh my God.
guys, we have a running back.
No.
The Seattle Seahawks take UCLA running back Zach Charbonnet with pick number 52 in a
God.
classic Pete Carroll move.
oh, I love the carnage to fantasy football right now.
All right.
Why?
Kenneth Walker stands.
So
Enjoy
So
that.
stupid.
Enjoy that.
At least
Love
get a
that.
pass catcher, like a really good pass catcher or something. Like
Round 2, Kenneth Walker. I've
Did you
loved
not
it.
predict this?
What did I say?
I'm pretty sure you told me like a couple weeks ago the Seahawks were going to do something dumb and draft another running back.
I'm sure I say that every year. Yeah, but this goes back to what we were saying, Chris, about how there's no good landing spots. Like, this is what I saw coming with the running backs, is a lot of bullshit like this where it crushes the veteran and it crushes the rookie.
Well, actually, now you know what this is. This is just Ken Walker and Rashad Penny from last year, and Walker was an amazing ADP value literally all the draft season, and
Because he lucked into a Rashad Penny injury, or maybe not lucked because.
but remember Breece Hall was going like what, third, fourth round, something like that, and
Yeah.
and because it was it was Michael Carter was there, and Kenneth Walker had Rashad Penny. Neither of Penny or Carter were seen as amazing prospects by that point.
Yeah, but Breece Hall beat out Michael Carter, and if he didn't get hurt, he would have been like one of the most valuable running backs to own. Whereas with Walker, he needed that Penny injury because the first 3 weeks of the season, Penny was averaging like 20 carries to Walker's, I don't know, 4.
Sure, I don't know if he would have definitely needed it, but you're right, it definitely helped. But I could, like, Charbonnet could end up doing something similar to Walker. I mean, if Charbonnet is getting drafted in like the 10th round, I will have plenty of Charbonnet.
Oh, I would have 0. He desperately needs a Walker injury. Walker is so much more talented than Charbonnet is, I think.
Yeah, he's probably better.
What's the difference in draft capital?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Well,
the Seahawks just feed running backs also, though.
Pick 52
Yeah,
and Walker was
yeah,
taking what, pick 50?
With them both staying healthy, their upside's capped. I mean, Kenneth Walker wasn't even like a massive league winner. He was a really good value, having the backfield to himself, and now split it in half.
You know what's wild? They're very similar players as far as the way they run. Their style is like very, very similar.
Maybe. I just don't see it at all analytically. Like, Walker's numbers are insane. Like, I think there's a case to be made that he should have won the Heisman his final season in college. Just some best ever stats by yards after contact per attempt, missed tackles forced per touch, which Charbonnet really doesn't have. His raw box score numbers are impressive, but that's true of every Chip Kelly running back. He had the second best offensive line in football last year, according to PFF. And once you factor that in, his numbers are pretty pedestrian.
I want to see what other running backs are going in like round 10. I guarantee you that you'd rather have Charbonnet over a lot of them.
I mean, I hated the prospect and I hate the landing spot, so I just find that hard to imagine. But yeah, draft capital is important.
I like the prospect, but the landing spot's really rough, man.
Oh, it's definitely bad. I feel like we just saw this play out pretty similarly to last year with Walker. Like, no one wanted to draft him because it was seen as there was other guys in front of him. And then the running back positions, just like, guys get hurt and you walk into volume on potentially good offenses.
Pick is in
Right. So if the argument is you're going to take a player with injury upside, I mean, why not take Steelers RB2 8 rounds later or Cleveland's RB2 8 rounds later? Like, how much value does 14 or 12 carries per game?
So Charbonnet was going around on Underdog, was going around pick 100. So that's what, round 8-ish. So it's James Conner, Khalil Herbert, Rashad White, Jamal Williams, all those guys. So if he falls another round to, the Alexander Madison, Brian Robinson range, yeah, I'll take Charbonnet over like Brian Robinson. Like, Brian Robinson's not going to have a chance to lead a backfield, even if an injury happens.
Why not?
I just think we've seen Washington. We saw him not do it when Gibson missed time last year.
Yeah, they hate Gibson. Like, we heard that from Adam Kaplan. That they have like an internal stat, yards left on the field, and he was like the worst running back ever by that. So they've hated him for a long time. Brian Robinson, I don't think is very good, but his numbers last year, the dude got shot in the leg and came back a little early. I definitely think he's going to get better volume. Maybe it's not as strong of a offense, but I definitely see him getting more volume. Like, he has 18 plus carry upside that I really don't think that Charbonnet has with Kenneth Walker, who's a superior player above him, or superior runner.
So we have multiple wide running backs.
This is just stupid. We need to hold on. This is just stupid. But this is like so Seattle. This is so Pete Carroll. But this is just so stupid.
That is a terrible pick.
We were singing their praises too about days of the old weird picks. No, we all sung their praises. Joe Dolan sung their praises as well.
Yeah.
I have to run that tape back later to see if I was a part of that, and if I was, I should be ashamed of myself.
The Bears took Florida D tackle Gervin Dexter Jr. We also didn't mention it, but the Dolphins took a corner, Cam Smith from South Carolina. I really liked Cam Smith, actually.
It's a good pick.
Yeah, that actually is one of the better picks of the draft so far, according to your board.
Let's see. I just need to double check for my own mental health. I only have 5 shares of Kenneth Walker in about 65 dynasty leagues, so I'm good. I passed.
So all right, Scott. Then where I know Charbonnet. Yeah, I guess the thing with Charbonnet is he's going to cost a lot less.
Hold
like,
on,
where
someone's at my door. This is weird.
Uh-oh. Who? Who swatted Scott? This is not good.
We just see some rummaging going on there.
Down on the ground. Phenomenal.
It was Pete Carroll. He heard like, don't you understand? Like running backs matter. No. My girlfriend's trying to upgrade my wardrobe. She's sick of these Jägermeister t-shirts I wear all the time. So I just got a huge package from H&M. What was your question? I'm sorry, Chris.
What is Kenneth, like, is Kenneth Walker undraftable too? Or do you think, like, what round are you comfortable with Walker in then?
So this is what's tricky for me, because my strategy has always been like anti-zero RB in the sense that there's a lot of uncertainty. There's like so many like gross names where you're just banking on an injury. So grab two guys who are going to get a lot of volume at the top. And I would just ignore these committee backs, like these gross situations where I really think in order for them to hit their upside, you need an injury. And that's just like something pretty random, unless it's Rashad Penny. I don't know. I think they're both off the board for me. The one good thing is, yeah, again, it's like a perfect zero RB year, but look at how late Alvin Kamara is going. Look at how late Dalvin Cook is going. I know there's a bunch of holes you can poke in them, but just at that value, like I gravitate towards that upside. What do you think, Chris?
So he was going at the back of the second round. Clearly that's
Dead.
Nick Chubb, Josh Jacobs, Tony Pollard, ETN. I'd rather have them over Walker. Let me read all, like, Damian Pierce, Aaron Jones.
Yeah, I kind of like those guys.
That feels like the range he'll probably end up. Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, Joe Mixon.
Things are different in best ball. Like
they're gonna have spike weeks for sure.
Right. I've always been way more zero RB in best ball, because you don't get their down games. That doesn't hurt you at all, and you get those random spike weeks that come with committee backs. I just struggle to see it. Like how do you envision this usage shaking up? I see it as like Kenneth Walker, 16 carries, and then I see Charbonnet like 10 carries.
That sounds about right.
And what are you going to do on 10 carries?
No,
and even then, are these splitting drives, or is it Walker's the goal line back, because he has that goal line size that Charbonnet doesn't have? He has, I don't know, 33rd percentile BMI.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty price dependent, I think. There definitely comes a time where I can say, all right, I might be eating a lot of zeros for Charbonnet early in the season, but maybe Walker gets hurt and he's what, a first round pick if you redrafted at that point, or at least the second round pick. I mean, for either guy, really, if either of the other gets hurt, we saw what Walker did last year when he was basically the only guy. And they don't even have like Travis Homer on the team right now. They don't have that pass catcher.
That's probably what they're thinking. Maybe they're thinking he's little more than injury insurance, because they did have the worst running back depth chart behind him last year.
Right. It's only DJ Dallas and Kenneth Walker right now. DJ Dallas is not really a pass, not like Homer anyway.
And this is an old,
just traded up with the Lions.
This is an old school coach who, values this, but like, hey, he probably saw this position being one of their biggest needs.
Kansas City Olotu?
Yep.
Lions just accumulating more and more picks.
I'm guessing they got a fourth rounder back for that.
It was 63. Chiefs gave 63, 122, and 249.
122 and
249.
Really?
So yeah.
Wow.
Rashee Rice. Wow. That's your boy, Brad.
Let's go.
Wait, who did the Chargers take?
Oh, the Chargers took a D end edge defender. Tuli Patolu from USC.
Okay. He's a nice player.
In the first try.
Wow, Rashi going here is surprising.
I love it.
Another wide receiver.
All right, wait, yeah. All right, Scott, where does he rank in the KC receiver rank?
Scott hates Rashee Rice, by the way.
Well behind Justin Ross, for sure. He's probably better than Sky Moore, because who isn't? But
Can I just get Scott Barrett, Kansas City wide receiver nesting doll, like breakdown? Because I just feel like we just need to know how that's tiered.
I'm gonna do a tweet on it.
So one thing I want to talk about Rashee Rice real quick. Initially, when I first stacked my board, he was my wide receiver 6. I manually bumped him down to wide receiver 11 because of some crazy off the field stuff that I heard. So
Oh, really?
yeah, so I view him. I'm very, very fond of Rashee Rice. So absolutely. love him.
Okay. So we still have, well, let's see. We have Mims, Downs, Tillman, Booty, Hutchinson, Parker Washington, A.T. Perry, all on the board still for wide receivers,
Tyler
and Jalen
Scott
Hyatt.
is my wide receiver 8.
Brett, the
Okay.
Lions also gave pick 194 in that as well.
That makes more sense. I was wondering how the
Yeah.
it swindled the Chiefs that bad, but that makes a lot of sense.
Chris, pick them all up in a nice nesting doll and then toss them all into the fireplace. Yeah, it's not going to matter. Mahomes is still going to be goated. But damn.
I mean, he actually might be the best receiver on the team.
All right, let's.
Who?
Rashee Rice.
No way.
Your 2 Sky Moore's coming. All right, Chris?
Travis Kelsey 1.
Well, yeah,
Darius
okay.
Tony
I'm not-
2. Justin Ross 3.
I don't trust Tony at all.
He just needs to stay healthy.
He's gonna get three plays in a game, and his hamstring's gonna leave his body.
He's the lowest pain tolerance or something of like any player.
I have a great troll tweet I'm working on. Sorry, guys.
Who are you trolling?
Probably myself. It was just probably making it look like-
He's about to tell on himself. That's what's happening.
So, Chris, since the draft capital was not withheld on Rashee Rice, I'm actually going to put his original score back on the board.
Ooh,
Is that allowed?
Is that allowed, Scott?
I'll
Just for
allow
the
it.
sake of
I'll
grading
allow
the pick.
I'll allow it. I mean, you shouldn't let off the field stuff factor into your decision.
Dude, I told you the story I heard. Come on.
No, I know that's pretty.
This
insane.
wasn't
Hey,
like
this guy must be
this
really
wasn't
talented.
like
If
reporters in the DMs and gets mad. This was like borderline psychopathic behavior. So I'm glad that it's cleared up. I was also told by people that he's learned a lot from that experience and he's a changed man. So
yeah,
Oh, unbelievable.
I'm still drafting a shit ton of Kadarius Toney. Justin Ross probably.
I don't think we've gotten Kadarius Toney once on Best Ball Breakdown, and I think that's by design.
We might have gotten him once. Not on
I know.
Mahomes'
I know he's
team,
been. I know he's been sniped from us like many times. We can blame Omega probably.
what'd I do?
though. No. Wrong Omega.
Oh, D-Bro?
No.
Do the sound. Can you do the sound effect?
Omega.
Hey, hell yeah!
He just shows up in the show.
Oh, the commenter named Omega.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, when I did the stream, I remember him being quite
he's in
jacked.
every one.
I wonder. So, what wide receivers on the Chiefs have the most 20-point games this year?
Kadarius. He'll be healthy 4 games. But I mean,
So-
they told us last year. They said Kelsey's going to get his, and then it's going to be a different guy every week. We spread the ball around a lot, and like look at this depth chart. I mean, like that's clearly what I see happening. They have MVS as the deep threat guy. They have Kadarius as the PPR guy. Maybe Justin Ross is something. He's probably nothing. Rashee Rice, Justin Watson, Richie James, Sky Moore. What do you think Rashee Rice's role would be in this offense, Brett?
So he's a 3-level receiver. He can do he's phenomenal after the catch. Utterly ridiculous, but he's also great downfield. I think he's a pretty nuanced route runner that, coming from the system he came from, I think he's a good route runner. That extreme air raid SMU offense where, it's a lot of goes, it's a lot of hitches and a lot of slants.
He probably kills Sky Moore. I mean, because MVS stays on the field as the deep threat.
Sky's been dead.
Tony plays the gadgety slot role for as long as he can. And then Rashi should be a full-time player for them, like basically as soon as they deem he's ready.
You don't have full-time players for wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4. They've gone a committee approach with that, especially last year, right?
No,
So,
that'll definitely be. I'm just talent-wise, he's got a good shot at becoming a full-time wide receiver.
with Kadarius being a weirdo and not staying healthy, he could be the wide receiver 1 for all we know.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it might be like a good idea not to leave a draft without one of these KC wide receivers.
We have another
take your shot.
We have another trade. The Bears trade for pick number 56 from the Jaguars, just like cornerback Tyreek Stevenson.
Nice.
So many freaking trades this year.
Yeah,
It's crazy. They're going
and a lot of small move ups.
Yeah. This the NFL draft feels a lot like a dynasty rookie draft. That's the way all the trades and everything are shaping out.
I'm really excited to listen to all these post-draft press conferences, hear what these guys are thinking. I will say this. I think Brett Veach is a bad GM. I think he's a bad GM. I think he made one amazing pick that covered up for a ton of mistakes because, granted, it was one of the best picks ever, but it came at the behest of the head coach. And, the Saints wanted him. They were trying to trade up for him. Ben McAdoo wanted him, was trying to trade up. And so outside of that, what are we left with? A bunch of Sky Moores, a bunch of CEHs.
Wasn't John Dorsey still there when they made pick Mahomes too?
Oh, that's a good point. I
know Veach was also in the building, but I think Dorsey was still the official GM.
That wasn't Cleveland, and he took Watson.
Maybe
2017 to 2018 was Cleveland. Mahomes was what, 2017?
2016 was Wentz and Goff.
Yeah. So Dorsey had just left.
So that was Veach's first year.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Scott Barrett bringing the fire, man. Kansas City's offense is looking fire. Quarterback Patrick Mahomes, running back Isaiah Pacheco, wide receiver 1 Kadarius Toney, 2 Justin Ross, 3 Rashee Rice, 4 MVS, 5 Justin Watson, 6 Richie James, 7 Amir Smith-Marset, 8 Sky Moore, and tight end Travis Kelce. That is savagery. Tell us how you really feel, Scott. What else do you need to let out, buddy?
Yo, I got so much shit last year for saying Sky Moore was mid. You have no idea.
I do. I actually do
Yeah,
know.
you do, yeah.
Up close and personal, I do know.
Right, you didn't like him either, right?
Correct. I mean, I didn't like him versus the draft capital guy. He was like a 3rd round grade for me.
I cannot wait for this year's edition, Scott, when you join us over there. It's gonna be a great time. Round 3. I think this is hilarious. You're gonna get. Oh yeah, you've already got a bookmark on here. Someone's ready to come at you for a take here. You got a bookmark. Damn. That's savage. I'm gonna give it the old boom and retweet. It deserves it. Let's look at some of the chat here. He enjoyed it. A lot of wide receiver 3s that are wide receiver 2s because of who they play with.
You should pull up the death threats I was getting from my Texans tweet.
Zach White wants to know what you think of Rice and Holden. We agree. Justin Ross isn't going to be a thing.
Giants did not take Marvin Mims. That's disappointing. Well, hopefully next round they'll do a happy dance for everyone.
They take John Michael Schmidt.
Yeah, you like him?
Yes, I do.
See the next Chris Snee?
I don't know.
That's a good pick for them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Name I haven't heard in a while.
John Jingleheimer, Michael Schmidt, right?
So we missed a few
John
picks.
Jingleheimer Schmidt.
John Michael Schmidt to the Giants. Tyreek Stevenson, cornerback, Miami to the Bears.
Yeah, you were gone when we talked about that one.
Okay.
I had it covered. I got you.
Yeah, that's a really good pick for the Giants. I mean, he could probably be their starting center if everything goes well in the offseason for him.
How bummed are you right now, Scott? What if Mims doesn't get second round draft capital? Are you going to be heartbroken a little bit?
No, I just have full faith in my model. I think it's kind of proven itself over the years where NFL, they make some bad picks.
What's your favorite landing spot among the round 2 picks that are remaining? Dallas, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Chicago, Philly, KC.
Dallas would be Kendre Miller. Buffalo, Josh Downs, I think would be interesting for fantasy. Bengals, Darnell Washington.
Buffalo, Marvin Mims, the matchup I want to see.
Well, I'm praying the Giants still grab him, but you're right.
Gabe Davis would be buried if they had Kincaid and Marvin Mims.
Already was.
Yeah,
already
exactly.
was, buddy.
He has as many regular season games with over 110 receiving yards as Jonathan Taylor.
I love that.
They both have 1.
That was murder.
Yeah.
It was so fun. I even tweeted about that. It was so good.
I'm gonna be a jerk this year because everyone else on staff had to talk me into raising Sky Moore and Gabe Davis in my rankings. Not gonna do that this year.
Khalil Shakir is already DOA.
No, Shakir is awesome.
Is he?
I think he's a good wide receiver 3.
He was fine, but
I mean, I just think from a fantasy perspective, like I just don't.
He's not.
pick is in the Cowboys. Luke Schoonmaker from Michigan.
Wow.
The Michigan tight end. Wow.
Why is Washington?
What is going on? Schoonmaker goes before Darnell Washington?
I think it's just the niche of Washington. Like he's not a pass catcher, really at all.
Do you think he can't become one, or do you actually think he...
It depends what his playing weight is. He's going to play at 280 like he did in college. No.
Oh, people aren't happy. Cowboys pass on Darnell Washington. What a mid organization.
Schoonmaker doesn't feel much better to me though than Ferguson / Hendershot.
Yeah, I can see. There's a lot of guys in the community who really like Schoonmaker. I think he's pretty mid. Where did I have him actually? Let's see. Yeah, tight end 9 for me.
73.9.
Day 3 grade on him actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of the worst, one of the lowest picks.
So here was my take for these wide receivers. Like, okay, this is great draft capital on Mingo, Rashee Rice, Jaden Reed. I just don't see any of these guys as fantasy football difference makers. I mean, I'm open to being wrong. Maybe Mingo's DK Metcalf or something, but as far as guys, like you're at any point over the next 4 years, you're starting in your lineup and feeling good about it on a dynasty team. I don't know. But then again, maybe my dynasty teams are just too stacked.
That. Can we pull them up? Like, let's can we check that?
Yeah, I would love to pull up my 2 best ones. The leagues both folded. We didn't even win the championship. We just won every other game except for that one. That always happens to me. Like I suck for 3 years intentionally, and then the 1 year I'm good. They're like, we're done.
That's a real problem with Dynasty. You could build this super team, and then no one wants to play with you anymore.
Oh,
hey man, I don't do it often, but I will tout the Full Tilt Discord Dynasty leagues, much like Leo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street. We're not fucking leaving. We're not going anywhere. We're sticking around. Not one has folded, so let's go.
If you ever get a slot, let me know.
Oh, baby, you got an invite already. Come on.
Brett, you have to roll over your league, your best
I
one.
will literally start one to get you in, Brett. Scott, you're in 2. Let's go. Chris, you're in 2. Let's go. I will start one and send the invites. Let's do it.
It has to be best ball for me to play it.
I was in a
I can't deal with setting lineups anymore.
No.
I was in a big Clay Dino league.
Oh, nice.
And I took over an orphan team. This is when I was at PFF. One of the worst teams. In 2 years, I turned that team into a championship team, and we won 3 in a row. My team did. And the league folded. Bunch of quitters. Bunch of quote-unquote experts let non-fantasy guy beat them 3 years in a row.
I love that. And I love the general conversation. No, yeah, we'll tap it in. I mean, Chris, if it takes best ball, we might make it'll be my 66th dynasty league. So maybe it's time for a best ball myself. We'll get we'll pull Jacob in there. Oh, it's gonna be a great time. I can already see it happening already.
Oh, Washington has medical concerns, by the way. He's got a foot issue.
Oh, that's right.
Like a Liz Frank thing?
Yeah, I heard
No.
about that yesterday. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I did that coming into the draft. I kind of forgot about it, but
Chris, don't you hold me out again, TT. Hey, look, hey, I had you were in like 5 of them, Chris. I had to.
Well, there's only 5 more round 2 picks, and then
Right.
that's it. That hurts you by draft capital.
Mm-hmm. Like pretty
Is
significant.
draft capital strictly a round number for you or a pick number? Because it's like why 60 versus 64? Just because it.
Yeah, no, exactly. I've heard it argued both ways. I tend to go rank order by position.
what is rank order?
So Mingo would be my wide receiver 5 because he was the 5th wide receiver off the board.
So it doesn't matter where they go. It's just by position. That's an interesting way to do it.
I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. But just for how I'm going to do my rookie rankings after the fact, it's going to wait. It's not going to wait significantly because, again, I don't know. Well, maybe for this class it will.
Oh man. Yeah, that's not. People are not taking the Kenneth Walker situation well in the dynasty streets.
If you have any funny tweets, throw them up.
Danny Kelly's mad at me. I wouldn't take Rashee Rice as much as he wanted
Wow, Bills
All
might
I-
have grabbed the steal of the draft.
to. A.T. Perry.
No, well, that would have been too, but Osiris Torrance at pick 59. Everyone was mocking him to them in the first round, and they get him a whole round later. So,
That's crazy.
And they were patient too.
yeah.
I mean, there might be something in these guys because it's always weird when everyone has them round 1. They fall that late. Team doesn't even trade up for them.
This is a good take, Quinn. You can never have too much. That's true. Although, I mean, let me tell you, waiver wire days they're kind of a nightmare. Okay, good steal for the Bills.
Yeah, that's the 4th best pick of the thing. Brian Branch is the overall best pick of the draft so far.
Whoa. You mean of tonight?
No, of the draft.
Oh
Wow.
my God.
Slightly beats out the Jalen Carter pick.
What about Richardson?
I mean, he went 4 overall. It was still a slam dunk pick, but it can only.
Listen, you get my best quarterback in the draft at 4 overall and QB3 off the board. That's a no. Nothing
Oh yeah.
for me, but glad Branch is number 2 for me.
That's
So they had the worst pick yesterday, and now the best pick today. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think anyone else. Could anyone even? Who else is left? Hooker. If Hooker goes, that might beat it.
Oh, and Hooker might go to the Lions at 63. That would be incredible.
Here's one for you. Brett, can we just pretend the Lions took Branch at 18 and then Campbell at 45?
Was that a Dolan thing?
No, completely random Twitter account. Shout out Banana Peppers equals underrated. Oh my gosh, that's not a random. That's dirty. Shout out. He changed his profile picture on me. Winner of the Saquon Barkley's signed jersey giveaway over there, Full Tilt. Shout out. Absolutely
I just
insane.
asked my wife if she would bring me a snack, and she said, Scott took a pee break. You can take a snack break.
Wow.
Wow, Scott just
I didn't know she was monitoring my bathroom trips. Damn.
To
I
be
was thinking
fair,
the same thing. I was like, man, I wish I could text my girlfriend to go get me a beer, but she just left for something.
to be
I
fair
did-
to my wife, she's currently cuddling with our baby who is not feeling so well tonight. He's got shout out
It's
to
time to man up, bro.
I know, I did. He told me to get his weight up, get things under control.
get that weight up. At least I'm
Brett's
not the only
baby
one
isn't
to say
walking
that
yet,
too.
but he's doing 50 push-ups with the clapping.
Yeah, clap push-ups.
Is that what they're
Watch
called?
the Giants take Spears or Kendra Miller just to ruin. I don't think that would ruin any fantasy RBs anywhere. I mean, Barkley's better than both of those guys, and you should have been drafting those guys very highly in your rookie drafts anyway.
So the Schoonmaker pick, apparently the Cowboys did get leaped. They wanted a tight end in round 1, but who ended up jumping ahead of them?
Laporta jumped, or the
Oh,
Lions jumped up for Laporta, right?
uh,
No, Lions-
Rappaport says in the first round No, they didn't get leaped. The Bills just took Kincaid right before them.
No,
So
the Bills traded up ahead of Dallas, right? The 25.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they did get sniped last night. So they wanted Kincaid last night for sure. That is quite the drop off from Kincaid to Schoonmaker.
My model didn't like Schoonmaker. He blocked too much for my liking, but that's true of just about every Michigan tight end. So I didn't really hold it against him.
He was probably one of the better receivers on the team.
Yeah.
They just run a weird offense.
DJ Turner to the Bengals for a corner there. That's really good value, I think. I like Turner.
A lot of corners.
Which we said this was a really deep cornerback class. So
Oh, you know what we might be getting?
What's
we might
that?
be getting the QB Factory reboot in Philly.
Ooh, that would be amazing.
They
That'd
did
be
draft
great.
Jalen Hurts the same year that they gave Wentz his long-term deal.
There's no way.
Who just took Brenton Strange?
Jacksonville?
Jacksonville did.
Cincinnati.
Wait, you
No,
just
No,
Since-
said,
61
did you say
pick. The
Turner?
Jacksonville Jaguars select tight end Brenton Strange.
wait,
Wow.
not Turner?
Who tweeted that, Thomas?
Just a NFL account. It just says NFL news.
NFL News is now tipping picks.
I don't know. It's just again, it's probably just a random account, but it was the first thing that I popped up, so it kind of confirms Joe.
Wait,
Dolan
how did
here.
Jacksonville get on the board? Wasn't that Cincinnati? Didn't you say Cincinnati took?
DJ Turner.
Oh, and then the Bear.
61.
Bears is-
yeah,
yeah, it's Bears.
Jacksonville.
Yeah,
So at 61,
gotcha.
Jacksonville
gotcha.
took.
So if Jacksonville's taking Brenton Strange,
That was a
I guess
very
the,
strange pick.
Tucker Kraft.
God,
the craft to who?
I'm saying Tucker Kraft, the small school maybe production and whatnot, not living
Dallas
up.
Goddard.
Joe,
Same
tell us
school.
about the Eagles
Yeah.
here.
Actually, maybe this could be a tight end. They don't really. I know they have Goddard, but they definitely value that second tight end a decent
I mean,
amount.
Again, if you're looking for a run blocker, right, and Darnell's there in Philly, you want an extra blocker out there to pack with that offensive line.
They're pretty
that you-
comfortable bringing out an extra offensive lineman if they want to do that. I doubt Darnell does not seem like the type of tight end that they would normally go with.
The Eagles traded the pick to the Texans.
Nice.
Okay.
They needed to trade back, so I'm happy with that.
Texans on the clock. Who did the Texans want to get in front of the Lions for? Because that's only a couple picks, right?
Moody for sure.
KC, Chicago. No, KC, Chicago are the only.
KC doesn't have a pick here. It's Detroit.
Oh, that's Detroit now. Getting all out of order with all the trades that have happened. Yeah, who did they?
Did Houston have the first pick of the third round?
They had the 65. They had the second pick because the Bears would have the first pick.
They're probably going defense with the defensive head coach calling the shots. That's my guess.
So they leapfrogged the Bears and the Lions. I wonder which team they were trying to get in front of there.
Knowing the Texans and knowing the Eagles, they gave up a future round one pick for this move up. I love Howie. I hate how much I love just about every player on the Eagles because I hate them so much.
Right.
They're so fun and they
Right.
do the right things.
Another trade. The Broncos have traded up.
This is
What the
okay.
For where?
I think that had to be Detroit's pick, right? Detroit's trading out. They don't even know the pick. They're just like, screw this. Let's get out of here.
The
Like
Texans have taken Juice Scruggs,
Wow.
Penn State.
Back-to-back Penn Staters then?
Do you know who this is, Brett?
Yeah. Interior offensive lineman.
Center.
Do I know who this is?
Is he good?
I'm not even kidding. I thought Scott made up that name for a few. For one second.
Good. All right.
I didn't know who
thought I
that
made it
was.
up, yeah.
Who
That's
is this?
amazing.
Wikipedia sources on Juice Scruggs. Let's see. From Ashtabula, Ohio.
Oh, there he is. Oh, this might be the worst pick of the draft. No.
Nice.
Where did I have him? 5th round?
Yeah. Oh man, that I don't even know if we might not see a worse one for the rest of the way. It was your big board score of 69, interior offensive lineman number 17, a 37% percentile pick.
Wow, I barely had a draftable grade.
Can you tweet that out, Chris? I want to retweet that. I have so many mad Houston Texans fans in my mentions.
Hold on.
They're gonna love that.
Wait, that's who the Texans took? I can't keep track of with all these freaking
Yeah.
trades, man. My God.
I know I'm very lost.
So the Lions have just traded 63 to the Broncos. So I got to see the compensation here.
So Brenton Strange, then I guess. Do you think he's going to be a receiver there or a blocker? We know Peterson likes tight end committees, but they have Evan Ingram for at least 1 year.
You can read the scouting profile up on fantasypoints.com.
Yeah, but I have you right in front of me.
I'm just, dude,
All right.
I'm just messing with you. I'm pulling it up myself because
I wasn't that high on him. I don't think he was in my top 10 even. I had Kumari Averett there.
He's my tight end 11. Strengths, alignment versatility. Strange can thrive as a move type tight end and H-back combo who lines up inline in the slot or backfield. Good blocker as a lead or in space. Strange adequately identifies and locates targets on the move. He's a big time rack threat. This is what he brings to the table as a receiver. Contact balance, he bounces off defenders, forces misses. He finishes touches with pop and physicality. I did write he has untapped potential as a route runner. You see explosiveness out of his breaks with harsh cutting ability on tape. He needs to add some nuance. Strange has the juice to quickly get past the second level when working the seam or the middle of the field. So, this is a raw prospect, but most tight ends are.
Who was the guy the Patriots took in round 1 last year?
Cole Strange?
Cole
Yeah.
Strange.
His brother, right? Another
Eagles
Strange.
got pick 180 and 230 for moving back 3 spots.
Nice. Nicely done, Howie.
37 percentile pick.
Oh my God.
Terrible.
So the Lions moved back 5 more spots and picked up another 4th. Is 139 a 4th, or is that beginning of the 5th?
That is
Should be a 4th, late 4th, right?
early 5th.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why is my
Can
math?
you put a tweet out trashing that pick, please?
I think you did, didn't you?
Oh, I sent it. I thought you were going to do it. I just did it in the private thing. Hold on.
Danny Kelly says Brenton Strange being a second rounder is absurd. Nice. I'm glad we all align there.
Juice Scruggs being a second rounder is absurd. Well, now I got to wait 5 more picks for the Lions.
And they traded up for it, which makes it even worse. That wasn't even factoring in the trade value. They
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
Oh. Denver Broncos select Dick Trickle, according to Wikipedia.
All-time goated name.
Oh, maybe.
Child
Oh,
humor. Oh my gosh, DeAndre Swift is trending like crazy right now.
why? He's so not relevant.
Well, Twitter disagrees. He is one of the most
All these
talked
dynasty
about-
heads who traded Chris
Broncos
Olave
just took your
for
boy,
Marvin
Scott.
Mims.
Broncos took Marvin Mims Jr., baby.
No way.
No.
That's round 2 draft capital, baby.
Let's go.
That's round 2 draft capital. Let's go.
I mean,
Giants. You could have had him. Could have
better
had
than
him.
Judy.
Hey, yeah, that's crazy. Sutton, Judy, Mims,
Tim Patrick.
Sean
Don't,
Payton ripping bongs and
You-
destroying his NFL competition.
sir, we do not disrespect Tim Patrick ever.
Wow.
He was the wide receiver 1 on that team before he went down with a brutal injury.
This is great because
Lest we forget.
my comparisons for him were a more athletic Michael Thomas and a shorter Jimmy Graham. So this Sean Payton fit just makes so much sense.
Oh,
I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, what's,
I'm just fucking with you.
dude,
What was your comp?
oh my God, you just broke my brain. Hold on a second.
This is what I do to Brett constantly. I'm just always crazy sarcastic because 20% of the time he doesn't catch it, and I just love these reactions.
I don't. I literally was trying to do the math in my head, like, wait, what? How in the what? What? There's no way all this makes sense. And then
What was your actual comp for him? Did you have one?
For Mims?
Yeah, was it Lockett? No.
No, it was not Lockett. It was
Oh wow.
oh my
20
god.
big-
What?
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Sorry.
I say 20 Big Ten players have now been selected this draft, the most through 2 rounds in the common draft era.
Wow.
Pretty interesting. Shout out
Yeah,
to
who
the
was
big
my comp?
Eagles go back to back in round 3.
Scott, I tweeted that out.
Got it.
Let's
Oh,
get hyped.
dude, my comp was Stephon Diggs.
Oh,
No. Yeah, it was Diggs. It was Diggs.
hell yeah. Hell yeah. That is awesome.
Oh,
What
there's
did
some highlights
did
on
we
Twitter.
did we get the trade compensation for that Broncos trade?
Oh, they traded up too?
No.
Yeah, with the
I-
Lions. The Broncos traded up with the Lions for that.
Hell
one.
yeah. Trade up with round 2 draft capital. That's awesome. And he's gonna outplay Mingo. He's gonna outplay Rashid. He's gonna outplay I know you don't want to hear that. Jaden
man.
Reed.
People not happy Josh Downs is sliding this far. I think you were onto something last night, Brett.
Josh Downs.
About
Who's
him
his
not
name?
showing up.
Where does he play football at?
Currently nowhere.
Well, the Houston Roughnecks they might need him.
Future Toronto Argonaut, Josh Downs. That's the Canadian Football League, for anyone that knows. We do have one. So, there's that.
Wow, congratulations.
No, I don't. No, we don't want to be congratulated.
Yeah,
for that.
here's
It's
the
embarrassing.
pitch on Canada is they have one minor league football team, one baseball team, and actually I gotta be careful. I like dumping on Canada as just like a joke, but
Who?
people
Who's the minor league football team? Believe it or not, we have like
or
actually
your
I
own
think
minor
there's-
league.
There it is. That's better.
There you
Yeah,
go, sorry.
I would say we're below the USFL, like right below it. Although we did have Ricky Williams once, so take that for what it is. Oh my goodness.
Man,
63 and 183.
how many trades happened in that round?
Too many.
Oh, I'm so happy
many.
for my guy Marvin Mims.
Dude,
I was DMing with his mom today.
Were you really?
She was really sweet to me.
Stop. Were you really?
Yeah, she's super sweet. She said, "Thank you so much, sir. I said, "Good luck today, Mrs. Mims." She said, "Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate every article that you wrote on our son. We appreciate you doing your own research and not listening to everyone else. Again, thank you so much." All caps.
I
My
love
guy, that's my guy for life. I want a Broncos Mims jersey.
So when I was all on the Christian Watson train last year, him and his brother and I became pretty good pals, talking in the DMs all the time. And I love when that happens, though, when you say good things about a player and their family reaches out to you to say thank you.
Mhm.
It's a lot better than when the opposite happens.
Well, we had that with Elijah. Elijah's uncle's in our Discord. That's how I got that scoop on the trade. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just so happy, really
Yeah.
happy for him. The landing spot, though, again, that's weird, but they're trying to trade Sutton. They're trying to trade Judy. They got their
Right.
own guy in Marvin Mims, handpicked by the head coach.
Yep. Love to see it.
I'm trying to customize a Denver Broncos jersey right now.
Oh my gosh.
Are you really? You don't want to wait like 3 weeks, so just order it when it comes out?
I'm gonna wear it tomorrow. Express order.
That'd be very impressive.
Best player available heading
Yeah, that's what I
into
want to know.
round 3 here. We have. It's got to be Hendon, right, Chris?
Yeah, it's ended.
Hendon Hooker by a mile.
At what
The
point does he
Bears-
just stop being
The
best
Bears
pick?
took Zach Pickens.
Okay.
defensive
Tackle
tackle?
from South Carolina.
Like, and I mean that honestly, because I feel like every round now, like obviously, every like quarter round in the second, it was Hooker's best player, Hooker's. But when does he just stop? Because clearly NFL is not viewing him that highly. So where does that change for you?
For that position, it really doesn't. Other positions,
Oh,
it
okay.
does. For quarterback, so important though. Like whether it's Hendon Hooker or Aiden O'Connell, like throwing darts at QB is never bad.
Okay.
I almost never complain about a team throwing it unless it's just egregious. Like if someone spilled the beans for Jaron Hall right now, for example, like that would be egregious. But
Okay. So if like Stetson Bennett went in the second round, it would be all bets off kind of thing.
yeah, you picked one I'm a little torn on, but yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad. Okay.
You're good. DeJuan Jones is still available too.
Yep.
So we got best available. We're looking at Hendon Hooker, Jalen Hyatt,
Oh, so
two Tennessee guys. So obviously the NFL, has concerns about that scheme for sure.
Yep.
DeJuan Jones, Ohio State tackle. Adibare, Northwestern edge defender, D lineman. Keely Ringo, corner, Georgia. A.T. Perry, wide receiver, Wake Forest. A.T. Perry, dog.
I bet the
Jaguars
Eagles
tight
trade.
end. What's that? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I doubt the Eagles picked 2 picks in a row. I would be shocked if one of these is not traded.
or a running back.
We got a take from Jake Tribby. Jaguars tight ends averaged 12.7 fantasy points per game last season during Doug Peterson's 5-year tenure as Eagles head coach. Philadelphia tight ends led the league in cumulative fantasy points per game 3 times, finished top 4 the remaining 2 seasons, averaging 20.6 fantasy points per game over that stretch. And with Peterson as OC from 2013 to 2015, Chiefs averaged 13.0 fantasy points per game for their tight ends. I probably shouldn't have read all that. Collectively, Peterson's tight ends have averaged 17.2 fantasy points per game in his 9 years as a head coach or OC, a mark that would have ranked inside the top 6 in every season since 2007. Loves his tight ends. He's drafted a bunch though who didn't really do much. Who was his last tight end he picked? Whatever.
I don't know. What are you talking about?
Doug Peterson.
Well, I know that, but I don't know.
No, yeah, I guess I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm still excited. So happy. No happy dance for me, but internally happy.
Derek Brown should be joining us any minute here.
Do you need me to send him the link, sir?
Let me make sure he's coming, and then I'll confirm.
Okay.
Chris, that does not mean you have to get off unless you want to.
Correct. I do have the ability. We have the power.
Derek's coming at 9:30. It sounds like, so you can
So
DM him the link.
That is 8:30 my time. I will do that.
So 9 minutes.
I will.
Are you on? I thought you were in Ontario.
Central. I'm from Ontario.
Oh, okay. Where do you live?
I live in the frozen wasteland that is Winnipeg, Manitoba, where we get colder than the Antarctic. 4
Yeah, John
months at a
Costco
time.
used to live close to there, just on the other side of the border.
Oh, phenomenal. Yeah.
He lived in.
Take a drink.
Why?
Leave me alone, Scott.
Phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
I
Yeah.
said it. I said it.
We're allowed to.
What the hell was the name of? What is that really northern Minnesota city?
Minneapolis?
Do you know? No. It's not. It's not a city. Like it's a town.
Fargo?
No, that's Idaho.
No.
Oh, Lake Bemidji, Minnesota.
Oh, yeah. That I had no idea.
No.
No.
There's a college there. I thought everyone knew Lake Bemidji, but Costco's told me stories about how it gets like -50 there, like on
Yes.
the routine. Like that's just a normal day in the winter.
So here we had rain, right? One day, then it snowed, then that snow melted, and then we hit -25. That was 3 days, like pop, 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 and then it was +1 2 days later. That's our spring. It's a nightmare.
What kind of car do you drive, Thomas?
I drive a 2018 Fusion. Never got stuck once.
You got chains on those tires? Like what?
No, but I've never been stuck. You just get used to it, bro.
I mean, I live in
For real,
Michigan.
for real.
I'm well versed with driving in the snow. Probably not as well as you, but
Oh yeah, all those blizzards that shut cities down in the States, we laugh at. Like I was barbecuing in -45 this year. Just whatever. Just get used to it. It's like 8 months of the year. It's like unlivable here. So you just deal with it.
The Eagles took tackle Tyler Steen.
ooh, Alabama guy, sneaky player. I know there's like draft community there's a lot of love for him.
Jeff
So do-
Stalin gonna mold him in the next future
So do
tackle.
So do they do back to like? Are they trading this one? Do you figure, or do you think they've just already?
Don't know yet.
Apparently,
Says
DeJuan
one.
Jones is falling a little bit because he did a check-in with the team and weighed 393 pounds.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's big.
That's humongous, guys. That's freaking. So if we're just like, let's assume that's medical. Tyler Steen was the next tackle off the on my board, so that makes sense.
One more
How do they,
time.
like,
What's the size?
393,
So is he fat, or is he just gigantic?
both.
Okay, so this seems like a typical Eagles pick. They kind of gamble, especially late. This is a little early, but they gamble on.
Eagles didn't take him.
Oh,
They took Tyler Steen. I was saying Tyler Steen was the if we're counting out DeJuan Jones, who's 393 pounds, because of medical, then Steen would be the next tackle after him. That's what I was saying. So DeJuan Jones has not been drafted, even though some people had him in the first round. But the rumor on Twitter is that he weighed in for a team at 393.
wow.
This is wild.
Oh, the Eagles made the next pick. It's a good one.
Yeah, Sidney Brown,
Oh, that is a good one.
and they're just crushing this draft.
I think Costco actually had that in his day 2 mock.
They are crushing this draft.
You're safety 2 of the class.
Yes, sir. And also, similar to Branch in a lot of ways. Actually reminds me of Antoine Winfield Jr. from a couple years ago. Not same level of prospect, but the things they do could be a box safety, can be a deep safety, can play in the slot a little bit if you need him to.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
wonder if that sends Reed Blankenship back to the bench, who played pretty well for them filling in last year. Or they also signed Terrell Edmonds. He's more of the box guy, though, right? Wouldn't you think?
Yes. I mean, he's more of a special teams guy, to be honest. But
Well, yeah, but they
Wait,
don't really have
Thomas,
safeties.
can you clip something from me for social?
What do you need?
Okay, ready? Hold on. I gotta go.
Hold on, I gotta get the timestamp. Give me a second. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Oh no.
Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's ride. How's that? Can you clip that?
Why was there a question? Like it was like Broncos country, Tony.
Yo,
Tony?
that's my live reaction to the Marvin Mims pick.
the Broncos are on the clock right now, right? Or do they make
Yes.
it? Yeah.
They should be on the clock.
Whoa, the Eagles took Sidney Brown. My athletic comp for him is Chase Brown. Very similar players athletically.
Scott. We just had an entire conversation about Sidney Brown to the Eagles.
Like were
Sorry.
you?
He was
Were
really
you-
focusing on that Broncos Let's
I
Ride
was-
thing.
I just thought that was so good.
Forget clipping that. I'm clipping this.
Drew Sanders pick for Denver Broncos. Brett, here's my question for you.
Sanders. Yeah.
Why we have two identical twins who played in the NFL, Sidney Brown, safety, and his twin brother, running back. Rondé Barber, cornerback. Tiki Barber, running back. Is that weird? I always thought like athletically, running backs would be closer to linebackers. But isn't that kind of weird to see they're identical twins, so they're like the same person. One plays running
They're
back, one
almost
plays
the same
DB.
exact size too.
Right, but isn't
Sidney Brown plays safety like a linebacker. He's just not tall enough to be
oh.
a linebacker.
You mean
Like, if
Rondé
you-
Barber?
if your son was an elite,
Brown, Sidney Brown. Sorry. Sidney Barber.
I don't know. I think you said Tiki Barber plays safety.
T. Barber running back, Rondé Barber cornerback. I got it right.
You got it right, Brett.
No, I'm
Said
jumping.
it backwards.
Detroit's
Uh,
pick is in.
The Lions did it. They freaking did it.
A.T.
Oh, no.
Perry.
Hendon Hooker, baby. Let's freaking.
Wow. Wow.
That
Hendon
is far and away going to be the best pick of the draft, probably,
Crazy.
according to the model.
Oh my God. I'm back in, baby.
We're all the way back.
Let's go.
See, they just wanted to make sure they had a starting 11 on each side of the ball for when Hendon Hooker eventually takes over.
So here's what the Lions did. They took 2 round 1 players, or 3 round 1 players, 2 round 2 players. They just didn't do it in the order you wanted, Brett.
Hey,
Right?
Yeah,
Am I
but
wrong?
That's called copium. And I
Yeah, if they had taken Hooker and Branch in round 1, I mean, I guess at 6 and a trade back, we'll say, you would have been pretty happy with that.
Exactly. Come on, Brett. Ye of little faith.
The problem is the money is being allocated to the wrong guy.
All right, that's a great point.
Oh man, I'm getting hot. This is awesome.
He's fired up.
I need to go take one of those bathroom breaks. That makes me happy.
Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no.
Saying that I'm live on the stream.
Just a little
Oh.
happy bathroom break.
Oh my gosh.
I got one more thing before you go. I think this is interesting. I don't care if anyone else thinks this is interesting. Brett, your son is an elite high school quarterback, right? Grows up,
Yeah.
star high school quarterback, running back. I'm sorry.
Manifest it, Scott. Let's go.
And you're like, no, you're changing positions. What position do you tell him to change to? Like, I feel like running back frame doesn't typically line up with DB frame. You would say linebacker, right?
Running backs, if they're playing both sides of the ball, they're usually safeties or linebackers.
Okay.
Safety for sure.
Free safety. Strong safety.
Chris Sanzo, what traits do you see Hendon Hooker lacking that you don't see it with?
I would say personally, because I agree, I don't see it. I think he processes poorly. I think he's a statue. And for me,
statue? What the?
yeah, I think he's a statue.
He's an incredible athlete.
And then their offense in general was gimmicky. It was super gimmicky.
So that doesn't mean he's bad, though. That just means you have to justify his production profile.
Right.
So that doesn't.
I
mean
don't think
he's
you
bad, though.
can.
Well, I think you can when he delivered more accurate downfield passes than any quarterback in this class. I think it's pretty easy to say, hey, this guy's got touch and accuracy and an arm that's freaking ridiculous. Gimmicky or not, he still has to make the throws. The fact that he turned the ball over less than any player in this draft, despite having the highest ADOT by like a mile, is crazy. So, pocket poise, I love his pocket poise. People cite the sacks that he takes. They don't realize how stupid the Tennessee offense, what that does for him as far as RPOs go. A lot of his dropbacks are, quick game, getting sacked on his, 3-step drop. So
Quinton.
yeah, it's a 3rd-round pick. So like, you tell me you can get
That's
trades
the other thing.
in the 3rd round. That's incredible.
I think that's the other thing. 3rd-round pick that's pretty nice. Houston wide receiver Tank Dell at number 69.
Wow, is right. Wait,
Tank
Houston
Dell.
aren't the Rams on? They trade that pick?
They traded up to 69 to keep Houston wide receiver Tank Dell in Houston.
Yeah. I don't know what the compensation was for that. Again, probably the same.
I mean, what I don't know what Houston's doing.
Hey, they're getting weapons for
You
their
have no
cornerstone.
alpha wide receiver, and then you draft Tank Dell.
Nico Collins stands are going to get upset with you, Chris.
That's okay. That's okay.
They exist. They exist in the deep, dark basement of Dynasty
I mean,
Streets.
Tank doesn't affect Nico.
I don't even. It's not even against. I don't even hate Tank, but I just don't understand the fit.
Slot.
Yeah, sure, but like, I don't know.
So Mechie, one outside spot.
Nico the other.
Nico the other. I mean, for now, Robert Woods will be out at one of those spots, and then once his corpse fades into the sunset, you can get
Just
one.
evaporates on the field.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm currently skimming for the compensation. Vegas takes Alabama defensive lineman Byron Young at 70.
Wait, Alabama or Tennessee defensive lineman? There's two.
Alabama defensive lineman Byron Young.
Never got around to scoring him.
Well, that's probably not good.
No, it's just.
Give me a quick fake
watched-
score.
I watched him. I just didn't. I didn't score him.
John Costco tweets it with the bad one ?
Yeah, that is the bad one. Yeah. Well, the other one is just a freak athlete. It's one of Scott's guys, actually.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I had no idea there was two of these guys.
Scott, are you still here, or? Are you-
He's muted. You muted yourself, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're back. What are the
Wait,
last
so-
two picks?
There's two Alabama defensive linemen.
No, so there's two guys named Byron Young. Both played at Alabama at one point. The edge defender transferred to Tennessee.
And they took the Alabama one.
They took the Alabama one,
Who was
a
the bad one?
big dude. What's that?
Who was the bad one? You said.
I mean, yeah, I didn't score him. The other one I scored, but so unfortunately we can't get a value for that pick. I can score him, Chris. I just won't be able to do it today.
I'm just. Yeah, we'll just.
So wait, what happened? We finally get a guy you haven't graded yet?
Yep.
Yeah, I watched his tape. I just didn't score him.
Who
yet.
is this?
Get around to it. Byron Young, defensive.
What did you
tackle.
think about him?
He's just a traditional Alabama D tackle that just stuffs the run and doesn't do anything else.
This isn't the freak athlete guy, is he?
No, that's the Scott.
Byron Young from Tennessee.
There's
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
love-
I gotta get these banger tweets off, bro.
Oh my.
I'm not a multitasker.
I'm gonna have you log out of Twitter, for these streams.
Did anyone ever see what they traded to get Tank Dell?
I've been looking for it. I
I don't
can't
see it
I
anywhere.
can't get it yet. I'm trying to find Ari to see if he's pulled it up or.
Oh man. So Scott, to recap the conversation you apparently missed, there's two Byron Youngs in the draft. One is a defensive tackle from Alabama. One is an edge defender from Tennessee.
Mm.
The bad one, the D tackle from Alabama, was the one that was just drafted.
Okay, got it. Maybe they screwed it up like I screwed it up. Maybe they meant the other guy.
They
By the
just
way-
wrote the wrong one.
If you're following along at home, you have to drink a full bag of wine. That's per Jake Tribby's drinking game rule. Is anytime I just clearly don't listen to a word anyone is saying and then bring up what was just said.
That's why I asked you if you were here, because I could see it in your eyes that you were in another galaxy.
Here, I have it for you here, Chris, if you want.
Yeah,
Houston
sure.
got 69 from the Rams for 73 and 151.
73 and 151. Thank you.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh, man.
My wife
Amazing.
said, I can grab you a packaged snack. What's
Ritz-
the appropriate husband response here?
Ritz crackers.
You're
No.
looking like a snack. You want some of my package?
Or I have a packaged snack for you.
Oh.
right? I have a packaged.
That doesn't sound.
Yeah, you're
good.
right, Scott. You're right. You're right.
Oh my
This,
god.
this is why I crushed it on Tinder back many years ago. Hey, girl, you like dragons?
That's
Oh,
right.
no.
Girl, you like fitness?
Oh
Goodness.
no.
Brett is the D's nuts goat. I am so hard to get, and he's gotten me so many times.
It's best when you're talking prospects too, because you can word things.
Yeah,
like,
what do you think
Scott,
about a D's Alujawore?
Yeah, D's.
The
No, I say,
D's?
Scott,
Who?
what does your model think of parodies? And I'll be like, parodies? Yeah, parodies.
I mean, to be fair, you'll throw out
Sorry.
like tackle names I've never heard of, like Juice, whatever the.
Juice Scruggs.
Yeah,
Oh.
that sounds so made up, right?
Well,
Mhm.
anytime a guy's called Juice, it's obviously a nickname, right? No one's like, I named this man Juice.
What's his
I don't
actual
know.
name?
Well, I don't know.
There's some wild names out there.
Yeah, like Cavassier Smoke.
Storm
New
Duck.
Orleans is
Henry
Butt.
Scruggs. is his
Saint
real
just
name.
took Kendra Miller.
Wow,
Wow.
Saints did. That's a good pick.
he's their Mark Ingram.
That's a great pick for them.
Should have taken him. Should have went above Charbonnet. That's my hot take.
I don't think it's that hot of a take, honestly.
Good.
Like I always thought Charbonnet was like boosted because of his perceived safety. He doesn't do anything particularly well, but he doesn't completely shit the bed anywhere. He's just not magnificent anywhere. I always thought that's how he got propped up.
Tank Dell probably hurts Mechie a little bit, right? Both guys better suited for the slot.
Chris Sands says Barrett
Appreciate you,
country.
Chris.
Let's tweet.
Scott, we also talked about that.
Nice.
Um,
drink that bag of wine, boys. I'm just living up to expectations.
by the way, who drinks wine out of a bag? What is that phrase?
Like poor people, I think.
Oh my
Jake-
god.
Jake's still a
women
young
with
guy.
eight
He's still you never did that in college or anything.
Boxed wine. Boxed wine is
Box wine.
is
Well,
popular.
it's
I've heard
yeah.
of box wine. I've never heard of bagged wine.
Well, it's a bag in a box. It's the same thing.
Oh, really? Okay.
I hate wine. I do not get drunk from it. I just get angry, and then I get severely hungover the next morning.
So that sounds
Yeah.
like you get drunk, just angry drunk.
I don't feel drunk. Like I will drink, and I'm like, I'm not drunk yet, and I just keep drinking it, and like
Okay.
late at night, and I'm just like,
Scott
I hate
can't
that.
come to my wedding. That's confirmed.
when's your wedding? Congratulations.
I don't know, but you can't be at an Italian wedding and have that reaction to a wine.
Yeah, I
It
don't
just
know.
doesn't work that way. I don't know. I think our wedding's in Australia though, so
Hmm.
we'll see.
Man, you guys know the scene in Dumb and Dumber where
Yes.
you totally redeem yourself scene?
Yes.
That's the Detroit Lions tonight. It's I mean,
We got to get the meme team on that. Hold on.
yeah.
I'm on it.
One of the reasons why I was distracted, I was in a DM group chat with one of my dynasty leagues. Someone said, "Oh, this draft sucks. This draft blows." And then the other guy goes, "Ravens fan," laughing my ass off. No way, it's awesome because the Lions are drafting on meth. I mean, when all is said and done, this is going to get a good grade. This draft, it's
It
just
is.
a weird order.
Yeah, you could have presented this like
So Brett, what would have been so give them their day 2 picks? What could they have done in round 1 that would have just sent you into another plane of existence?
oh man. So when they traded back from 6 to 12, the board really fell poorly. But if they would have went God, I don't know. Well, just look at it this way. If they go 6 to 12,
Gonzalez.
they take Brian Branch there, take Jameer Gibbs at 18, then trade into the first for Hendon Hooker, no one bats an eye. Everyone's like, what a freaking
That's what I'm
stud.
saying. This could have been just a whole other like give them Gonzalez at 12 and JSN at 18.
Yeah, Gonzalez at 12 probably would have been it. Yeah.
Chris says he's going to go finish his hobo juice from his drunk sack. Phenomenal. We're going to take a quick second when we come back. We're going to add D-Bro into this. Derek Brown is joining us. Sit tight. We'll be back in just a couple of seconds. Sit tight.
Oh no, my face.
Brown, welcome.
What's going on, boys?
We meet again here in the Fantasy Point Street. How have you been? How's things? How's your draft? How excited are you so far, if at all?
What in the actual hell did the Seattle Seahawks do to all my Zach Charbonnet love?
I knew that was coming.
Dude,
That was your RB2, correct?
yes.
So
Now
how do you-
Kenneth Walker and Zach
There it
Charbonnet
is.
are both screwed.
he's
you
got
had
the
him
honey
above
bourbon.
Gibbs. Oh no, deep
Got that
breath,
honey bourbon, just pouring it out there.
Love you guys.
Salut.
At least I
you're-
didn't have any Charbonnet. I have a lot of Kenneth Walker, but there's people out there who have both Walker and Charbonnet.
How are your mentions feeling right now? Are people coming at him pretty hard?
I mean, you don't really have to. You can drown it all out when you just decide to mute every tweet that you make and you don't care about what people say. That helps.
Is that
Helps
what
at a time like this.
you do? A lot of you do a lot of tweet muting.
I do in instances of this when I don't feel like people poking my pain, sir. Okay.
Do you mute the
not a country guy
conversations
either,
or
are
do you mute the person?
Oh no, the conversations.
Okay.
That way I can just sit here and not have to listen to the comments of trolls. But I mean, I know y'all have already talked about it. I'm pulling up the draft tracker right now. Where are we at in the third round?
Pick 72 just came in. The Cardinals took Syracuse corner Garrett Williams.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I had a third round grade on him. I don't hate that.
You're not a Kendra guy, right, Derek?
What's up?
You're not a Kendra Miller guy.
No, I'm not a Kendra Miller guy. What
Where
did he
you
get?
still-
Did he
Your
just
Saints-
get drafted?
the Saints drafted him.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Well, that worked out for me because I had Kendra above Charbonnet, and I'm not gonna have to change it out.
I'm not a Kendra guy, man. That's
I didn't feel good about it. My model loves him, but it's
surprising.
like it's hard to argue because like he's not elite anywhere, doesn't catch passes,
No.
but he was just good to great in
he's
enough.
so meh. Like,
Yeah, that's the whole class for me though.
I mean, he's incredibly meh. Like, I didn't love him. He just looked like a north-south grinder type to me.
We saw shades of Joe Mixon when Brett and I watched them together.
Scott,
Were
the
you
Giants
drunk,
just
were you
traded
drunk
up
when you watched him, Brett?
Ooh,
Giants traded up.
Huh?
to get ahead of
Jalen
the
Hyatt?
Browns. This does feel like wide receiver, actually, to get ahead of the Browns.
A.T. Perry, Jalen Hyatt. A.T. Perry, dog.
dog.
Michael Wilson, dog.
Can anybody
Jalen
tell me?
Hyatt, broad.
That's funny. Can anybody tell me what the hell the Packers decided to do today? Are they sleepwalking through their draft? We got Jaden Reed going about 2 rounds before he ever should have.
Right.
What?
Luke Musgrave is basically drunk drafting in the second round. I don't understand this.
Well,
I
Apparently
like
Derek
those
doesn't watch
picks.
the tape, so I don't know.
What's up, Brett?
So apparently you don't watch the tape. I don't know. I don't know. What to tell you.
Apparently you don't look at the analytics, sir.
I'm an analytics guy for a living, but yeah.
I know that. I know, and I watch tape on prospects too, Brett. I love
that's why it doesn't work doing this with Brett because he is the best film person I
He
know,
is.
and
He is. He's awesome.
he is also one of the best analytics people I know, and his analytics game is so much better than my film game. So much.
I need that clip.
I mean, can we say that they're not even comparable, Barrett? I don't think that's being mean or anything. I don't think your
No,
film
no,
game is up to Brett's.
I will just say, like, my one advantage is like I don't give out. Like, I know the edges of my own competency, so I don't give out film takes. And when I do, like, my hit rate's pretty good. It's just you'll hear like 3 film takes from me per year.
I will say, I mean, I like Jaden Reed a lot more than you, D-Bro, but they
I
took
like him.
that
My
field
problem
spot.
is taking him in the second round was my problem.
I think second round was fine. It's just the other guys that were on the board that were my issue. Like Marvin Mims,
Yes.
Tyler Scott. I like both those guys better than if you want that type of player.
Why take Jaden Reed when you could have
Oh,
taken
Giants
Tank
pick
Dell?
is in. It's Jalen Hyatt.
Oh, weird. First
Who could have
round
seen that
hyped up.
coming?
First round hyped up guy falls all the way to the third round. So
I will-
strange.
I will say I have nailed 2 of their 3 picks.
Oh crap! I mean, I want us to take a bathroom break. Hendon Hooker went to the Lions. Huh.
Yeah.
How you, interesting.
I love that.
The Hyatt pick almost catches the Hooker pick in terms of value.
Really. So the Lions have the top 2 picks of the day, right?
Of the well, no, not Hyatt. Now is the second best pick.
Okay, but Branch is third.
They're trying to make up for round 1. is
Yes,
what it is,
Branch
Brett.
is third.
I don't hate the Hyatt pick. I mean,
Not in this range, no.
not in this range. I mean, my bigger question about the Hyatt pick, what does that say? Because unless they're going to ask him to play the outside, what does that say about the health of Wan'Dale Robinson? Maybe his ACL is a little more worrisome than we've been led to believe. He's going to play slot.
He
I
doesn't.
think you're going to play a lot of 12 personnel, anyways.
I mean, Brian Dable knows his wide receivers. Smart guy. I think this is a great spot for them. They said all offseason they need to add speed to this offense. I thought that they were doing that with Paris Campbell. But
I mean, look what he did with John Brown in Buffalo. Like, he definitely wants a speed guy in
It's
his
a great
offense.
call.
Yeah, I mean, really, this all comes down to, ooh, the Browns go with an interesting pick here.
There you are, Thomas. I missed you.
Yeah, sorry. There's a potential flooding incident in the basement.
That's
Oh,
never
I had
good.
to go and yeah, I heard it, and then I went, oh no, and had to go and check. So shout out. I see I missed Jalen Hyatt.
Kendra
Did
Miller
y'all-
Saints. You missed.
Did
too.
y'all just see who the Browns took?
I saw the Kendrick.
No,
Did
who?
not.
Cedric Tillman, baby.
Wow, back to back.
Tennessee guys just come flying off the board now.
And especially in the wrong order. Tillman should have gone above Hyatt, but
No
it's what it
chance.
is.
I'm agnostic to that take. I can see it both ways. Nagy said the same thing.
I mean, you think Hyatt's way above Tillman? Brett?
Whoa! Maybe Wikipedia's trolling me, but Browns took Sean Tucker? What? Am I being trolled? Oh, Browns took Cedric Tillman. Yeah, I need to
That's
get
like
on
Cedric
Wiki-
Tillman. I was like, what are you?
Bro, I have a NFL draft tracker on and Wikipedia up because Wikipedia's been a little faster. Wikipedia had the Browns taking Sean Tucker. Oh, I can't believe I just fell for that. All right, yeah, Cedric Tillman, nice. Yeah, I don't know why you need that when you have the GOAT Elijah Moore. He could just be wide
It's a
receiver
curious
1, 2,
pick.
3.
Is DPJ a free agent after this year? That makes some
Hold up.
sense if he is.
I want to point something out really quick about Jalen Hyatt. If you want to know how he's going to be used, Gabe Davis in Buffalo played in the
there you
same
go.
exact offense as Jalen Hyatt in college.
Right.
I think he fits that vertical guy perfectly in that system. What that means for fantasy, don't really know. There's not a Stephon Diggs on the Giants, so I think there's a chance Hyatt's a little bit better there. But
Well, I could tell you what it means for fantasy, Brett. It means that we're going to have one massive shit ton of Daniel Jones this year. That's what it means. I mean, y'all know I'm high on the Giants offense. I think that they're one
That's
of the
why we got
offenses
you
that-
on here alongside Chris.
I definitely want to be investing in them, man. Everything screams between that and Lamar Jackson exploding this year again. I think that those are the two offenses I'm going to be extremely heavy on.
And also,
just-
can we
it
shout
just-
out? Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, can we
Just 'cause
shout out the Giants actually have an outside wide receiver now?
Can we
Like
shout out the Giants taking
They
John
don't, though.
Michael Schmitz off the board and
Hyatt has like 10 yards from the outside in his career.
he,
Oh no.
it's
He
not-
could line up outside.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. He wasn't playing a traditional slot role. He's playing in
I'm
stack.
gonna tweet this out. I'm gonna go dark again.
Well, he's playing in stack formations. Do you think he plays a lot of slot unless they're playing like a zone heavy
He's
team?
gonna play outside. He's got
No,
an
he'll
out.
play outside.
He can stack DBs. He's insanely fast. He attacks the outside shoulder really, really well. He's got decent lateral quickness for how fast he is. For a track star, he decelerates really well. Most track stars in the NFL have this really weird gait where they can't stop. That's usually their problem.
fair.
John Ross literally couldn't stop running once he got going. Hyatt does not have that problem. So, I think he plays on the outside just fine. He played slot in Tennessee, but he was still outside the numbers. So he's basically an outside receiver. He wasn't running like a slot route tree.
It all just hinges on Daniel Jones. It's
It
not
all
great.
comes down to DJ. What was I calling him on TikTok all year?
Who, Jalen Hyatt or Daniel Jones?
Daniel Jones. I had a nickname for him.
You did?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I don't remember.
Can we retire anybody ever saying the words Vanilla Vic ever again? Because
Nope.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of not doing that. Just saying. Damn it! I'm surprised Kendra Miller went here. Ugh, that's gross. I thought if they were going to take a move on a third round guy, I know they brought in Dwayne McBride for a visit. I honestly would rather have them taken McBride, but that's just me.
Ugh.
The Falcons took edge from Ohio State, Zach Harrison.
Really?
About time they take a freaking edge.
Who was that took him?
Atlanta.
Okay.
This is where I need a running back not to get drafted. It's right here.
Can we play a little bit of Galaxy Brain? Because I need to hear the thoughts here. Any possibility that Ryan Tannehill reunites in Atlanta with Arthur Smith now that they have Will Levis going to Tennessee?
I've been saying that since like October.
Is it only
Yeah.
a 13 mil cap hit if they
I'm
release
here.
him?
Oh, seriously, I started saying.
No, I mean I'm with you. I haven't seen you put out that take, Brett, but I've been on that train for a few days now. I'm like, he definitely could, and then if that's the case, then I mean I could see Atlanta talking themselves into, hey, all we need is like 9, maybe 10 wins, take this division. Barrett, how would that what would that do to all your Ryan Tannehill best ball exposure?
Is what? Will Levis starting? Sorry, I'm crafting a banger tweet, as I said.
No, Ryan Tannehill heading to Atlanta.
Oh, no, that'd be awesome. I mean, Arthur Smith makes me really nervous, but that team is stacked with offensive weapons.
It just feels like you airdrop a quarterback and the entire offense is going to go up.
Mariota had plenty of chances to throw touchdowns last year that he just wildly missed.
He was so bad, dude. So bad.
Bitter's not much better.
No. I've been tossing this name. Well, no, hold on. I can't even toss this name out here because Thomas is the one that introduced me to it. Thomas, what's your name for old Desmond?
Desmond Mitter, baby. You got to mitter up.
And that is the best nickname I've ever heard. I love it.
You got to mitter up.
The Patriots took Marte Mapu from Sacramento State.
Who?
I don't know. Does Brett know who that is? 'Cause I
Who?
don't-
Who?
It's not graded. Marte Mapu, Sacramento State.
Nope. FCS
Nope.
guy. I didn't get into a whole lot of FCS guys.
Where's the sounder, Thomas? You don't know the nope sounder anymore?
Nope.
There we go.
Nope.
Hendon Hooker is currently speaking with Detroit media. I was trying to listen to it, but it's too hard to do both.
Wait a minute. Is this right? DeJuan Jones is still out there right now?
Yeah,
And Anabare?
and Anabare.
That
Abare.
one's surprising.
Boy.
How is he still out there?
DeJuan Jones reportedly weighed in at 393 pounds at one of his team visits.
Woof. Okay, well, never He's a moving area code then.
Abare makes no sense because like the traits and measurables are insane.
I thought he would have gone in the second round. I put him probably going into the second round. Honestly, I thought the Saints were going to take him. They love athletic guys, which they just took the door number 2. They went with Isaiah Foskey, but I thought he could have gone to New Orleans. They love those athletic as shit defensive guys. Los Angeles is on the board. Where are they going to go?
They could use a receiver.
Use a lot of things.
What do you think they're trying to win this year? I mean, you bring Stafford back.
And Stafford's contract is an albatross, man. Like, it's terrible.
Yeah, like they kind of have to, but I don't.
I mean, I think they try to win this year. I mean, the problem is that I think because they didn't take a wide receiver yet, huh? Unless I missed something here.
No, they drafted.
Who did they go? They went with Steve Avila in the second round, which I thought was a good pick.
Yeah.
Packers Made a skill player pick.
Oh, good lord! What is it now?
Another
Somebody from like a D3 college?
Did they move up?
They doubled down.
Oh,
Tucker.
I
Craft.
like that. Byron Young goes to Tennessee. I like that pick.
Yeah, that's who the Rams took. You said the Packers pick is already in?
Yeah, Packers are taking Tucker Craft.
Oh shit! I like that pick. Then why the hell did you take Luke Musgrave?
That's surprising.
To be fair, they had like no tight ends on their roster, so
They did, but
So like,
they didn't. They had like a fullback convert at tight end.
well,
There's
yeah,
DeGuara.
you had DeGuara and you had a
DeGuara.
bunch of other guys, but like, you only need one starter unless they're just gonna roll a lot of freaking 12. Which I know they
DeGuara
love
was
to
totally
do.
fine as a tight end too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's totally fine as an inline or an H back.
No,
No,
I don't buy that. No.
He played a decent amount of tight end for them last year.
Yeah,
All right.
It was royally terrible doing it.
Oh, sure.
yeah, but why are you drafting two? I don't get it. But I mean, personally, I think that the Musgrave pick is just an albatross. I think they should have gone Tucker Craft pick here is actually a good one. I like that. What are your thoughts on Craft there, Wecht, Brett, Barrett, anybody?
I mean, I love Kraft. I love Musgrave even more though. Musgrave was a borderline first round player for me. So
Oh, you and I see Musgrave very, very differently then.
The analytics profile is really rough. This is my Giants tweet. I thought it was
This
really
is
good.
this is the tweet that had Scott checked out. It looks oddly similar.
I feel like I've seen this before.
I think I've done this every year.
You chose not to rank the slot wide receivers though.
What do you mean?
You didn't
the
add the
Chiefs
numbers like you did in
Yeah.
Kansas City.
Right. Right. I mean, look at this.
And
What are you
the
doing?
sheer disrespect, not even putting Darren Waller in this tweet.
No, he's there.
he's there as slot receiver.
Shameful.
That's
He's
fine.
in there.
Oh, I
Slot
see him
receiver.
there. There we go. Okay. Why did you at least put some respect on his name, Barrett? Why didn't you at least list him as an X?
Right. I guess you're right. He's definitely the best receiver on this
I mean,
list.
he's the best X. I mean, you know, I like Isaiah Hodgins, but still. Oh, man.
Fantastic. Seems how I'm not allowed to say my other word anymore.
How far do y'all
Phenomenal.
think Darnell Washington falls down the board with what I saw on Twitter earlier, knee issues? Does anybody have any intel on that?
It's
I've
his
heard
foot.
foot issues, but
Josh Downs has gone.
So what?
Indianapolis Colts.
About damn time.
That
Oh,
works.
hey, I
Yeah,
called
that
that.
works.
That in the second round. That'd be a good fit for.
And Isaiah
Yes, he
McKenzie
did.
is in a familiar position. He gets cucked again. Enjoy.
He's not a real NFL wide receiver, so that's fine.
No, he's not. No.
Wow, savage.
Downs
But
isn't really either.
Definitely correct.
I was just gonna say I don't think
Whoa.
Brett thinks Downs is either.
There we
Give me,
go.
give me
Damn.
Downs over McKenzie. McDowns is more of a receiver than McKenzie.
He's at least 20 pounds heavier, too.
My
I
seven-
mean, yeah, but they're both about, you know,
Downs
size
can
of
run
an
some
annual
routes.
Forbes soaking wet. So
yeah.
Downs can run some routes.
Yeah, he's not-
McKenzie actually can't run NFL routes.
No, no. Downs and McKenzie were used ridiculously similarly in college. Like it's borderline to like kind of.
yeah,
a
I'm not a Downs guy. I think my comp on him was like Eddie Royal or something like that. Like he's just a slot guy. He'll be a good contributor, but he's never going to be anything more than like a wide receiver 3-4 type in an offense.
Yeah, he's a good fit for them because Pittman and Pierce are just towers.
Yes.
They actually need like a dedicated slot guy who doesn't have to move around. So
Is anybody else on this panel in with me on the Jelani Woods could have a breakout season, or am I just alone on this island by myself?
Probably too many mouths to feed, but I
you said
get
that.
I get what you're saying for
I
sure.
worry
But the Frank Reich roulette of tight ends is gone. You got Cooter and you got Steike, and
It's
they're
an
gonna
argument
probably
against
roll
him.
one guy.
The regime uncertainty. He was handpicked by Reich, and this new staff doesn't really probably care about him.
I mean, he's easily the most athletic guy they got. You got Mo Alley Cox and Kyle Granderson are nothing.
He
So-
doesn't fit the type of tight end that Steichen's had in Philly or the Chargers to know for sure, like if he values that archetype. I just think there's too many mouths to feed with Pittman, Pierce, Downs now, whatever other tight ends they decide to mix in. But I get he should play the most snaps at tight end for sure.
He
I
should
just
be
don't.
their starter.
Yeah,
is-
I
is
just
my
don't.
thing.
I don't know what the ceiling is there.
So we're at 12 receivers off the board right now, Scott.
Wait, did the Packers took Tucker Kraft?
Yeah.
That happened quick.
Welcome to the show, Scott.
Been all day.
Man, what are they doing?
What was that? Like how many picks ago was that? Hold on, I gotta figure out how
It
many
was
picks
just-
ago was that.
Eric, did you miss the part where we had like an entire conversation, right? And then
No,
Scott came in and told
this is what I
us
do, guys.
exactly who that pick was after we had already had a full conversation about this?
I told you I'm trying to get these banger tweets out, bro.
So two. One thing, I think Barrett's having some outer body experiences. Number two, dude, I gotta ask you something here, Barrett. How many Jaeger t-shirts do you have in your closet? Because I feel like every stream I've done with you, you've been wearing a damn Jaeger t-shirt. Like, is that?
So
And not
You
one
have to
shot
at
of
least have
Jaeger.
two. I
We've
know there
actually
has to
talked
be
about
two.
this.
Okay.
we talked about it. Someone knocked on my door before. They dropped off this giant H&M package. My girlfriend just bought me a bunch of clothes because she's sick of this shirt. This is all I wear is like Goodwill beer shirts.
You didn't answer the question though. How many Jaeger?
This is my
shirts do
only
you have,
one.
Scott?
This is my only one.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
fresh out of the wash though, and it's one of my favorites. So I just
It's his stream shirt.
I have one of my favorite T-shirts because it's so damn comfy. I have under this hoodie. I got a brisket T-shirt on.
Derek, of the guys that have been drafted, who has the worst pre-draft ADP right now for you?
Hold on,
gotta be
Wecht.
Browns,
Rephrase
right?
that. Oh, as far as like the drop, like how far they've fallen.
Yeah. Like who is like not going to finish when we roll around to September? Has any chance at closing at an ADP value right now?
Oh, as far as like getting any kind of closing line value, like
Yeah.
rising.
Yep.
Shit.
Probably Charbonnet. but
Charbonnet.
Other than him,
Any
any of the receivers?
Outside of Charbonnet, I'm looking through some of these guys.
Does JSN? I mean, JSN was going way ahead. Of
I
the
think it's
other
gonna. Yeah,
receivers.
you stole the words out of my mouth, Wecht. I think it's gonna be JSN. To be honest, I mean, landing in that offense is gonna like obviously hurts his target projection. I think there's a chance that he can compete, or at least threaten for the number 2 role in this offense. But still, like, I don't know with the Zach Charbonnet pick, like how often what's Seattle's pass rate gonna look like? He's probably the guy that I think is going to fall. I don't have a ton of exposure to him in early best balls. I think I mixed him in. I'm somewhere probably like 10 to 12% on him. Still a little bit over the field, but I'm not like massively overweight. He was a guy that if he went to a spot like to a weaker wide receiver core and he could garner, 20 to 22% target share, I would have actually just gone really heavy on him. But I'm glad unless he drops precipitously, like we're talking, what was his ADP, Wecht? Like somewhere in the 50s, right? Like between 50 and 60 prior to the draft. He's
Wait,
probably
the
going to have to
Packers
drop
took
into
Yeah,
like
50s. Terry McLaurin, Keenan Allen, Chris
Thomas.
Godwin.
I think you need to mute Barrett. I think he's having a stroke right now.
wait, the Texans took Juice Scruggs.
Yeah, I had to look up actually who the hell that was. No lie. I was
That's typically the sign of a bad pick in round 2.
we were live when that happened, and I said, Thor, I said, who the hell is this? And he goes, oh, that's my 244th player off my board. Going to the second round.
He was down on mine too.
Ugh.
What I was saying, by the way, with the receivers, so we've got 12 receivers off the board so far and about another 20 picks to go tonight. We could get to my number. My number is like 15, 16 guys is what I thought would come off the board. So I don't it's looking like my grades are holding up decently well so far.
Why
got a
do
lot
you
of
like
in Carolina?
the Downs fit to Indianapolis? Like Steichen has never used slot wide receivers. They have a run first quarterback with a cannon who's not accurate in the short to intermediate areas of the field.
Yet.
How do you get a quarterback to be more accurate in the short and intermediate part of the field?
Coming underneath.
give him a guy who separates in the short and intermediate part of the field.
Mm.
So I like it for that reason. The other reason, it wasn't just necessarily Downs, but it was a guy who is only going to play in the slot. Because
I think they're going to. I think you could
and-
use him on some design screens too, Brett.
Yeah, well, that's the main way you'll use him too, because he's not not good at a lot of things. So manufactured touches, underneath stuff. That's the way you're going to work with him. It's just going to make life a little easy for Richardson. But whether that was Tank Dell or somebody else, my big point was like Pierce and Pittman are monsters on the outside. They're not really good in the slot, neither one of them. So getting a true dedicated slot, while it does tip your hand a little bit, it's like it's kind of what you have to do when you have Pierce and Pittman in the fold. So
I don't think Pittman's targets are going to be high this year, but I think he's definitely going to have some spike weeks. Like I think they're going to utilize him as a downfield guy. He was, if I remember correctly, I had to go back and look at it. He was pretty damn efficient in that role before Pop Gun Matt Ryan showed up in Indy.
Brett, we have another guy drafted that you did not score.
yeah, the DJ Johnson,
Yeah.
Who the hell is that?
Oregon linebacker, played next to Noah Sewell. I can't believe he went before Noah Sewell.
I can't believe that the Illinois safety went before freaking Sidney Brown.
I also said that. That's crazy.
I saw that pick, and then somebody said Illinois safety, and I was like, "Oh, it's Sidney Brown," and then they're like, "No, it's not."
Chartavis Martin.
Chartavius Martin. Okay, commanders keep commandering.
Sewell's not a very good prospect for what it's worth, but his 2022 tape was terrible. But I still thought he'd go before DJ Williams, so it's just really weird.
This draft just feels drunk. I feel like teams are just kind of picking and choosing like who, I don't know. It feels like it's all over the board, man.
I think it's just that class. I just don't think it's a good one. I'm kind of glad Tucker Kraft went so late because I wasn't that high on him.
Barrett, are you still on the Tucker Kraft?
I can't get over it.
Yeah, God.
Green Bay is drunker than I am.
I don't disagree with that. I said they had picked up the drunk baton from the Detroit Lions today and decided to run with it naked down the street.
Mm.
Oh my goodness.
Not good, man. We're going streaking.
So what was Josh
Versus
Downs
Matt
officially? Wide receiver 10?
12.
Wow. You got to bake in being slot only into that. So like it makes sense my fantasy model will like him more, but he's going to fall.
Oh, he's going to fall. I'm about to bury him a little bit in the ranks. Where'd you have him ranked at, guys?
He was, ironically, I'm pretty sure he was wide receiver 12.
Running back off the board.
He was wide receiver 12.
Who is it?
Tajay
You're
Spears.
killing wide receiver.
Oh,
The Titans.
going to the oh shit to the Titans.
Who is this?
Oh,
Spears.
God, come on. I'm having
That's the
Darrington
backup.
Evans flashbacks all over again.
At least Henry is pretty much at the end of the runway, though.
Right. And they're trying to trade him, supposedly.
Nah, nobody's gonna take that contract.
Well, we've seen a lot this year is teams deciding to eat the contract.
Yeah, well, General Akbar was the only source that said Derrick Henry could have possibly moved, and he was wrong.
And I don't think that, like, you would probably have to pry Derrick Henry from Vrabel's cold dead fingers, regardless of like taking a contract. Honestly,
It's a decent point.
so
I mean, they don't-
again, I just want to state this is Dynasty favorite running back, Mr. Spears, who right now is at best a backup until
Dude, all
Derrick
these
Henry
all
dies.
these RBs are just getting shit canned by these landing spots.
This is what I said in my article. And
Well, there was nowhere for them to go, really.
yeah.
This year, but things up next year.
I mean, I disagree. Like if Cincinnati would have cut Mixon, if
It's a big
Miami
if,
was
dude.
Miami was a straight up good spot because I think you could have stolen work from Raheem and Jeff Wilson.
That's
He
not how
changed
that
the
offense operates, though. They never go with one guy.
And I also feel like
I don't need them to go with one guy. I need one guy to get 60% of the work and be good.
right, but the problem is every year fantasy managers, especially in Dynasty, want that Miami Dolphins running back, and every year we're left disappointed. At some point, we just have to know it's not happening.
Yeah, but Thomas, that take you're talking about multiple coaching staffs. I mean,
And it's lasted. Though.
yes and no. Well, I know that, but I think
It's
that's a
lasted
broad
through multiple.
brushstroke that I don't think is accurate through the years.
Well,
just
this
being honest.
current coaching staff definitely doesn't help, though.
I'm just saying it's been accurate to now. So until it changes, I don't know. It's.
I mean,
it's
my
hard to
whole
see
thing
it.
was that
Broncos
you had
trading up
you had
against
two
the-
aging running backs on basically 1-year deals because their 2-year deals were puffed up 1-year deals. So any guy that could have gone there, it would look like a really muddy backfield, but he could have earned work if he got the draft capital in like the 2nd round.
Could Broncos be coming up for a running back here? Because they
Yeah.
Oh, give me Evan Hall, baby. Come on.
Oh my
Come on.
God!
No, I'm not even kidding. I'm
You're
not
gonna have
even
to wait
kidding.
for the XFL draft for that one.
Northwestern's position coach is now their running back coach.
He
Did they
has
trade
dots
up?
here. Connecting dots here.
one really cool stat about Evan Hull
Come
is
on.
he has as many broken tackles as 20+ yard runs. He's at 1 for each of them. Just
I
really
love
good
you,
at getting
Barrett.
tackled. Really good at.
No, he's really good at getting tackled for no reason, Scott.
Oh,
That's,
there you
that's
go.
the way to phrase that.
You're really good at getting tackled for no reason.
Whoa.
Why am I in
All
this room right now?
I'm gonna get some water. Make another pee break. I'll be back. Love you guys.
Hey, enjoy your water.
I can't wait. Barrett's gonna come back in 10 minutes and still be talking about Tucker Craft.
No, what
Who
will
took-
happen? is
who
he'll
took
come back and
Kraft
we'll
again?
Fill him in on what happened. And
Wait
then
a minute,
10
did y'all
minutes
see
after
Tucker Craft?
that- Yeah. 10 minutes later, after we fill him in on what happened, he'll be like, "Hey, did you guys see so and so went to so and so?"
I really think y'all need to get him checked out. He could
Now-
be having a stroke live on air.
Can Denver be jumping ahead of?
Oh yeah, Diaby went to the Bucks. I missed
Yes,
that.
he did. Yeah, that one snuck through.
Yeah.
Well, they went wide receiver. I'm trying to think of who else they like.
Miami
Yeah,
does.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
got.
yeah.
It does. It could be corner, maybe.
I'm trying to look at who's best here.
Miami.
People will really want a running back.
Oh wow,
against the
Keely
Bucs.
Ringo's still out there?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Give me like a tank, maybe. No.
Oh, they're not gonna come. Please tell me they don't come up for like Devon A Chain or something like that.
No.
That's where people want in Miami is A Chain.
I never bought the A Chain to Miami stuff.
I want Chase Brown in Miami.
Chase Brown. I would like. I mean, I prefer good running backs, Brett. But you know, you just do what you will.
Scheme fit.
See, and
It
Brad,
was,
I thought you were
it was-
anti-Canadian.
DB.
What basically run, don't ever catch any passes or pass block. Is that the
Riley
scheme that we're going for
Moss.
Chase Brown?
Riley Moss.
Yeah. Yep.
All this time, Brett was out here talking about being anti-Canadian, and here he is, Chase Brown.
I never said anything anti-Canadian.
When did he go anti-Canadian? Is that are you?
It was no, it was a bit from yesterday.
Yeah.
We've settled
Oh,
it
I
today.
forgot
though.
about
We're
yesterday.
good.
I forgot about yesterday.
Yeah. Canadians never forget. Brett.
First of all, the Browns played their high school football in Florida, so they count as Americans.
Hold on, Thomas. Did you just like equate like Canadians to being like elephants? Like,
Yes.
is that the parallel we're drawing here?
Yes.
So do Canadians like peanuts too? Are they afraid of mice, or how far are we taking this?
We're large, unforgetful beings.
Did you just
That's
say
where I'm going to
elephants are
go.
afraid of mice?
They are, yes. That's like an inherent trait in elephants, if I'm not mistaken.
What?
Scott,
Yeah.
Tucker Craft, dude, he just got drafted.
No way. By who?
Crazy. It's insane. It's insane, man. Just went off the board.
We're gonna need a banger tweet about it. We'll see you in 5 picks.
God damn it! I'm gonna sit here and
One note on Tajay Spears. Doesn't have an
choke
ACL.
on my bourbon.
That can't be good.
You can't call that bourbon if it has honey in it, by the way.
Their glass of Angel's Envy over here.
It's basically Smirnoff Ice if it has honey in it.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with honey, okay? Look, from the guy who's wearing a Jaeger shirt, I'm not gonna sit here and take liquor recommendations from you.
No, I don't drink Jaeger. This is
Okay.
just a dope logo.
You just wear the T-shirt. You don't drink it. You don't endorse the brand. You just wear the
Absolutely not.
He's a hashtag fraud. That's what it is.
Dude, look at this sick buck.
That's like
with,
me wearing an IPA
and-
T-shirt. Like I'm gonna walk around with an IPA tank top on.
Are you an IPA hater?
Oh, I sure am.
me
Documented
too.
card-carrying
You-
member, sir.
Do you know what Brewer's Droop is?
No, but I would love to learn.
It's when you get man boobs from drinking too many IPAs, which happens to brewers because it's estrogenic.
I would
the
never have to
hops.
worry about that, man. I'd have the perkiest chest in the entire brewery.
Yeah, so I don't like IPAs either.
That's funny. I've never heard of that. I need to Google that. Brewer's Droop.
Hops are phytoestrogens?
Yeah.
Who knew?
Well, especially IPA.
Brett,
which
we
is-
got on an estrogen question yesterday, or an estrogen talking point yesterday. We don't need to go back through that. We talked about my moobs enough there, sir.
Yeah,
Okay?
is he trying to get you on the juice?
No,
That is
we talked about that. What was that not last year's Senior Bowl, but the year before that, Brett?
A-Chain
Yeah.
does go to Miami.
Shut the front door, really?
Oh,
A-Chain does
wow.
go to
All
Miami.
right. Well, there you go.
Does the scheme fit there?
Finally,
Wow,
Round
incredible.
3.
finally,
Okay,
a fantasy relevant running back.
There we go.
He's
It only took me
he's not
hopping on
fantasy
this-
relevant at all.
It only took me
Yeah,
hopping on this
why not?
stream to sit here and get Thomas to see the light with a running back go to Miami in the top 3 rounds.
He's not going to get volume in that offense.
Devon A-Chain's probably not going to get volume, period. He's what, $160?
Yeah, yeah. In general, there was pretty much nowhere he was going to get volume. I mean,
You know what's crazy though? That like how many just absolute monster speed demons they have.
yes, yeah. He'll definitely break off some long runs, but
A-Chain.
Are we gonna hit him with the dreaded better and best ball tag?
he probably is. But not. I don't know if it's enough.
I just wanted to break glass. I just had to break the seal there and make sure that we
Yeah.
got that take out there into the space. you know?
We hadn't said that yet, so we went 8 hours of live streaming without better and best ball until just now.
Well done,
You're welcome.
boys.
You're welcome. You are welcome. That's all I can tell you.
Pick is in for the Chargers. I just Brett, what do you think the Ravens are doing here? What did you have them mocked at?
I didn't do a 3rd round mock.
You didn't do a third. What do you think the Ravens do here? I need to know because I have no idea.
Ugh.
Probably go
Uh,
interior offensive line.
Okay, I can live with that.
Who's the top guy on my board is the question. Is
Oh,
Luke Weipler still there?
Weipler, damn it, Brett, you just stole the words out of my mouth. I was like,
Jim
Weipler's still
Swallow.
out there. I could see Weipler.
Henley went to the Chargers. Let's see what the
Mafi
Ravens
still
do.
there.
Mm,
Henley went to the Chargers.
Yes.
Oh, dude, what a great spot for him. Oh my gosh, Henley, linebacker, Washington State, 6-year senior, but he's a athletic freak.
I got one for you, Brett. Do you think the Ravens could take Jalen Duncan and move him inside to guard?
Do I think they could? Sure. There's better guys on the board right now that already play interior offensive line though. So a lot of my draft scores are holding up pretty good. I had Campbell as my LB1 and Henley as my LB2, and those are the only 2 linebackers off the board so far. That's actually
yeah.
not true. Oregon guy.
Did you have Campbell as a top 20 player? People need to know, though.
No, I did not.
Where'd you have
All right, that
Darnell
was-
Washington?
Is
Oh
he
my
still-
God, that's who the Ravens are going to take now. Watch.
Oh, and then everyone's gonna trip over themselves to be like, typical Ravens.
What if the Ravens took
They
like
always do it.
Replacing Nick Boyle.
Charlie Kohler. Well, hold up. I thought you were gonna have banger tweets here, Barrett. Like, where's the where you're not gonna get a Baltimore with 17 tight ends tweet?
Yeah, well, that's
You
coming
know you're gonna do it now that I said it. Like,
Andrews.
you just want to take out the phone, but you don't want anybody to see it
retweet.
now.
Oh, Sanzo with a great comment here. Adabare would be interesting in Baltimore. Yeah,
He would.
interesting is one way of saying it.
Yeah, my
That's
best
exactly
player.
what
He
My
would.
best players
he'd fit what
available.
They like. Yep.
My
Sam-
best players available are Adiba Ware, Darnell Washington, and Tucker Kraft.
Yes.
Okay, that was clever.
Sanzo
nice.
knows
That
his
was
stuff,
nice.
man. Sanzo knows his stuff. Shout out, Chris.
Shout
That
out
was
Sansa.
nice.
I've learned a lot from Chris over the last year and a bit.
Oh man.
Our apparel company went out of business, but once we get that back up and running, we're going to start doing a contest for people in chat. Whoever has the best comment of the night, we're going to send you a free shirt or something like that. But nothing today. But we appreciate it.
I'm just waiting for Fantasy Points to partner with Jaeger. It's gonna happen.
Jaeger.
Oh,
My
no.
Just
college-
just for the sole fact that Barrett can get free merch.
My college roommate almost died from Jaeger. He drank
Why
a
does the
full
story
bottle
have to go that way, Barrett? Like, out of
On
all
his-
the things you could have picked out of the air.
on his
Like,
21st birthday. He loved Jaeger's, obsessed. He drank a full giant bottle. And then he just lived on the couch for the next 5 days. He had like really bad alcohol poisoning. Should have went to the hospital. He missed the final because he couldn't leave the couch for 5 days. And then this
Barrett,
guy later
Is this this is a safe space? Is this really a story about you?
No. I tried Jaeger once. I'm like, this is disgusting.
Okay,
It's like
okay.
cough syrup.
I
Fucking
just
Jaeger
like
bomb. Gotta
Uh,
go Jaeger bomb.
I think everybody's probably gone through a Jaeger phase in college. I did. Lived to
Sources
tell the
tell me
tale.
the Lions are trying to get back into the third.
For who?
I don't know that.
Darnell Washington.
Nah, they probably need another.
Your
They
board
probably
and
need
it's-
another running back or linebacker. I think is how that
Pick is
goes.
in. Come
Yeah,
on.
right.
Come
He's
on.
got to be able to start on the team. That's the rule for the
Yeah.
Lions draft picks.
It'd be Jake Moody then.
I love that Mel Kiper's needs for the Ravens include quarterback. That's funny.
He obviously hasn't fixed that yet.
Nah, I would imagine not.
He's too busy brushing his mane. Keely.
And come on.
Oh, Ringo would be nice to the Lions if they got.
I was fixing to say Ringo. What do you think about? Would Trenton Simpson be a fit? Would they address? I mean, I'm being serious. Would they address linebacker again or not?
No,
Okay.
no, they really value processing speed at linebacker, and Simpson doesn't know what that means. They could go-
49ers are trading up.
We're talking about a team that's not even in the third round, so let's stop that.
Apparently the 49ers are trading up.
Could this be a skill position player, Brett?
It'd be hilarious if it was a running back. I would
Israel Abandakanda.
Yeah, that's who it would be.
I would
Is
piss
he?
laughing if it's
I'm a hater, but this
Is
that would be
he?
the only team that drafts a position more frequently than the Packers draft defensive backs is the 49ers and running backs.
and
I'm
see,
In the third round.
Well, they also have 2 picks or 3 picks of the last 4 in this round, so they could just go running back, just in all 3 of those picks too. So
Linebacker Trenton Simpson.
Ooh,
Clemson. Tell me about him, Brett.
well,
The Niners?
he just said he doesn't have processing speed.
Yeah, he doesn't. He reminds me a lot of Fred Warner when Fred Warner was coming out. Warner was.
That's
I mean,
fair.
Warner still struggles with processing sometimes, but
Was he inside, outside?
he's off ball. I
Okay.
classify him by off ball or edge.
Okay.
defender, so he's off ball.
First clip they showed, he came off the edge. So
Yeah,
I
so
was
that's
curious.
what's kind of tricky with him is Clemson. For one, he was a defensive back until this year. First year off the ball linebacker, really struggled early in the year, then kind of got better as the year went on. But he's physical kind of guy, ridiculous athlete, just not a great processor. Movement ability in space though is crazy. He has like tight end eraser potential at the next level. So I like the fit because he's not going to be required to play right away.
Right. He's the Patrick Queen replacement after this year, I would imagine.
I thought you said he went to 49ers.
No. That was the
Uh,
Ravens pick. 49ers are up now.
Oh, those are Ravens pick. Okay.
The Ravens pick. Yeah,
Okay.
49ers traded up for this pick that's here now. I wouldn't ask so many questions if it was a 49ers pick.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering. So he's definitely what
So
it sounds like to
he's
me is
definitely
he's
a Ravens player. Like, think about Patrick Queen, Roquan. So these are freak athletes at linebacker. Trenton Simpson is exactly like those guys. I mean,
okay. Because I imagine they're just not going to re-sign Patrick Queen after signing Roquan to
yeah,
that
right.
ludicrous contract.
Queen hasn't been very good either. So
No, he has not. I did not like that pick when they made it.
somebody actually pointed
I'm
out.
kind of on an island. I don't think that Roquan should have gotten that ridiculous ass contract.
He absolutely shouldn't have. It pissed me off. Why do you pay an off-ball linebacker $20 million? Who would have really loved that second-round pick? It was a terrible deal. Terrible trade, and then terrible contract. Their defense was actually worse, if I'm not mistaken.
Did San Francisco trade up for this pick that they're about to make?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it could
pick
be
is in.
receiver.
At 87, pick is in.
Pick is in. Who is it?
Jerry Brown.
Who?
Who's that?
Jairi Brown? Jayyir Brown from Penn State.
Don't know him. What's he play?
Don't know. I was like, we're all sitting here going, who?
It's a safety.
Don't know him. Didn't score. Didn't
It
watch.
just says SAF, so safety.
Why did they feel the need?
First guy, I actually don't know who he is.
Not even.
Not even didn't score.
That's a
but
big
just
school.
didn't
You say
know.
Clemson?
Penn State.
No, Penn
Oh,
State.
Penn
this
State.
guy.
Yeah, you don't.
Why is there so many Penn State players coming off the board too? What the flip, Chip?
Yeah, there you go. TMC got it. Jairi?
All right, I'm going to give you a list of wide receivers, Derek, and you tell me your two favorites: Jonathan Mingo, Jaden Reed, Rashee Rice, Marvin Mims, Nathaniel Dell, Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman, Josh Downs.
He's
You
gonna
have
say
any two of those names? Who is it?
Tillman. He hates all those guys except Tillman.
What? No, I don't hate all those guys.
You don't. You're not a Reed guy. You're not a Mingo guy. You're not a Rashee Rice guy.
I actually like Rice's fit in KC.
I mean,
Oh,
Mahomes is the quarterback. Who doesn't?
No, it's not. No, Brett, it's not because of KC. To be honest, like if you go through his different stuff, last year he was pretty damn terrible versus man coverage, but his zone yards per route run was borderline like elite. I think they're probably going to move him around. I think he could give like a 50% slot rate this year. And I think they're probably going to roll him into, if he could do it, like the Juju role that Juju played last year. So I think he's going to be their zone beater for KC.
I think he's fine against man. He didn't have a quarterback that could beat man coverage with his arm.
No, and that's fair. That's definitely fair.
I do think that the big slot role is a good fit for him.
I think that's what they're going to put him in, man. I think Rashee Rice actually got a pretty good fit for his skill set. I like Mims a ton. I'm kind of curious. He's probably my number 2 right there. I'm curious. Like, I like the fact that he snuck into the second round with everybody kind of like shading him. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah was saying that like he got no buzz every time he brought up his name. The fact that he went second round to the Broncos was interesting. I'm curious what they do. Like, isn't Jerry Jeudy a free agent after this year? Or am I wrong with that?
No, they have 5th-year option.
If they pick it up, but if they don't, he's a free agent. Right?
They have to decide that tomorrow, right? Or is that next week?
It might be next week. I know it's soon, though. You're not wrong in that. I know it's soon.
Oh,
But I like Mims' fit in Denver. That's probably my top 2 guys, Barrett.
bad fit for a running back.
Oh, let's go. Let's hear
God,
it.
what happened?
The Jaguars took Tank Bigsby.
Oh my God, that's
Nice.
bad for Etienne, man.
No.
No.
He's so much better than Bigsby.
Dude, you're so God.
Dude, check the stats, bro. Check the stats.
Bigsby's getting 3rd-round draft capital. You can't tell me they just drafted him to not use him. This is bad for Etienne.
Name another running back on the team besides Travis Etienne. He's a depth pick
Jamar-
from another old school.
Michael
coach.
Hasty.
Dearness Johnson, Hasty.
Dearness Johnson. Yeah, they signed Dearness Johnson, Scott.
He's nobody. I mean, Peterson's a running back by committee coach. He told us all along, so it's not his fault. People are too high on Travis Etienne, but this is
Well, I was
another-
fixing to say this bumps Travis Etienne. Like, where were you have him ranked at the moment? Like, he can't be in RB1 territory now, can he?
I mean, he shouldn't have been. Again, Peterson's a RBBC guy.
They also don't throw to ETN at all. Like,
I was
that-
gonna say,
Which is stupid. Urban Meyer said he was going to be the next Percy Harvin. The guy had 14 catches.
Well, you got to consider the source there.
Right, that's fair.
but I mean, the upside with ETN was pass catching, right? Like that was what it was supposed to be all along.
That was completely
Really
manufactured.
theoretical.
Going into-
ETN was never the great pass catcher that
Right.
people kind of like. He got a bunch
Okay.
of dump offs. He was never really the great pass catch. His numbers were really good,
His
but it
senior
wasn't
year,
like he was out there running routes and running angle routes and shit. He was just a dump
No.
off guy that was
It was
really efficient.
flares and screens. This is what happened with ETN. He caught 0
Holy
passes.
shit! Wait, Brett, are we agreeing on something?
Yes, we are.
Wow.
Dear Lord, can we clip this? This doesn't happen very often. I don't know what to do right now. Like,
344.
So Etienne, after his junior year, did not have a good resume of catching the ball. He realized to get the draft capital he wanted, he had to show he was a pass catcher.
Mhm.
Dabo literally told him to come back to school and we will throw you the ball just to inflate.
well,
your-
it helps that all their wide receivers were dog shit too. Amari Rogers actually had a good year that year too, and he was a terrible prospect.
Yo, shout out to Brandon Hool, my cousin, in the chat. He's also in a dynasty league with Chris and I. And he says, "What's going on with Darnell Washington?" Brandon, it sounds like Washington has a chronic foot issue, so he's got some medical things going on.
Washington was overrated to begin with.
Brett, how does this happen when clearly the entire league knows something about a player, and like nothing like that gets leaked. And so, I mean,
I heard about it a week ago. Brugler
This
mentioned
entire draft cycle, man.
Brugler mentioned it to me when he did my podcast, not on air but off air. I think it was pretty common knowledge to even some media guys. It just doesn't get widely reported. It's kind of weird, right?
yeah, like it's
Yeah.
like it's one thing to get mentioned and not named, but like there was multiple people still mocking him early, still ranking him high on big boards. I mean, this is just way off. This isn't like the Malik Willis situation where he falls and like, but the whole quarterback class fell. Like he's falling past all the tight ends.
I mean,
Right.
when he went after Brenton Strange, you knew some shit was wrong.
Right. Yeah. I always find it interesting how there seems to be a couple players like this every year that just go that we might have heard something, but nobody ever buys into it. And then on draft day, it's like, oh, I guess that was real.
By the way, was
when
there
you know-
anything medical wise why Nolan Smith fell? I'm kind of curious about that.
There
Like,
was some reports about that, but
because I saw something, but I didn't see anything confirmed about that.
yeah.
Brandon followed up,
Here's
said
the
he hurt
point.
his foot after the combine. No, the foot has been an ongoing issue in this time at Georgia. So it's a chronic thing that I think flares up with the more action he's seeing. So we have a banger tweet alert from your guy Derek Brown, Jarrett Bailey, your pal Jarrett.
Oh, Jarrett, what up?
He said he tweeted a picture of Riley Moss and a picture of an old school Bronco and said, "Riley Moss is the fastest white Bronco since OJ's car."
Oh my
That's
goodness.
that's a tweet that'll play. I think this thing's going viral, guys.
Oh, that is.
And that's why I'll never be good at Twitter because I don't think of things like that. Say,
Nah.
Who is this?
Jarrett Bailey. I didn't
Bailey.
know who he was until I did a mock draft for Debra the other day, with and Bailey was part of that.
I like Bailey's good people.
Where's he at 4 for 4 or where's he at?
He does stuff with USA Today and SB Nation.
Okay.
He was down there in Mobile. We were all messing around.
Did I meet him?
Possibly.
What?
I don't know if I was sober or if I remember introducing you. That could have been 2 a.m. at Beats, but who knows?
That's crazy. The comment section.
I didn't dive in. Is it nice?
It's
I'm
just
looking.
it's just a lot of people just throwing flags and so phenomenal.
Jeez. Jeez, Jared,
Fantastic.
that's so savage.
I think the Rams traded up here.
Ooh. Running back, maybe?
I thought they were going to go running back earlier. I actually thought that Kendra would have gone to them earlier, so we'll see.
DeMarvion Overshone
Ooh, linebacker.
Kobe Turner.
Oh, Kobe Turner.
for I was talking Rams Kobe Turner, Dallas DeMarvion Overshone.
Cool.
Okay.
The thing that Kobe Turner is a good fit in LA, three technique, kind of has some Aaron Donald vibes, not even close to the same level of pedigree, obviously, but undersized guy who's got a really quick first step. DeMarvion Overshone is a coverage specific linebacker. He's a converted safety. He played defensive back for the last 2 years at Texas, then converted to linebacker this year.
Quinn's going to love him.
Yeah, and he follows the footsteps of a lot of guys they've taken recently. Jabril Cox, very similar player to Jabril Cox. So I think that's kind of what they like in their linebackers. They like that ability to cover in space.
I like. I just thought Thomas was shirtless for a moment. Time to lay off the drinks. Hey, I blend. I blend.
Well, you kind of do. That's freaky.
Yeah. Well, I
That
need to
is,
hit a tanning booth or something. You see this up here? This is
You
living in
are-
a frozen
I mean,
wasteland.
You
Yeah.
are pretty. You're pretty clear there, Thomas.
You
Yeah,
look like a
the-
vampire.
This is what you get when you have snow 8 months a year and you can't go outside. Like this complexion. Is
Oh,
what you
so we were
get.
supposed to be talking good about Canadians, and now you're griping about being a Canadian now? Is that how
I'm
that
allowed
goes?
to. I have to live in this hellhole.
Yeah.
Oh,
Minus 50 for a week.
Hellhole.
minus 50 for a week straight. And
Homie,
tell
you
me
want
you're
you
not
want
gonna
you
look
want
like
bad?
this.
Come down here to Texas when it's 115 for 3 months straight. I'll
Please.
switch with you.
I'll take the heat. I can sit in front of an air conditioner. You can't
Hell
prep
no.
for minus 50.
Oh
You're
yeah,
done.
I can.
You're right.
You're done.
As an also Texan.
Thanks,
Yeah.
baby.
Darnell
what he would-
Washington's fall is kind of insane.
Draft day winner so far, Rashad White. I kind of have to agree.
I don't agree.
No, yeah, you think so right now, and
You
then
think
just-
so? And then they take a 4th round running back, and he gets cucked. That's what I'll
Yeah.
say there.
'Cause
Yeah.
That's how
but-
pedestrian his rookie season was, and
He was
college
bad.
numbers.
I think it's funny how people still have this idea of Rashad White as being good. He was legitimately terrible at breaking tackles last year.
See, it's what you get when you have 65. That's not true. I have a cell phone. I can use my cell phone outside. Okay. What you get with 65 dynasty teams is a very angry fiance on Wednesdays. That's what you get. All right.
Feels like some kind of riddle you see or you read after eating a Laffy Taffy.
Canadians never take the L, so there's that. Fournette is going to go back to the Bucks. Fournette's going to retire or go to the XFL. So Chris Wecht and Jake Tribby can talk.
Fournette's going to start fighting.
on the XFL breakdown.
Fournette's going to transition to the heavyweight division of UFC.
Yeah.
Tampa's, I think, in the Caleb Williams sweepstakes. I don't think they want to be competitive this year.
The Chiefs just traded up with the Bengals.
Ooh.
Oh,
Running back?
Is this for a back? I'm kind of curious about that. Who's left on the board?
Pittsburgh and Philly. Could have maybe
Israel
Philly.
makes some
Thomas.
sense.
Are you able to put YouTube videos on here?
No.
You're not? Dang. 'Cause
Are you about to show a highlight reel here, Brett?
No. God, no.
What? Well. Private message me what it is.
I just sent it to you on Discord. It's a lot. It's basically my conversation with Brad Holmes this evening.
Oh yeah, I can't do that. No.
What?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
You
be
talked
able
to Brad Holmes earlier?
Why wouldn't you be able to?
I'll tell you.
Would we get in trouble if we put Barrett's Portuguese rap up here? Or what? I forget what country it's from, Barrett.
This is Mexico.
Oh, there we go.
Do the Omega thing.
Yeah, there we go.
Omega.
That's a drop now?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah,
wanted to
baby.
do the whole thing. Don't lie.
Oh
Dory,
yeah,
baby.
I
baby.
can't believe that was made into a drop.
Yeah, baby. I said I would do it. I did it. One more time.
Omega.
Do y'all play that every time Brett comes on the show?
Not every time we get sniped by Omega in best ball. That's,
The
that's what
fall
it's
is
gonna be.
over.
Zach Sharp.
Darnell Washington to the Chiefs.
Darnell Washington.
2.
The Chiefs.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah,
I was gonna
everybody
say
will
that.
hype him up as the next Noah Gray.
Well, he's
Hey,
a better
hey.
receiver than Sky Moore.
Good Lord. Well, he's
Can you
also a better
redo your
receiver than
tweet
Justin
chart?
Ross.
Can you just update the tweet chart for that and like put Darnell Washington wide receiver 8 and Sky Moore 9 and see what happens?
please, Scott, please.
Oh, I saw that earlier. I saw the I saw the KC tweet. Oh my gosh.
Oh, John's gonna get mad at me. I can't do that.
Banger tweets with dank stats only, baby. No L's.
I mean, that's fun as hell on the Chiefs.
Barrett, I would love if you just put out nothing but those tweets for like the next 3 or 4 days. So your entire timeline is nothing but depth charts. I think you need to make that needs to be a Scott Barrett tweet series.
I
All
like that.
32
I like
teams,
that.
baby.
Giants with their 10 slot wide receivers. What else can we do?
Oh man.
We got another
Oh,
question
shit.
from Brandon Hool, my cousin. Another question: how come DeJuan Jones is falling so far? So the story on that, Brandon, is he showed up to one of his team visits at 393 pounds. And
Okay, homie needs some Slim Fast.
it's tough because he is such a big man. Like he looks like the mountain. From
Dude,
Thrones.
we saw. Did you see him at Senior Bowl? That guy like looks like he ate 3 humans. Like he is. I walked by him and I legit thought like I saw him out of my periph and I thought he was a pylon holding up the stadium and I was like, oh shit, that's a human. Okay, never mind. Because he was standing over in like the shadows and I was like, oh, okay. Nope, the pylon moved. Never mind.
Do you have a
He's
favorite
freaking
pick of day 2? Brett. I would go Marvin Mims, obviously. Cody Mauch. Up
Really? You're gonna pick Marvin Mims? I didn't see that coming at all.
Shock the
Brett.
world.
There. I know, shocker. I thought it was gonna be Tucker Kraft.
Will Levis to the Titans.
My favorite pick of day 2.
Oh wait, never. That was a false report. It was not Darnell Washington. It was Wanya Morris.
Oh my God.
Who
Alabama offensive tackle. Or no, Oklahoma. Sorry.
Oklahoma.
Huh.
Damn. We got God.
I almost forgot about him. Dorian Williams went to the Bills. That's not bad, man.
I just got owned on Twitter so hard.
Oh no.
Let's hear it.
Let's hear it.
What did you do now, Brett?
I was debating Darnell Washington on April 14th, and somebody said, constantly dealing with foot issues, mostly played through it, but wait until a team picks him first 2 rounds and wants to actually run routes and be more than an O lineman. He'll constantly be banged up and eventually start missing time. And so at this time, we had not heard anything about the foot. So I said,
So is now this person owning you like after a long time?
yeah. So I said,
Yeah.
are you on April 14th, 2023, breaking news that Darnell Washington suffers from a chronic foot issue? Something literally nobody else has discussed. Is that what's happening right now? And then he just replied to this tweet 2 weeks later. Hate to say I told you so, but look who was right after all.
Well,
Random guy on
Well,
Twitter.
actually, you didn't
Kansas
hate
City
to say
didn't
it.
take Kansas City didn't take Darnell. They took Wanya Morris.
Well, you
92.
just
You
pulled a
need to do
Barrett there,
something with that
Thomas.
tweet.
You just pulled a Barrett there, Thomas.
Sorry,
Oh,
my
yeah.
bad. No, that's my fault. I was trying to see.
I'm
if
the
I
only
could
one
play.
allowed to pull Barrett's.
I'm sorry. I was trying to see if I was allowed to play Brett's video. Okay, sorry. God.
All right, guys, I gotta run.
Hey, Thomas.
You gotta run, Chris?
Go Wecht.
Yeah, I gotta go
Wait,
take care of
is
my
this-
dog.
Oh, whatever. Is this the it's
All right,
late, I'm gonna
Chris.
go to bed?
Steelers take Darnell
No.
Washington.
Did they really?
Yeah.
All right,
Who'd the
Chris.
Steelers
You sure it's
shout
not a
out,
false report? Because there was a
Yeah,
lot.
this is from verified.
shout out to you.
You need to
Chris.
do
Thanks for
something with that
joining us,
tweet, by
man.
the way.
What tweet?
The guy owning you.
What should I do about it?
I don't know. Just give him props. That's incredible.
I did.
Oh,
I
okay.
did. I said, yeah, you did. You're a connected individual.
And he admitted he got owned on air. I mean, that's the ultimate, right?
It is.
Right. Anyway, Chris, you have things to do. Shout out to you, man. Thanks for joining us for so long, man.
Later.
We'll be right back.
Letter Wecht.
Okay. Dang.
Okay. Can I go into the second box? It's better with my eye level. I
Do
like,
whatever you like.
thank you.
Power.
That sounded like a high school pickup line, Brett.
Can I? Scott, you're muted again, buddy.
Brett, do you like fitness?
Oh my
Goodness.
god.
Goodness.
Oh my
Goodness.
god.
Scott asked me who my favorite day 2 pick was so far, and I have to be biased and say Hendon Hooker to the Lions.
Oh, see, I knew
Really?
you were a homer at heart.
But if it wasn't him, let me give you a real.
Why are you that high on Hooker? On the pick?
I like quarterbacks who can stand in the face of pressure and deliver accurate footballs downfield.
That's the
Can we see
same.
a quarterback
I gave
by
the same
committee
answer, Derek.
situation?
What's that?
Up.
Can we see a quarterback by committee situation? You know, you need to convert you need some deep balls, for Jameson Williams. Why not Hooker instead of baby hands Goff?
It's Goff.
Gaff.
Are you talking just?
Well, it depends. Are we playing outside or inside? This is also Bears for context there. Barrett.
Oh, hey, Hendon Hooker's your road quarterback.
There we go. There we go.
I like it.
There we go. Third level processing here. Hendon Hooker plays on the roads. Jared Goff lights it up in the dome, and the Lions win 15 games.
Scott,
That's some galaxy braining.
when you asked me favorite pick, were you talking skill players only or like
No, just whatever your favorite picks are, my guy.
my guy?
My guy?
Let me see here.
Can I go with a Brett Whitefield special for one of mine? Sammy Ball game going to Detroit.
Yeah, I like that one.
I love that pick so much.
I like I like Rashi to the Chiefs quite a bit. I think DJ Turner to the Bengals. Really like that pick. Mims to the Broncos.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah, let's go.
Hell yeah.
I like John Michael Schmitz to the Giants. He feels a
I
big
do
need
too.
for them.
I like saying his name too. John Michael Schmitz.
I started calling him
Michael
just.
Jingleheimer Schmidt.
I just went JMS. We have a JSN. We should have a JMS.
JMS. I like Tank Bigsby to the Jaguars. Crickets.
Tank Dell starting in a 3 wide in week 1. I like that. I'll bring this up. Brett, were you surprised Byron Young fell a little bit, or did you think he was going to go in this range?
Nah, I had a day 3 grade on him.
Okay.
Okay, now
I
Darnell's gone.
actually, well, now that I'm looking at his position, actually he went earlier than he was being mocked a lot. I thought he was going to go around this range too.
Yeah, so now Darnell is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh.
Interesting.
Dude, that's funny as hell. Shout out to Jared Bailey. He actually jumped into a Twitter Spaces I had earlier today, and he said that Pittsburgh was going to take Darnell Washington. So props. I gave him shit on air about it. I was like, what? Why the hell would they do that? That's just like insane. But shout out to Jared Bailey. Good call.
Man, he's winning Twitter today. Or winning everything today.
Viral tweets.
Lions
Darnell
trading
Washington
up.
just get picked by his team. I mean,
Lions traded up.
Lions trading up.
he
I
just
told
needs
you.
to-
Tom
he needs to
Pelissero.
retire.
My sources are coming through today. Where were they for freaking mock draft
I
competition?
was fixing to say, where were your sources for round 1?
What the?
I think all of our sources for round 1 failed us, Brett.
What?
Hey, my mock draft was right. Technically, I had Will Levis going to Tennessee. It just happened a whole round later.
Did you get points? for that?
Cardinals get Michael Wilson of Stanford.
Ooh,
Oh, nice.
new favorite fit because he's not the size of a toddler and he plays wide receiver.
Nice.
Like that a lot.
Does he
I mean,
replace
when I was at the
Hopkins when he's
Senior Bowl,
gone?
thought
I
he
was
the
gonna
best
say,
player there.
can we play the what if game? DeAndre Hopkins goes to where?
I think it comes down to the
The
contract.
GM Austin Fort said like yesterday he's going to be a Cardinal.
Oh, interesting.
Well, he says that until they get a decent offer.
Where are you? Oh, Lions trading up.
It
Just
just
see the Patriots.
Tom Pelissero mentioned it. So
Oh, didn't he say he doesn't want to go there? Bills, maybe.
Yeah, I thought one of the dark horses. I don't know how the money would look and stuff like that, but could Baltimore flip him to? Could Baltimore trade for Hopkins and then flip Bateman because DeCosta's hates that dude?
trading up with the Bengals apparently.
Who, the Lions?
Yeah.
Apparently.
Who are they coming up for, Brett?
I don't know. Adebawari still there.
I
Sika-
can't believe he's still here
Ika?
in the 3rd round.
Sika Ika is still there, the nose tackle, defensive tackle guy.
I thought he would have gone earlier than this too.
Oh, Lions trade. They trade 122, 139, 168 for 96. Yeah, that I figured that was going to happen because they had too many picks. They had more picks than roster spots available. So they're going to have to cut people just to get the rookies signed. All right, so
Who were the big name fantasy guys that we still have to see?
Oh, if this is for AT Perry, I might throw myself out the window because I'd be so excited.
Dude, I actually my last mock, I had AT Perry going to Detroit in the 3rd. That would be a great fit for them.
I mean, big name. I don't know about big
I'm gonna go
name.
D-line though. I'm gonna go D-line. This has got to be for a D lineman. They need help
Yep.
in the interior. They need a guy who can bang in the inside. They like versatile guys too.
I think.
You
I think
think
that's
you think
kinda
it's Ika?
Huh? No, I think if they're going versatility route, it'd be Adebawari. If they
Yeah,
want just
okay.
a run stuffer, it will be Ika probably.
Yeah.
Who? Let me see who the top guys are on my board here. Adebawari for sure is.
I didn't think he was going to make it out of the 2nd.
Dude, I mocked him in the first because I was told.
I I thought he was going to go either back into the first, like I thought the Chiefs would have taken him, or I thought he's going to go top of the second. I didn't see him falling to the third.
Okay, so
Not
it
at all.
wasn't with the Bengals. The Bengals are still picking at 95. Detroit traded for 96.
Which is Arizona's pick, right?
Yeah, for people that didn't know. So here we go.
Really
Brett's
like
about to pull the stone cold. What? Grab a cold beer.
I love that the Lions just dumped a bunch of day 3 picks to get back into the day 2. That's awesome. They only have 2 picks tomorrow now, which is great for me because that means I don't have to watch the whole thing.
That's always great.
Hey, you don't want to watch round 7, Brett?
I'm good on that.
You might draft the next Brock Purdy.
Yeesh.
This pick seems like it's taking forever. They traded up a minute ago.
Roshan Johnson.
To where?
No. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm just listening off.
Barrett's
Fantasy Relevant guys.
just having a stream of consciousness experience.
Well, Scott asked who are the last remaining like fantasy relevant guys.
About
then-
5 minutes ago.
Yeah,
he's
now
just
he's-
answering his own question.
Keishawn Booty.
I was
A.T.
gonna
Perry,
say, yeah.
Will
I mean,
Mallory.
that's Abanikanda.
These guys stink. I hate to be real with them. Booty
They
could
do.
be a guy because this fall is due to character concerns and injury issues.
Jordan Battle, safety, Alabama.
Okay. I like
Okay.
that.
To Cincinnati. The Lions are
Oh,
on the
To
clock.
Cincinnati.
I can dig it.
I was
getting
starting
all
to think,
hot and bothered. He thought that was the Lions pick.
I like Battle, but I'm like, well, they just drafted Banks. Like, what the frick?
Well, that's why I made sure to say it right away because it kind of sounded like you're like started to like nod your head. and play
Brett
the
was getting in the
scenario.
Lions. He was
Yeah,
like,
he's like-
Detroit
he's-
guy. Yeah.
I really think they'll go D-line here. It's really the only spot they have on their roster, that or wide receiver. But
It makes a lot of sense, like why they would trade back into it, because Adebawari is like screaming on the board
Yeah.
right now.
or Ika, or
We are in
Carl Brooks would be another guy to consider here.
We're in comp picks right now,
Yeah.
just in case people are wondering.
Mm,
Let's see here.
would they come
Brandon wants to know what tight end do you guys think will be the best in a dynasty league that has a 1.5 PPR?
Don't
for
answer.
tight ends?
Don't answer him. He's in one of my Dino leagues.
Dalton Kincaid.
Yeah, there you go, Barrett. That's the right answer.
Yeah, that is the right answer.
That is the right
Dalton
answer.
Kincaid.
Kincaid's gonna be a monster, dude.
Better come up for him, cuz.
I don't know.
I'll
I
trade
still
you,
think,
I'll trade you pick 104 for him.
I still think
Kincaid's gonna be a
Mayer in
monster.
Vegas is a PPR machine with that team and Jimmy Garoppolo. And he
Lions
does
maybe
not
still
have
not,
target. Broderick Martin, Western Kentucky.
Oh, defensive tackles.
Yeah, for the Lions. Yep. Commanders
Okay.
now on the clock. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks left here in round 3.
Roshan
Well,
needs that
Minnesota.
capital.
Big time.
Booty maybe sneaks in.
Well, this is where San Francisco is going to draft their third round running back. They have 2 picks here, 36 and 38. This is where it's coming.
Oh, I just love that Marvin Mims went round 2. One pick later, that
mean-
would have been a little bittersweet.
Denver Broncos actually have a good coach now, so he makes good moves.
There you go.
I'm gonna say,
Even though that bong hit video dropped yesterday.
do what? I missed that. What?
You missed it? There's a video of Sean Payton ripping a massive bong.
Really?
Yeah. It was like
See
the gas mask picture, but no one cares anymore.
Oh, that would be funny as shit, dude. So did you see the video of Dayball in the war room taking a vape right after they
Respect.
did a draft pick? The video's out there on Twitter.
No, everyone at the Senior Bowl saw him just like ripping massive stogies. Cigars.
Which is what
And
I will
know
be
Mike
doing when
McDaniel
this
has done
stream is
that on
over.
the field.
Oh yeah, McDaniel doing it on the field. Kings stay kings, man.
Yeah, so I had a day 3 grade on Broderick Martin. So
Nice. That fits.
Broderick Turner.
no, Broderick Martin, the D tackle the Lions took.
My bad.
Fantastic.
I find some comedy in one of my tweets earlier. I said Green Bay crapped the bed with this pick. I said Luke Musgrave. And then I said Tucker Kraft over, and yet the Green Bay Packers drafted both of them. Good times. Good times. Good times.
Okay, the Commanders. I mean, they need everything. So, again, for fantasy relevancy, I mean, we might get a running back to the Browns, and then I think that's it. Maybe a running back to Minnesota.
Have the Commanders taken a tight end yet?
No.
They should go Zach Kuntz right here.
Oh, that'd be a great pick. Great pick.
Kind of fits their mold too.
That would make sense.
Raw, athletic.
Have Logan Thomas coach him up.
As Logan Thomas is applying for AARP.
Hey man, I'll always have love for that dude. He turned his career around at a new position and came back from a brutal injury to do so. Shout out to him. He got paid.
Mm-hmm.
But you're correct. He's definitely filing for that.
He's
shit
definitely
real
not
quick.
young.
He's filing for that shit real quick. But just a great story. He definitely helped me win many games in his quote unquote breakout tight end year. He was one of those hashtag free tight ends.
Think Commanders go Keely Ringo here.
Ooh, it's interesting.
I mean, they already took one corner that's the size of a junior high guy. They got to get somebody with NFL size, right? Brett's in his own world.
What are you doing? Firing off banger tweets?
He's just answering tweets that he got owned on 2 months ago.
Oh.
Love you, Brett.
There.
And
You should just do what I do. Just mute the conversation. You get owned, but you never know.
Ty
I
Chandler.
I don't mind getting known sometimes if the guys are respectful about it, you know.
Ty Chandler is no. Ricky Stromberg, center, Arkansas for
Wow.
Washington.
Yay.
Steal of the draft.
All right. I really think running back is coming for the Browns. I don't think there's any way they go in with Nick Chubb and Jerome Ford.
Let's see.
I just can't see it.
Thomas, I hope your wish casting is right, dude. I think we probably get like 5 straight defensive players.
I mean, it would fit the bill. But I mean, at the same time, the Browns, the Raiders, and the Vikings could all use another running back. Realistically.
In all seriousness, do you think Adebaware fits with the 49ers, dude, Brett?
Oh God, yes.
That's exactly what my thought was.
Because it's a surprise for him to make it this late, let alone see him in the 4th round.
Yeah, I'm wondering if
Someone's
there's
gotta.
something weird with the medical, or there's got to be something.
There's something that we're not privy to. There's a reason he slipped.
My RB room in my home dynasty league is so dead. It should be right now for the most part.
This is why it goes 0 RB in dynasty. You get guys like Bijan who, no matter where they go, they're relevant. No one can hurt their value, and then you just I have like no other running backs on my teams.
Right, and especially this time of the year, like you don't fill out your roster right in April. So if you have no running backs, don't go and trade for a running back right now. Just wait. You're good. You're
Kenneth
sitting
Walker
good.
just lost 2 rounds of startup value.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Etienne, maybe 1 round.
Remember there was like a 2-week period when Etienne was the dynasty RB1 for a while? That was fun.
I don't remember that. Damn.
Oh, it was a great time to trade him. JT, JT's not dead. Come on now. Javonte, he could be. And then
No,
Brian
that's his
Robinson.
top 3. I mean, I'm not high on Javonte. The vibes
not
we're
on
getting are
Javonte.
horrific.
Well, that's what I mean. Like Javonte, might be
Devontae, it's
dead.
really just there's no he's as high as he is just because everybody else you could poke holes in.
hope. He's high for hope.
According to Matthew Berry, Denver thinks there's a chance he doesn't play this year.
I think it's
Who's that?
possible.
Javonte Williams.
Javonte Williams. which would suck because, man, he looked good in the time he got to own that backfield on his own. Cleveland Browns took, oh my gosh, Siaki Ika.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did I get that right? Let's go.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Oh, there we go. Let's break the glass. The 49ers get a kicker, baby.
Oh
Did they
God,
really?
no
They
way.
did.
Dear Lord.
Did they take Moody or the other guy?
Yeah, they took Moody.
Wow, me joking about the Lions trading back up for a kicker was like not that far off.
Hey.
What kicker is it? How do you even justify this?
So Jake Moody, Michigan kicker. He's like the most accurate kicker in NCAA history or something.
In the 3rd round.
When does the Rutgers punter go? Oh, who was the punter who hit absolute moonshots at the Senior Bowl?
Oh, who was that?
He was awesome.
God, I forget.
Him and Michael
I
Wilson were
remember
my guy, and Will Mallory.
Can we have a conversation about the fact that the Patriots have not taken a running back? So for all the worries
Yeah.
about Ramondre, he's in a really damn good spot.
They said that earlier. Like if we get past that, if we get
past
that
round
one
3.
spot, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm all in.
James
they
Robinson meat shield, baby. Sign me up.
Yeah, I was gonna say Robinson is the only guy there, and
Well, Pierre Strong's a baller, but they didn't even play him last year. So
Did Robbie
But the-
Gould suck last year? What happened?
did they cut him?
I don't know.
I thought they
he's
cut
just
him or he
old.
retired or something like that. Hold on. Damn it,
I don't
Barrett,
think he
you're gonna make-
retired.
Yeah,
Damn it, Barrett, you're gonna make me Google a kicker.
Yeah, I don't want that on my search history. So
I know this is painful. Thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Your FBI agent's gonna ask questions.
I know.
Pick is in for the Raiders. That did not take long. Do we get one more running back today? Let's see.
So the Lions took 2 6th-year seniors today.
No way.
Yeah. Broderick Martin was a 6th-year senior.
I mean, what can I say, man? Brad Holmes like him old.
Ready to play, right?
Yeah.
The way that you spin that is experience.
Right.
Mature, high maturity.
Chris Sanzo, the 49ers fan in the chat. Gould wanted more money, and they didn't come to an agreement. I was assuming he was going to go back to Chicago, which is where he was during their last contract negotiations when San Francisco tagged him. Come on, give us the Raiders pick. Do they try to replace Josh Jacobs? If we don't get a 3rd-round running back in Vegas, too, it is Josh Jacobs season.
The
all
most
day.
Josh McDaniels pick would be to take Dwayne McBride here. Grinder that does not catch passes at all.
Yeah, so we get a 3rd-round running back that still doesn't hurt Josh Jacobs, which is just fucking perfect. I mean, I don't know if McBride knows what a forward pass looks like, honestly.
That kicker pick can't be understated how bad of a pick that is. That's terrible.
Yeah,
It's absolutely horrible.
That's a premium pick they just used on a kicker, guys.
I mean they're drafting starting quarterbacks with round 7 draft capital, so why not?
Playing with house money at this point.
That's what the Texans fans
Just
said.
free rolling, baby. Just free rolling. I mean, when
what
you
are-
can
what are the
start Brock
49ers
Purdy
needs,
over
though?
your top 3 pick overall that you also traded up a shit ton of equity get, and then you could draft a kicker in the 3rd round. I mean, that's really what winning is, right, guys?
Yeah, I just think that this isn't a good class. Teams know it, so they're just attacking their needs. And like, what needs do the 49ers have? Not many.
Corner, right?
Oh, okay, that's fair.
I mean, they got Charvarius Ward. Who's the other guy? Lenore played okay last year. I mean, yeah, they could probably use. I forget who their nickel is now.
I need one more skill player to go before this round's over.
Please.
Nah, I think
Trey Tucker. I don't know if that we need someone to corroborate, but
Trey Tucker, really?
to the Raiders.
I can't.
That would be the most
That would
Patriots pick ever.
be yes.
Is that really what the pick is?
Yep.
That's fucking terrible.
Oh my god.
That is
He
absolutely
wasn't in my
fucking
top
terrible.
20.
So
Taking him, I was actually just about to bring up Tyler Scott would
Exactly.
fit, and then the Raiders go and do some dumbass shit like this.
how many slot receivers can they freaking have?
It's the Raiders. They're
Jacoby Myers,
Hunter Renfro.
and now this dude.
Josh McDaniels is a fucking idiot.
This is crazy.
Is
Chris Sanchez, I didn't have Tucker in my top 30.
Trey Tucker.
Let me see where I had him.
What a god awful pick.
I had him wide receiver 25.
Yeah, that's Trey Tucker,
Let
Cincinnati.
me see.
Yikes.
I got him buried.
There's your position player. God damn.
So I
Yeah.
projected 15 receivers day 1 and day 2, and that's how many have gone. Just a couple names that I probably would not have expected.
Where do you have Trey Tucker at?
Wide receiver 25.
Yep, I got him at wide receiver 26.
Nice.
But apparently the Raiders they see hope. So stupid. Oh jeez. Can we get some betting odds on Josh McDaniels getting fired after this year? I'd bet the mortgage on that.
Well, they have too much money tied up in him.
I was gonna say his contract makes that impossible. He's just there.
I feel like Belichick just does this to sabotage his rivals. Like every coordinator he has doesn't actually do anything. It's just all Belichick.
Belichick puts in a good word, like, we're gonna fuck the Eagles over, man. Matt Patricia, you take him down from the inside out, baby.
Go sabotage the Lions, man.
Wait,
the Jets.
What
You put
conference are they
butter.
in?
You
All right.
stick some butter under Jalen Hurts' cleats every week, man. Falls down, twists an ankle, we win.
Yeah, Sanzo shot it out. He says round's over.
Oh my lord. Cameron Letu to the 49ers? What are we
There's another
doing
skill
here?
guy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, what are they going to retransition him to defensive end? He could maybe play that actually better than he plays tight end.
Another tight end. Oh my god.
Terrible.
Hey, we've been told this tight end class is exceptional, so don't be surprised by all these tight ends.
Not Letu's not part of that conversation.
Blackman?
Is he a great blocker or something?
I have Letu ahead of Brenton Strange.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I mean, they're both mids. Ugh.
I have Will Mallory, Zach Kuntz, Davis Allen still available, all ahead of Cameron Letu.
Shout out Chris.
Where
He
did you
said
have
Blackman to the Vikings?
Where do you have where was Letu at? Your tight end what, Brett?
11.
I got him at 10.
There's some things he does okay.
He's just There's nothing he does great. There's nothing he absolutely sucks at.
Yeah.
He's a guy that's going to carve out like an 8 or 9 year career being a tight end 2, tight end 3 on rosters.
Let's see what I wrote.
I mean,
let's look. Cameron Letu.
are we going to compare notes? Are we at that part of the show?
Excellent run blocker in space. Letu easily locates his targets and latches on with strong hands and synchronized feet. Very surprising power for his build. Has more reps finishing defenders than most of the tight ends in this class. That actually is true. I also really enjoyed how he works this to soften the edge as a blocker from the slot. The power shows when in line as well, albeit less consistently. He is also great on double teams and engages in blocks with ample amount of intensity, almost like he's a linebacker coming up to make a tackle. He brings the heat.
Okay.
Adequate route runner for the position, positional versatility, sneaky upside as a rack threat. There were like 2 plays in his tape where he breaks like 6 tackles on one play. And I was like, why don't they do this more with him? They just never did it.
I said
strange build and physical makeup.
I just said my write up on him was very brief. I just said old defensive mean streak shows up in his blocking. Good punch and anchor as a blocker. He should continue to contribute in 12 and 13 personnel from day one. Decent snap at the top of his routes to gain separation, but limited straight line speed prevents him from running away from defenders or holding a cushion in his routes. Can be utilized as an underneath chain mover in the passing game, but not much more than that.
Yeah, that's basically what he is.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. That's rounds 1, 2, and 3.
And that was
Oh
the
my
most
gosh.
was the worst. I mean, you had hope for the end of that, Thomas. We got a DT, we got a kicker, we got Trey Tucker, Cameron Letu, and a cornerback to mini.
This class sucks.
Yeah,
So
I
bad.
had hope, but I just let's point out, like,
They
let's just
disagree
say-
with you though, Scott. 15 wide receivers is above average.
Yeah, I mean, round
Tight ends are
3.
way above average.
Yeah,
The running
round
backs, we had one more running back than we did last year. So like they disagree.
deep does not mean good.
necessity
They got a
breeds
lot of depth
desperation.
players. That's great. That doesn't mean anything for fantasy.
Yeah.
That's my take.
Well, yeah, for fantasy, this class might.
I mean, I'll say this: a lot of the guys that I had that I looked at as like giving the class some hope are just not going to get the draft capital. I mean, you fall into round 4 as a wide receiver. Shit, good luck, man. I was hoping Hutch would get up there. I was hoping, you'd see some of these other wide receivers possibly sneak in there.
Tyler
I don't
Scott
know.
not going day 2 is criminal to me.
That's Roshan Johnson. I thought would have snuck
Yeah.
into day 2.
It's a
That really surprised me.
Well, it's one of those things. Every single one of these running backs pretty much taken today are irrelevant damn near for fantasy. I know A-Chain's going to get a huge bump. People are going to freak out. They see the speed. People have just been dying for a running back to get drafted to Miami for years. And now it happened, and he's going to get bumped. I'll just say it pretty straight out. 107 and beyond in Superflex rookie drafts this year is going to be brutal. If you don't need a tight end, it's going to be brutal.
I mean, just look after Bijan. Zach Charbonnet, shit canned. Jameer Gibbs has to deal with David Montgomery for the next 2 years. Tajay Spears, Tennessee, shit canned. Roshan Johnson, still not drafted. Tank Bigsby, shit canned.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
It's bad.
not good.
It's bad all the way
Andre
around.
Miller, whatever.
Not
You could love the
terrible.
3rd round capital, but
It's with a Camara suspension looming.
Yeah, I
he could
like
be
that
the
one.
most. He could be the most fruitful, especially for a draft and flip. Really, like
I mean,
he
I
could-
think
gonna
I think
have
they're
to-
looking for a Mark Ingram regardless. That
You're
was
gonna
like one of
have
the
to
rare
look-
instances. Yeah.
You're going to have to hope somebody doesn't realize that Jamal Williams is still on a 2-year deal and Alvin Kamara's deal doesn't flip, so he's going to be back next year.
yeah, but Jamal Williams still kind of
Wow.
sucks. So I mean,
Yeah, he does.
If Kamara gets convicted though, he could get his contract could get voided.
correct.
Wow.
Who, Kamara?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Conduct detriment of the team or whatever is kind of how they usually do it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But hey, that's rounds 1, 2, and 3. Who is doing what the rest of the
Yay.
weekend? Who's doing what? Derek, what do you have going on the rest of the weekend?
Jeez,
Or
man,
are you
I'm-
relaxing?
Hell no, I'm not relaxing. I'm tonight I'm writing up day 2 winners and losers. That loser column is going to be a lot bigger than the winner column. And after that, my weekend is going to be filled with I'm redoing all my positional primers, adding notes for all the landing spots, and adding all that to my write-ups, player notes, stuff like that. So all my positional primers are going to be updated by Monday. Going to try to have my dynasty ranks updated by Monday, rookie ranks updated by Monday. Yeah, no rest for the weary, my friend.
Fantastic. And where can people find all that if they don't know?
FantasyPros.com.
Fantastic. I always love that you can pick up what I'm putting down. Brett, Scott, what do you guys have on tap for the rest of the weekend?
I'll have a favorite picks article coming out tomorrow or the next day.
Wonderful.
Cameron Letu is going to be in there.
No,
Scott, how many banger tweets are you putting out the rest of the night?
Not much. I have to wake up early tomorrow for charity work, and then the next
Ooh.
day I'm going to a Christian rock concert, and then
Creed?
real. I don't know. Ask my girlfriend. And then the next day I will put out the running back article, just ranking all the running backs and giving my analysis on landing spot as well as their analytics profile. And then I'm watching 85 hours worth of post-draft pressers and putting out some content on that like I always do.
Awesome.
So I got to
that.
ask Barrett, is that running back article is going to say Bijan and then screw the rest of this class?
I wish I
that
did that. I basically wrote 90% of it already. And everything I've said has basically come true,
I love
including
that.
8-chain to the Dolphins.
And remember that Brian Drake and Joe Dolan are recording on Sunday, and that should be released shortly thereafter on a fantasy recap of the weekend. And you can catch me live with Jacob and Billy over there at Full Tilt on Sunday. So shout out to that. Shout out to everyone who has watched. I mean, we have got 9 hours of streamed content here for you at the Fantasy Points YouTube channel. Shout out to everyone there.
Thomas,
and-
what did you say the rest of your weekend was? You're going to hit the tanning bed? I forgot.
I mean, I might need to. I'm gonna be.
I missed it. Sorry.
I'm gonna be transparent come baseball on Monday. Like our first game's Monday, and no one's gonna be able to see me out there. But we're
SPS 700, and you're going to be beat red.
absolutely fantastic. For myself, Scott Barrett, Brett Whitefield, and one of my favorites, Derek Brown. Thanks for tuning in. Good night, everybody.